Developers Live.
自己紹介していただきます。
Oh, Amy Hardy's.
I was with the Sinigata.
This week, neither one of us are wearing pants.
We have an audience question. How does that affect the way you evaluate potential investments, especially at the seed level?
Welcome to Google Developers Live at I/O 2013. I'm Louis Gray, head of GDL, and joining me today is my co-host Daniel Seberg.
Louis, thanks so much for having me here at GDL Live at I/O 2013. This is actually my second I/O, and I believe it's your fourth,
It's
right?
my fourth I/O. I went twice as press, and this is my second year here as Googler. I'm really excited about what we've got in stage for GDL at I/O. We have exclusive interviews kicking off from the stage in Moscone, really back to back, right between every single session, so not a single minute is wasted for those of you on the live stream. Really excited about
absolutely.
that.
We've got 5,500 folks here, but lots more watching wherever you are. And part of my job will be to not only be here with you chatting on occasion, but to actually go out and talk to the developers in the sandboxes, our partners, learn from them about what they're working on, and bring that here. We'll see some of that content today and then some of it tomorrow as well.
Absolutely, I'm looking forward to that a great deal. You're going to be talking with partners from Google+, Drive, Maps, and YouTube. And while you're away doing the hard work, I'm going to be back here holding down the fort. We're going to be talking with Megan Smith of Google X to talk about moonshots. We'll be talking to people on Blink, Performance Alley, Ingress, and some really hot topics that everybody wants to know about.
Yeah, a fantastic keynote, of course, to kick all of this off. We've got a lot of work to do. We've got an amazing lineup. I feel like I should go roll up my sleeves and kind of get at it here, right?
Absolutely. So I definitely appreciate you joining me. For those of you on the live stream, we definitely want you to follow Google Developers on YouTube, subscribe so you don't miss a single moment. I'll be right back here in a couple of minutes with Megan Smith of Google X to talk moonshots.
The actual moonshot is wonderful, inspirational, poetic, beautiful, involved great technical challenges, genuine heroism. It brought the world together. But think about the Polynesian islander on the dugout canoe, deciding one day they were going to go that way. No one had ever been that way before. No one even knew if there was anything that way before. It was amazing, and it changed the world.
People can set their minds to magical, seemingly impossible ideas, and then through science and technology, bring them to reality. And that then sets other people on fire, that other things that look impossible might be accomplishable.
Galileo is such a hero, you know, in thinking big, and what he represents to me is both curiosity and wonder that humanity had, that pushed him and drove himself to invent and work on the first telescopes that allowed us to see the moon, and here we are.
These aviation pioneers were figuring it out as they went. No one really knew how to build an airplane, right? No one knew how to fly an airplane. It was amazing and crazy and wonderful, and they wanted to explore.
Many years ago, the great British explorer George Mallory, who was to die on Mount Everest, was asked why did he want to climb it. He said, because it is there.
There's so many challenges in the world, and you can feel daunted by that, you know, and sort of oppressed by that, or you kind of say, how might we think differently about this?
Everyone else in the world is working on that next 10%. If you can be the one that delivers that 10 times improvement, you have a chance to really change things.
If you want cars to run at 50 miles per gallon, fine, you can retool your car a little bit. But if I tell you it has to run on a gallon of gas for 500 miles, you have to start over.
You need a lot of courage in this work, and you need a lot of persistence. One of the things that's really critical is not only having the courage to keep trying every day or thinking big, even if you don't really 100% believe it's possible, like you might think this might be possible, have the courage to try. That's how the greatest things have happened.
You don't spend your time being bothered that you can't teleport from here to Japan, because there's a part of you that thinks it's impossible. Moonshot thinking is choosing to be bothered by that.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
Humanity's progress has been a series of amazing, audacious things, from the very small and personal up to the great, big, and grand. And we are a species of moonshots. And to me, that's like the really amazing, poetic, and inspirational thing.
I think our ambitions are a glass ceiling on what we can accomplish.
When you find your passion, you're unstoppable. You can make amazing things happen. It's been true through all of history.
I believe in the human spirit, and I believe that there are always going to be crazy people who get out of bed one morning and say, you know what? I think I can build a space elevator, and let's go and do it. But I think that if we become afraid to take these great big risks, we stop inspiring people. We stop achieving things. And the biggest nightmare scenario is that we won't have what it takes to solve the really big challenges.
When Kennedy said that we would put a man on the moon, it's about the fact that he said, we don't know how to do this yet, and we're gonna do it anyway. And that sends chills up everybody's spine. Because if that happens, what couldn't we do?
Welcome back to Google Developers Live at I/O. Welcome, Megan Smith.
Thank you.
And
It's great to be
really,
here.
thank you for joining me. I'm really excited about moonshots. We've been talking about some really incredible things. We just heard from Larry about all the work that Google has been doing. We heard from Vic and Sundar, and really trying to change the world through technology. Can you tell me a little bit about what a moonshot is?
Sure. Sometimes we think of it as 10x better versus 1x better. And in fact, we just watched this film with some of us talking. Often doing a 10x can be not easier, but easier than you think than 1x. We just try to look at, I think I have a graphic. We launched a thing called SolveForX, which is trying to get more moonshot thinking in the world. And sometimes you think about there's a huge problem in the world. If we put up the graphic, there's sort of 3 circles. Technology that maybe it appears like science fiction, but it's coming online, or there's a new way to think about some technology, and let's apply it in some way. Not unlike the original moonshot. We want to get here by the end of the decade, get started, start with Mercury and move.
And now the initiative SolveForX really tries to solve global problems. One thing that really excited me about Google in the first place was that we take on these things that people say is impossible. How do we let the impossibility of things get in the way? What do people say that they can't do? And what do you think makes Google a great place to say, yes, we can do this?
We stand on the shoulders of giants and amazing moonshot folks. I'm from Buffalo, New York, where Nikola Tesla took a moonshot to use Niagara Falls to light Buffalo years ago to demo modern electrification. So many people have been thinking like that, but it maybe hasn't been the majority. And certainly Larry and Sergey, in founding Google, thought about, what the big idea, what can we do? They were passionate, of course, about search in the beginning, but have taken us in a lot of directions. I think also in some ways, there's some moonshot work around how we do our work, how we collaborate. I love that Larry just did a full open Q&A, very transparency, as a fundamental thing, and collaboration.
That's something that's really important to us in Google Developers Live. I want to break those barriers down so all of the people on the live stream can not only see us and talk to us, but engage with us and have that kind of Q&A that we honestly get as employees from Google to hear from Larry. It's really exciting to see Larry and all the other engineers engaging with developers here. When I look at Google and we talk about moonshots, obviously things like self-driving cars come to mind, and other bits like Gmail. It wasn't too long ago that Gmail came out. It came out on April Fool's Day of all things. I didn't even know if it was real. But they promised us a whole gigabyte of email when everyone else was offering 20 or 40 megs. What is your thought in terms of what are some moonshots that Google's done so far? And what comes to mind in terms of something that we can really deliver on to change the world?
And there's a range of moonshots that Googlers have taken, and I always think that moonshots are both the idea and the people, or the team. Who and what are never separate, but maps and geo would be a good example. This incredible team of Keyhole and Where2Tech, other small acquisitions we made, and the teams came and we got together and really pushed it, wanted to have free, full mapping to everybody, and some of the things we've just seen demonstrated are on that path of really thinking big.
And you talk about big, it's really incredible to think about the millions of miles that are in Street View, and the fact that just a few years ago you wouldn't have thought of having the entire globe in a little smartphone in your pocket that you take with you everywhere. And the moonshot really kind of takes the impossible, the incredible, and makes it real and makes it happen. For somebody who's going to the SolveForX website, how can they get started? What is it that they can do to find other people with similar dreams like them?
Right. On our website, the main thing is we want people to put up proposals. What are their moonshots? We want to celebrate people in process. Of course, we want the historic stuff and hear what great people have done and inspire us that way. But also, let's help people and teams in process, and let's get inspired by each other to think of new things. So a lot of things to watch and collaborate on there. And in general, Larry's saying, think big. That's what we're trying to do. The other thing that we're trying to do is that ideas come from everywhere. Bill Clinton says 21st century is really about creative collaboration. Back to the Maps example, we are doing things in Maps, but then there's things where people are adding edits and things on top, layers, amazing innovations. Above that, Ushahidi is such a fabulous innovation on top of mapping to help with crisis around the world. So collaboration together, and I love that we're on Developers Live. because it's all about the interconnection of us. I have to give a talk this summer called The Next Greatest Generation. I think the next generation, the greatest generation, is actually all of us networked.
Right. And so one thing, honestly, when we look at Google, Google's a business, we're not a nonprofit. Is it possible to do a moonshot without first thinking of revenue? Like, how can we do something that is not only incredible, but does it have to make money? Like, how do you separate the business side of things from the actual want to change the world ideals of doing things?
I always think, there's for-profit, nonprofit, but there always need to be revenue coming towards something, even if it's gifted revenue, donations, or philanthropic, or Kickstarter-like things, or others. So I think the most important thing is not to start with the money, to start with the big idea. We did that with Google. We've done that with so many products, and then the money can follow if it's incredibly valuable. And sometimes innovating how the money should follow is a big part of the design. The internet is such an example of freemium. This idea that free things and then add ways to pay for some part, or media-based advertising, etc. So there's a lot of different models out there that you can use. But I think the most important thing is find something you're really passionate about doing and something that's really needed in the world. Those two things together, let the business plan follow.
Now, as Vice President of Google X, you see incredible things every day. Things that the world knows about, things that I know about, and then things that almost nobody knows about. And you must have an incredibly busy time. Now, what else are you doing at Google I/O in addition to speaking with us today?
Well, the Google X team is here with Google Glass, of course, and Larry was talking about, the self-driving car ambitions. And then we have a lot of other things we're thinking about and working on. We're still cooking them. They're still early. So we're working on those. And then, of course, Selfrex of sharing this. I'm also personally working a lot on diversity, and we have a session later today at 5:30 on live stream that I hope people join. 7 tech makers and a microphone.
Yeah,
the Women
love
Tech
that.
Makers live at AIO.
And we've had a number of sessions on women tech makers on GDL. It's been really a key focus for us to make sure that we're highlighting incredible women.
Right.
I was really pleased to make sure that you went first and would be our first guest. Not because you're a woman, but because you are an incredible executive who has a proven track record, who happens to be a woman. And you're doing a lot of great stuff with WTM, as we call it, with Women Tech Makers, and I'm glad that that's been an incredible focus.
Yeah, and Larry was just answering a question about getting more girls and boys, but girls into STEM technologies. I mean, there's so many jobs open that we don't have people for. We need a lot of people to come into our field, and this is a friend of mine, Nicholas Negroponte, once said, have you ever had a job? Meaning sort of, this is passion work that we do. It's not like required work. And so for young people to know about this work is really important. And the visibility of technical women is important, because technical women, for whatever reason, through media and others, have not been as visible as they should be, including later today we're going to talk about a history story at 5:30 Pacific that nobody has ever heard pretty much at scale, so that should be fun.
Sure. Well, I definitely appreciate you coming and talking with me. We're going to be producing a lot of exclusive interviews with Googlers throughout the day. On Google Developers Live, we're going to be highlighting some of our partners in the sandboxes, and we have a lot more content. What we're going to be doing right next is we're going to be going back to the sessions, so start to see the live sessions from all the streams that you're looking at from Android, Chrome, and other technical topics. And then we'll be right back here at the GDL at I/O stage around 1:30 to talk about Blink with Chrome. So thank you very much,
Lisa, and
Megan.
thanks everyone online for joining us.
All right. Well, thank you all very much for coming to Google I/O. We really appreciate it. My name is Seth, and I'm the Product Management Director for the Google Plus platform.
I'm David, the Engineering Director for Google Plus platform.
Cool. So we're going to take you guys through an overview of the various tools that are available from the Google Plus platform today. And first, we just wanted to start, this is very new, the Google Plus platform, so we just wanted to start with what is the platform really about? What are we trying to accomplish? And at a very high level, we're trying to help bring the best of Google to the rest of the internet and enable a user to bring their internet back to Google. So it's really creating a connection between a user and their Google experience and the rest of the internet, and everything that they experience on the internet back to Google. So you're kind of wondering, what does that actually mean, right? Well, let's just go drop right into a story. So let's say that I'm doing a map search, and I'm kind of like, okay, I want to see a movie tonight. And as I'm doing the search, I get a notification, right? And you guys have probably seen this before, the red square with a white number in it, the notifier that's across all Google properties. So I just got a notification that dropped in on me when I was on Google Maps, and I click it. And so when I click that, I see come up a message from David, and he's saying, hey, let's grab dinner tonight. OK, so I want to see more, what is David actually trying to say to me? So I go ahead, and I click that, and I get the full post that came in. And it looks like David shared something from OpenTable. And it says, let's grab dinner and movie tonight. How about 00, which is a local restaurant? So I'm like, OK, well, let's see what 00 is about. There's a very clear action button right there, a view menu button. So I'm just going to go ahead and click that. And when I do so, I just get taken straight to OpenTable, right into their site. And I go right to the menu page in OpenTable. So I see what comes up, and I kind of scroll through the menu, and I think, yeah, this is actually a pretty good place. Why don't we go ahead and make a reservation? So I'm going to find a table. I'm going to get a bunch of options. And I'm going to click click 545. And in order to make a reservation in OpenTable, of course, you have to log in, right? Because they need to know who you are. So OpenTable is one of the many people who have integrated Google Plus Sign-In, which you saw a little bit about at the keynote address. So I'm going to go ahead and choose to sign in with Google. And when I do that, I get a standard consent dialog that comes up and says, hey, this is the information you're going to send about yourself to OpenTable. And this is the information from OpenTable that's going to come back to Google. So I'm going to go ahead and accept and sign in to OpenTable. Now, this is really special, what just happened. Right here, Google just noticed that I actually have an Android device. And because I have an Android device, which does not yet have the OpenTable application on it, we're proactively asking me if I'd like to download the OpenTable Android app. Right? It's the absolutely smoothest experience for a user to get a mobile application onto their phone. All of this happening when a user chooses to connect on the web. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to say, yes, I'd like to install the OpenTable app. So of course, I'm on the web, right? I've just gone through the sign-in flow. I'm now signed in. And because I'm signed in, my reservation is now confirmed. So I've just gone ahead and made a reservation on OpenTable for dinner for David and I tonight.
So now we're planning our evening out together, and Seth took care of dinner, so I decided, let's see if I can find a movie for us to go to. And I like to use Fandango to buy my movie tickets, so I go to Google, search for Fandango. And what I see is not only I can find Fandango, but I also see some great suggestions for movies that other people who use Google and Fandango have been interested in lately. And it reminded me, oh, I've been meaning to see the new Iron Man movie. Let me check it out. So I go ahead, click on Iron Man, and there, right in Fandango, is the trailer. I watch the trailer. It is going to be awesome. Enough things explode. I definitely want to go see this tonight. So I go ahead, and I'm going to buy some tickets, but I'm also going to tell Seth, you should check this out, because I just bought us tickets. We're going to have a great time at this movie.
So when David shares that with me from Fandango, I get a notification, once again, on any Google property, including on my Android device. So I just pull out my Android device, which I got a notification on, and I see, it looks like David's shared something with me, so I'm going to go ahead and click into that, see what happens. Tap into it, as the case may be. So I tap in, and I see he's buying tickets at 6 p.m. tonight. Now, that's a small problem, because as you'll remember, I made my reservation for 5:45 at dinner. So I'm going to have to fix this conflict. So we're now on my mobile phone, obviously, so I'm going to go to my application launcher. I have OpenTable on my phone already because I downloaded it when I was initially registering with OpenTable. And when I go ahead and tap on OpenTable, like you guys just saw in the keynote this morning, I am already connected. I am already signed in on the mobile device. I don't have to touch anything. OpenTable just knows who I am, and the application is completely relevant to me because I've already connected on the web. So OpenTable has my dining points. They have my profile picture, my name, all the standard kind of information about me. And of course, they also have my reservations that I've already made. So I'm going to go ahead and tap on 00, the reservation that I made for David and I tonight. And that'll bring me into the reservation, and I can go ahead and change that reservation. So that story, I think, illustrates a completely seamless experience where all the technology, all the computing just kind of fades into the background, right? And it was so easy for David and me to coordinate, in this case, dinner and a movie this evening, right? Just one simple fluid flow from the user's perspective, right? OpenTable just appeared on my phone. Once I connected to OpenTable on the web, I was connected to OpenTable on mobile. It just knew who I was. David found things in search, based on what other people were doing inside Fandango, right? Fandango was telling Google, hey, here's what's happening inside our application, and we brought the best of Fandango to users as they did a search. So one simple fluid flow that just makes computing kind of fall into the background. Now, we launched Google Plus Sign-In just 2 months ago, so it's really new. And we thought we'd tell you a little bit about what we're hearing from the market. So one of the launch developers, Fancy, proactively emailed us and said this. And we were like, hey, guys, that's awesome. Can we tell everybody else what you guys just told us? Right? And what they're telling us is the conversion they're seeing from Google Plus Sign-In is besting that of other social networks across every platform, Android, iOS, web. And then from another one of our launch partners, from The Guardian, they told us that on Android, 41% of their users are choosing Google Plus Sign-In, and that it is the #1 social sign-in option on Android. Last night, we held a dinner for some of our partners who you can see in the sandbox later today. And one of those partners implemented Google Plus Sign-In 3 weeks ago. And they shared with David and I last night that in those 3 weeks, Google Plus Sign-In has literally become the #1 social login choice for users who are connecting with their application. So some other stats, 40%. This blew our minds. When a user is asked, do you want to install the Android app when they're on the web, right? So that flow you saw in OpenTable, where when a user is connecting with your application on the web, 40% say, yes, I do want to install the app. There is no higher conversion mechanism that I know of to enable a user to install your Android application, right? 40% of users who are asked if they'd like to install an Android application through that flow are saying yes. That is incredible. And then another stat, those interactive posts, right, where David shared with me the menu in OpenTable, and then shared with me that he'd like to go see Iron Man 3 from Fandango. Those interactive posts are getting 3 times the engagement rate of a normal post inside Google, right? 3 times. When we saw that, that was kind of the sleeper hit of Google Plus Sign-In. We just did not expect we'd get that level of engagement from sharing inside an app. And in retrospect, it's really obvious, right? We're giving users a really clear call to action. David's not just saying, hey, I'm sharing something from OpenTable. He's saying, click here to view the menu. I want you to do something. I want you to engage with me. And that turns out to be very, very powerful. So in sum, what you can see is we've created an experience that's just completely seamless for a user, right? It just makes it so easy to just live your life on a daily basis and use a service that you trust, like Google+, to connect with applications and to bring the best of your Google experience with you to the rest of the internet, and then that rest of the internet back to Google, and now you can see it in action. So now David's going to walk through some very specific products and how to actually make them work.
Thanks. So Seth gave you the overall context. You saw the story. we're connecting what you do on Google to what you do everywhere else. And I'm going to walk through in not a deep dive, but a sort of medium deep dive on 8 different features. I'm going to talk about 4 features that are really about how we take what happens in your apps, what happens as users are browsing your site, and how we can bring that into Google. And then we're going to talk about 4 features that go the other direction and take the power of Google, the capabilities of Google, and help bring them into your app. Let's get started with first feature. This is a very straightforward feature. Someone's looking for you on Google. They're doing a search. They're trying to find your brand, your product, your presence, your company, whatever it is. And in addition to the normal results over on the left, we also have this panel on the right where you can see, here's recent posts from National Geographic. Here's the conversation, the information that I'm trying to get out to my audience now. So what did it take to do this? This one actually doesn't take coding. This one just takes set up a Google Plus page, and once you've set up the page, use it. If you have something to say to your users, say it. Share things, and when you share them, and people search for you in Google, we'll show it up in Google. Very simple way. It's probably the simplest way to start having a conversation with your users inside Google from your app. All right, let's go a tiny bit deeper and say that we also want to affect some of the things that appear on the left side of search, right? In the ads and in the organic search results, in the sort of the main section there on the left. If you notice up at the top, you can see that this ad, because a lot of people have been interacting with this advertiser, we can highlight that. We think that's useful information to people viewing the ad, so we highlight it. And similarly, you can see that in the search results, if people, me or people I care about, have said, hey, I'm interested in this piece of content, I recommend this piece of content, we highlight that. That's useful information to people searching, so we're going to show that. So how do you send those signals over to Google so Google knows that this might be information worth highlighting? Pretty simple. You put a couple buttons on your site. You put a follow button if you want people to follow your presence. You put a +1 button if you want people to recommend your site, recommend your content. And what we're seeing is really exactly what we expect. When we pick the signals that we choose to highlight and feature in Google search, we pick them because we think they matter to people. And the results we're seeing are they do matter. People find those to be more interesting, more compelling, more reasons to click on those results. All right, let's go on to another feature. So you saw this in the story. You saw that there was this capability where right in Seth's experience of using Google, whether he happened to be in Maps, or he happened to be in Search, or he happened to be in Gmail, a notification came in which took him to this message I sent. I had sent a post out there that I said, Seth, this is for you. I'd like you to check this out. And I did it in a way that was in context, that was really in the flow of what Seth is doing, what we were doing together, so he had a reason to engage with it. So how do you do this? How do you help users do this? Short answer is copy and paste that into your page next. Slightly longer answer, and I'm going to go a tad bit deeper on this one because there's a pattern here, which is the way that we do all of the rich interactive capabilities that we let you drop into your website. And the pattern is you put in one line of JavaScript, but you put it in once. It's sort of amortized over all of the different social capabilities from Google that you might want to include. You put in that one line, and then everything else is putting in markup on the page, just like all the other elements on your page, with enough information for us, Google, to know how to render it and what to do with it. So in this case, you see at the top of this button markup that the class is g-interactive post. That tells us that you want us to render that as a share button that lets Seth share a message with me, lets me share a message with Seth. You also told us what should happen when someone clicks on it. So if you go through it, you can see that the call to action is view menu, right? We didn't guess that that was a view menu. You decided that in this case, the action that you wanted to facilitate was viewing a menu. And you also told us where should it go if he clicks. You told us some other information to display. You gave us all the information we need to render this. I should point out that all of the examples that we're going through today are shown in the HTML version, the web version of it. There are exactly equivalent capabilities for Android using the Android SDK style for iOS. So we didn't want to go into all of the different syntactic details, but conceptually it's exactly the same thing. You tell us the information that we need to render it, and then the benefit, of course, interactive post button shows up, users share, gets those conversations going, triggers those 3x interaction rates. All right, let's go on to one more way that we give you as an application developer a way to get the information about how people are using your app into Google in a way that's useful to users and therefore useful to you. Again, you saw this in the demo. I searched for Fandango, and I saw not only information about Fandango in general, I saw information about how people using Google Plus and Fandango are using Fandango. And in this case, I could see, here's the information about what's popular with Google Plus users who are also using Fandango. Can see what the movies are that they have been watching trailers of recently, can see a little metadata about it, and I can see a way to click into it. So how did this happen, right? How is it that Google now knows enough about what people are doing on Fandango to be able to make search results better? And what Fandango did in their application is they put a little bit of code in that, again, short version is they told us. How did we know? They told us. Well, how did they tell us? They specified the user action. We have a predefined vocabulary of about a dozen different actions so far that's covered many dozens worth of partner integrations, so we're happy with what we're finding with the initial. They said, in this case, it's someone has discovered something. What did they discover? There's the URL to the movie they discovered. And then there's just a call at the bottom that says, go ahead and make this API call to write this activity. We call it a moment internally. Write this activity to Google. And that's it. One more thing I'll point out that came before all this is you noticed when Seth went through the flow, there was a permission dialog where we said to the user, hey, is it okay if Fandango, if OpenTable writes information to Google? The user said yes. The user decided who could see it. You as a developer don't have to worry about that. What you know is that user has already said it's okay for you to tell Google, here's what happened. And then it's between us and the user to use that information correctly and wisely and in a way that adds value, both to the person doing the activity and to the other people who might care about it. Okay, so we just talked about 4 different features for getting information from your app, from your site, into Google. Let's talk about 4 features that go the other way and get information and services from Google to help make your app, make your site better. We're going to start with the absolute basics. You can't do anything with the user if you don't know who the user is, right? You can't provide a better experience without knowing who you are providing the experience for. So you've seen this. I think you probably couldn't get off the escalator. You couldn't use the Google I/O app without seeing the sign in with Google capability, the button, and you see it's really easy as a user. You click the button and you're in. So what did the app developer need to do? What did OpenTable need to do to put that button on their site? Well, you're going to see it's a very familiar pattern. They still had that one line of JavaScript. They still put in one piece of markup that said, hey, I want a button. In this case, the button, instead of being a G-interactive post button, is a G-sign-in button. And again, you provide just enough information for Google to do the right thing with that sign-in. So what information do you need to provide? Well, you need to tell us, first line there that's called scope, is you need to say, what permissions are you asking the user for? You're asking the user to trust you to access Google. What trust are you asking for? Simplest case is you just say you want to log in. Great. A lot of good integrations done that way. But because it's all one Google and all one user, and you get to ask for more capabilities. So if, for example, you want to also access your users' calendars, just add another scope saying, hey, may I touch your calendar? If you want to access their YouTube channels, maybe help them subscribe, just add another scope saying, hey, may I access YouTube? May I access your Drive? May I get your email address? There's a whole set of all of what Google offers is all available as an option for you to ask your user, would you like to let me do this? Because I'm going to give you a better experience. That's the scope. A few other pieces of information. How do you want, what's the callback flow, the mechanics of actually making this work. But you put that markup on your page, and we will render a sign-in button and take it from there, and you'll get called back with the permission token, the authorization token that you need to go ahead and do deeper things. Okay, so that's the basics. First step, you have to let the user sign in. Next thing Seth showed you is, well, after the user signed in, we kind of magically said, hey, user, you might want this app. Did you know I have an app? Check it out. It's kind of cool. And 40% of users say, yes, that's very interesting. Thank you. Why is that? It's because it's in context, right? It's like I'm offering the user something that we know is relevant to them right now, and that's why, not surprisingly in hindsight, a lot of people are saying yes to it. So what extra work did you as a developer have to do to enable this second screen in the sign-in flow? And you're going to have to look pretty closely to see what's different, because not a lot is different. This is that same G-sign-in button. The one thing that's different is at the bottom, we said, oh, by the way, here's my Android app. And then there's some work in the console where you set it up to say, hey, I have a project that actually has a couple of pieces to it. But once you've set it up, all you have to do is tell us about it. And now we know that it's OpenTable. Whether it's OpenTable.com, OpenTable on Android, it's all the same application. So it's a good time for me to prompt the user to say, let's install this app. And that's enough for us to find it in the Play Store and do all the other pieces of plumbing needed. You add a line, we take care of the rest. All right, so this is actually the news that we announced in the keynote this morning. This is the freshest piece of news that you're going to see in this talk today. As you saw what Seth demonstrated, there was a missing piece of UI and there's a missing piece of code here, right? So there's no code to support the no UI that was demoed. So what is it that we didn't show you? Well, what we didn't show you as a user is after Seth pulled out his phone, tapped on OpenTable, he didn't have to log in. He didn't have to say who he was. He didn't have to type a password. He didn't have to do anything else, because why should he? He has already signed into OpenTable, and he's already told his phone who he is. That's enough. So how do you as a developer enable that cross-client single sign-on? The answer is that console I alluded to before, just tell us. Tell us it's the same app. So you've told us your website, you've told us your app, you tell us that they're the same thing, and we take it from there. That's it. We will take care of both the download option and the seamless cross-platform sign-in. All right, last feature that I'm going to drill a little bit into is what you see here is we're on Forbes, user is browsing the website, reading an article, they're done with the article, and up came a teaser to say, here's some other content on Forbes that you might be interested in reading. They clicked through, they saw some content. I'm going to take a chance here and go back. That was fast. We'll see how far back I go. Let's see. Okay, here I am reading it. I'm watching the, yeah, okay, I'm getting the nod. So here I am on this site. I'm reading Forbes.com on my mobile phone, reading an article. Watch what happens when I'm done reading the article and start to scroll back up. Oh, bottom of the screen, open this recommendations tab. I look through, I find other content that's interesting to me, I pick on it, and now I'm reading more content on Forbes. So this is something we just announced and launched on Monday. This is available to all of you. What does it take to implement this, right? We're adding a significant new capability to your mobile website. You've now added a whole new user exploration and browsing capability built on a lot of different signals about what users are reading and what common content is relevant to what other content, what are other articles written by the author, using a whole bunch of things. How do you put that onto your site? And the answer is, remember that one line of JavaScript I keep referring to? Just put it on your site, and there's a console where you check a box saying, yes, please, I want mobile content recommendations, and you get them. And we do the rest. That same partner dinner that Seth was talking about last night, we were talking to a couple of developers who were kind of jet-lagged because they had just flown in from Turkey. And before getting on the plane in Turkey for their flight to Google I/O, so they could be in the sandbox here, they read about our announcement. And they said, oh, that sounds pretty neat. So they got off the plane, and they added mobile content recommendations to their website and had it done before they got to their hotel. And that was what we were hoping were the kind of stories that we would hear. And Tamandir in Turkey now has mobile content recommendations. You have to read Turkish on your phone to be able to appreciate the quality or equality of the recommendations. But that's how mobile content recommendations work. All right, so you just saw a medium deep dive. Going to let Seth put a little bit of context around all of this.
So as you guys can see at the beginning, we said that the Google Plus platform was really about connecting a user's Google experience with your applications and letting the user take the best of what they're finding inside your applications, inside your websites, and bringing it back to Google. Right? And now I think you can see some of the features that are really making this happen. So if we know, for example, that a user is connecting with your application on your website, guardian.co.uk, and we know that they have an Android device, we can say to that user, hey, do you want the Android app? because the user's probably really interested in your Android app because they're choosing to connect with you. Or giving users in your application an incredibly rich way for them to share what they're doing right now inside their application and asking their friends at Google across all Google properties to join you, right? If the friends at Search, if they're in Maps, if, no matter where they are, YouTube, they will see that notification and click on it and see what their friend wants them to do inside your property. So it's a seamless experience for users, right? And it's a seamless experience for developers to make this all a reality. If you think about what we're really trying to do for all of you, the developers, other than hopefully create something that's really, really easy to integrate and create a great user experience, it really gets down to some of the core business metrics that you guys care about, right? Every one of these features is designed in one way or another to either bring you more users, right? Help your content get discovered across all Google properties, in Maps, in Search, on people's Android phones, in Google Plus Stream. No matter where people are in Google, help them find more of your content, right? And then what Google does best is send people traffic that's relevant and engaged, right? When someone clicks on that view menu button or watch a video button or read an article or comment, they are going to your mobile app or they are going to your website because they have something that they specifically want to do. They are very, very likely to engage because their friend asked them to take a very specific action, right? So a bunch of these features are designed to bring you more traffic from Google. Another kind of core goal is drive you more engagement inside your mobile apps or inside your websites. We got asked frequently when we launched on just Monday, so just 2 days ago, we launched the mobile content recommendations that you saw from Forbes. And we got asked, why did you launch it on the mobile web first? The answer is we talked to a lot of publishers, and we're finding out from them, kind of the dynamics of their businesses. And they told us, hey, our #1 problem for users on mobile web is that they bounce. There is no engagement. They come in from the Google Plus stream or a Twitter stream or a Facebook stream. They read one article for like 15 seconds and they leave. And I never had a chance to keep that user inside my property, right? We knew mobile web was the problem because users who already had the Android app or an iOS app, they stay longer. So we chose to solve the problem for mobile web first, where the developers and the publishers were having the biggest pain point, right? So features designed to drive more engagement, more page views, more time inside your site, or the seamless single sign-on, right? That was announced at I/O this morning. If you are able to have a user connect once on your desktop website or once on your mobile app, because it works both ways. It goes from desktop web to mobile, and it goes from mobile back to desktop web. The user connects once, and you now know who that user is across your entire service, right? This is not about a user connecting with you on mobile and then separately you on desktop, but rather it is you forming a relationship with your user and your service no matter what device they're on. And you can now give them a completely relevant experience, which hopefully enables you to drive more engagement with that user no matter the property, and also monetize better, because you now know what a user is more interested in, your own statistics, right? You know what a user is doing across your different properties. So more page views. And then finally, more seamless, right? We are trying to create a completely integrated experience for a user across mobile and web, mobile and desktop. To users, they don't really think, oh, I'm looking at CNN on my, Android, and then I'm looking at, CNN on my iPad, and then, oh, it's CNN on desktop. They just use CNN, right? They just use fancy or Beautylish. So to them, it's about a relationship with you and your service. And we're trying to enable all of you to create that completely seamless experience for the users. So we've been doing a lot. David's engineering team, my product team, have been very, very busy. A bunch of you are in the audience, so thank you very much. We launched Google Plus Sign-In 2 months ago at the end of February. And if you look at the pace with which we've been issuing new product updates and bringing new capabilities to market, right? By early April, Gigyan Janrain made Google Plus Sign-In available to thousands and thousands of developers to integrate very simply with their platforms. And then we took the app activities that you're able to write us when a user connects with Google inside your app and began making them available in search. First in movies and in music, right, with people like Fandango and Slacker and Shazam. And of course, more verticals to come. But get that social activity into search so we can provide users a much more relevant, engaging experience in search and drive you more engaged users back to your applications. And then we did the content recommendations just a few days ago, right? Driving more traffic, driving more engagement inside your mobile websites, letting users discover content they simply would not have discovered. Developers, publishers were losing traffic in mobile web because users didn't have a good way to find interesting content, right? And so now we've created a way for those users to find something that's truly interesting, truly special, based on what the article is about that they're reading or what their friends have liked inside that given property. And then just today, seamless authentication, right? User connects on mobile, in a mobile app, and when they load your service on a web browser, they are just connected. And trust me, there will be much more to come very quickly. We're going to stay very busy to keep driving this connection between Google and the rest of the internet, and hopefully bring a lot of value to both users and you, the developers. So we're here at Google I/O. This is an overhead shot of the Google Plus sandbox that's out there. I very much invite you guys to go see all the different publishers, all the different developers that have come to Google I/O with really stellar Google Plus integrations, right? So there are over 50 developers outside who have various forms of interesting integrations with Google Plus sign-in, with content recommendations, with over-the-air installs, interactive posts, kind of lots of different stuff is on display there, which could hopefully give you some ideas. I think it's about 20 developers every day that are going to cycle through day 1, day 2, and day 3. So you'll have lots to look at. If you come back tomorrow, there'll be a new set of folks to get inspiration from. I really invite you to go take a look. A couple that I just thought were pretty cool. So Air New Zealand's here. And they have this, of course, Google Plus sign-in integrated. And when you sign in, they've done something a little special, right? It's send me your wish, which we thought was just cute. So you see your friends, right? And you can send a wish to your friends. And when you do that, you just go ahead, select a friend, type in a wish. It gets sent to Air New Zealand. And then, of course, you can let people know about it.
Seth, you left off the most important feature. You can also choose the fairy's wardrobe from her closet.
Really? That's good to know. I did not know that one. Or another one that we thought was really neat, Glamour. So David pointed out that you can get any Google permission here. So it happened really fast. But you can see that now I've signed in to Glamour using Google Plus Sign-In. I'm actually already subscribed to the YouTube channel. Because one of the capabilities that YouTube has is to subscribe to their channels through an API. And that's one of many APIs that you could ask for. Like David said, you could have asked for access to someone's calendar to put events on their calendar, or asked for access to their drive. This is a really great example of someone going beyond just the straight social functionality and saying, hey, when someone connects with us, since we have an active YouTube channel, we'd like to have them subscribe to our YouTube channel too. And we thought that was pretty neat. So we've got a lot of sessions that are going to be happening over the next couple of days that are about the Google Plus platform. So this is day 1. I encourage you guys to take a look. It's in your, the I/O application as well, where you can kind of scan through, or on developers.google.com/IO. So these are the day 1 activities, and then there's a bunch of activities on day 2 as well, all about how to really take advantage of these features that hopefully should be there to both create an awesome user experience inside your properties and drive you more unique users, right? More traffic, more engagement, right? More page views, and create a really seamless experience between mobile and web. So with that, I think we have a few minutes left, and we'd love to take any questions that you folks might have from the audience.
Yeah. There are a couple of microphones. Please use them, because this is also being live streamed. There's also for people who are watching at some of the remote events, there's a link that I'm told you can see next to the stream where you can submit questions online, and I've got that open if anyone finds that channel and wants to use it.
So go ahead.
Hi, Tantek Celik from Mozilla. As part of the Google Plus platform, do you guys have any plans to support any of the social web standards, such as PubSub Hubbub, co-developed by various Google folks, both for subscribing to Google Plus feeds in real time and being on Google Plus and being able to subscribe to feeds across the web in real time?
We have no immediate plans. We're obviously looked very closely at those standards. We have people who help build those standards. You've been part of the community that's helped define some of those standards. What we've looked at with a lot of aspects of Google Plus is really not just on autopilot following the model that made sense before and looking at each aspect of sharing, each aspect of relationships and saying, which ones do we know we want to replicate? Which ones do we know we want to do something new and different on? I'll get concrete in a second. And which ones do we not know yet, so we're going to go slow? So for example, on the basic relationship model, we knew that we wanted to not follow the standard model and introduce the concept of circles, and we think that has led to a whole richer set of engagement opportunities in the product and therefore ripples into how the platform works. Around the stream itself, we have been watching how the conversational environment evolves inside Google+, and we really like the kinds of conversations that are fostered in there. And we are leery that if we too easily allow people to do what could be perceived as junk mail entering the conversation or perceived as fragmenting the conversation, it would hurt the nature of and the quality of. So that's why we've been going very slowly around anything that provides that kind of stream access in either direction that you're talking about. There are some basic things out there, I'm sure you know about them, that we have a lot of partners who are using those basic things. There's a car out there where you can watch your Google Plus post in the Mercedes on one of the, I think they're on the 3rd floor, they've put something together, but nothing to say about the specific standards that you asked about.
How about the person in the back?
Sure, I love the automated app install on my Android phone. Is there anything you can do to make it automated on an iPad, or is that kind of Apple's decision? Yeah. And then the unrelated follow-up is, my main problem with sharing things on Google Plus is none of my friends know to click that red box in the upper right-hand corner of their toolbar. Is there any kind of more obvious way you could maybe I could just send things right into their email?
Yep. To your second question, the notifications on that go into Google. So a point I made is the Google Plus platform is very much about connecting a user with their entire Google experience, right, across all the properties with your applications, right? And you've seen lots of features from Android to search to maps. Those notifications are one of the things that we actually find users click on quite a fair amount. Now, one thing to note as a developer is we're very careful with the notifications. We heard from users when we were creating the sharing features with the Google Plus platform that users they're almost scared of spamming friends, right? They really don't want to spam friends. But when they do want to share to friends, they want to make absolutely certain that their friends are going to see something. And so the way we design the notifications is that if someone's specific name is called out in that sharing box, which actually as a developer, if you've pulled down the user's friends list, right, you now have my list of people in my circles. You can, even in your own UI, let me select friends and then choose to pre-populate, I think it's up to 10 names inside that box individually. And then those notifications will trigger. Just on the basis of a circle, the notifications won't trigger, because we think that that is too loud. If I shared something with a circle of 100 people, not all 100 people probably should get that notification. But if I actually chose to call someone specifically out, that person should get the notification. And not only will they get that notification across every Google property, they'll also get an email, as long as they haven't changed their default settings. So it's as close as we could get to guaranteed delivery.
It might be they're just ignoring you. I did a test with my family a little while ago where I'd been posting a fair number of things and hearing, a little bit, but some crickets back. So I did a sort of loud caps post saying, hey, could you just let me know if you get this? And they all said, oh yeah, we get it. We just didn't have anything to say to you before. It's like, okay.
To your second question about iOS, so as you probably noticed in the story throughout the presentation, every feature that we are launching in Google Plus platform is cross-platform for Android, iOS, and web, with the exception of the really super seamless one-click install from web to mobile. The only reason is because we cannot do that on iOS, right? We don't have quite the level of access in iOS that we would need to make that as seamless as possible for users to create a good user experience. If we could do it, we would, but right now we just can't. So it's the one feature that unfortunately we can't make cross-platform. Fire away.
Hi, this is Chris from Austria. You mentioned the possibility to connect the Android app with the Google Plus sign-in button on the website. Is there any mechanism or possibility to specify two apps? So I'm thinking of multiple app developers have a free version and a paid version, or even multiple apps. So is there any mechanism for this?
Yeah, so we've looked at that. We want to do that. We want to do it once we're sure that we have shut off the abuse potential of an ill-intentioned developer using that in a bad way. And we think we know how to do that, but until we're positive that we can get that right and handle all of that, we're going to go slowly there. So yeah, the use case you described is a great use case. There's another use case where some developers have a family of apps where they've chosen to provide like 3 kinds of functionality as separate top-level apps. It's a fine pattern, but we wanted to start with the one-to-one, which is what you saw, which covers the majority.
How about the person behind you? I think he's been waiting longer. Oh, yep, on the front. Yeah, Mike.
John Blossom, Shore Communications and Content Nation. I enjoy using the service. One thing that you just did, you activated comments in Blogger, which has been excellent. It's actually made me want to blog for the first time in a long time because I know that my community will come with me and stay engaged in the content. What's the roadmap for exposing that to mainstream publishers who may be interested in that sort of engagement? Are you getting feedback that they are in fact interested in it, on services such as HuffPost? Question 2, as long as I waited. It's a pain in the butt if you want to expose your content to the public, and you have specific circles you don't want to receive it. Like my dad really doesn't want to hear about everything that I do in my professional life. Public goes to him anyway, regardless. Is that ever going to change? So 2 things, thank you.
Great question. In terms of the second question, it's not on the roadmap. So right now, if you do choose public, that does go to everybody. Obviously, circles were designed to let you decide what to share with very specific people. I've actually not heard that request before, but duly noted. For the second, so like you said, we just put out comments in Blogger. It was our first shot at making comments really great and kind of crossing them between the conversation that's happening on Google Plus on a given topic and putting that into Blogger and making it available there. We've seen interesting demand and even a few hacks out in market trying to take those comments from that commenting system from Blogger and bring it into other sites. But we don't have anything that we could kind of announce on that at present.
Is it something that you'd be interested in using on sites you manage or sites you visit?
I think that a lot of folks would. I'm using it on my sites now because I'm using a blogging mechanism within our site.
Yep.
But just look at what happens, say, on the Huffington Post. People have options there. They can Facebook, they can Twitter.
Yep.
At minimum, there should be an X to be able to say that it's Google+. But it seems like what you're saying is you're creating the ability for them to create engagement much more efficiently with all these other things surrounding the commenting mechanism. So, this could be icing on the cake, it seems.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead.
You talked earlier about plus naming for notifications. I'm wondering what's the upper limit?
Sorry, could you start again? I couldn't hear you at first.
You talked earlier about plus naming for notifications. I'm wondering what's the upper limit for the number of people you can plus name in a post to get those automated to get those notifications that prevents my users from getting 10,000 emails with 10,000 other people's names in them.
Yep. Right now, I believe it's set at 10. So you can do up to 10 names specifically called out inside a share box, which you can pass into it. So if you built your own UI to let a user select names, you can pass it in. The user will then see the share box, and they'll see those names listed out. So we made sure that users would know exactly what's happening at each step. But right now it's 10.
And the intent behind that is we're trying to, again, match real-world conversations where there's a mode of, I want to talk very directly to 3 or 4 people, and it's probably very important to me that they hear it, and they probably want to hear it. It's unlikely I want to start an intimate conversation with 97 people at once. Possible, but that's not the case we optimized for.
Thank you.
Hi, Jonathan Frankel, School of Rock. This might be a little bit outside of the scope of what you were talking about, but we're really interested in if you have any plans, and if you do have any plans, are you willing to share plans to allow for some enterprise control of Google Plus accounts?
Sorry, enterprise control?
Yeah. So right now we can provision accounts in the cPanel. Obviously, we can enable Google Plus for the accounts in the cPanel, but we don't have any direct control over the Google Plus accounts. They're kind of connected to, but I guess separate from the Google account that we control. And yeah, I think it would be really useful for us. It seems like we could create a community, which would be very useful for us if we just had a little bit more top-down control.
Yeah. There's work happening there. I don't know their exact roadmap, but if you come find me afterwards, I can get your contact info and put you in touch with the product manager who's working to do that. It's what we find is that if we look at the world of all the people using Google Apps in their domain, there's a set of requirements that we have done that satisfy a chunk of the pie, and then there's a richer set of requirements before we can get the next set to say, yes, this works for me, and so on. And we're just working our way through that list. I don't know where your requirements would fit, but I can connect you.
Cool. All right, I guess we'll take the last question.
Alan Furstenberg. Can you elaborate a little bit on if and how the Google Plus moments are going to be integrating in any way with the Game Center?
So when we first announced Google Plus sign-in, we talked about app activities, or you're referring to them as moments. So just to make sure that everybody's on the same page, that's how you as a developer or publisher can let us know what users are doing inside your apps. Now, we want to take that data and put it in the most interesting, most contextually relevant place for users, right? What we're not particularly interested in is only throwing them at people on a kind of timeline basis, right? Because if you read an article about Costa Rica right now, I don't really care, right? But if I start doing a search for Costa Rica, what my friend has written on Costa Rica, commented on Costa Rica, read about Costa Rica, I probably care. Or if I'm doing a map search for Costa Rica or San Jose, Costa Rica, I probably care then, right? So we want to take this information and use it in context, which would be a better user experience and send you all as developers and publishers more qualified traffic back. The first place we launched it was on people's profiles. So if I went specifically to your profile and you said, yes, I get access to that because I'm in a circle that you've named, then I can see it. And that's, we're not spamming it at people. But if I'm interested in what you're doing, I can go see what you've done in a given app. The second place that we publicly talked about was in search, right? And you saw us launch movies and music verticals into search using that same data. What I can certainly promise you is that you will continue to see the same kind of data roll throughout other Google properties where it makes sense. The way we think about it is that users have very specific intents as they use Maps versus search versus Play, as you mentioned, versus the Google Plus stream. And we want to make sure that we're doing a great job giving the users exactly what they would want based on the reason they're using a given product as we think about rolling that data out across Google. So thank you all very much. Really appreciate it. Please do stop by all the developers' booths outside in the sandbox.
Try out the new feedback mechanism. Love to hear what you think so we can tune this up for next time. And check the sandbox, check the other talks if you want to go deeper on any of the things we talked about. That's where you'll find the deep dives. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you all.
from Moscone Center here in San Francisco. We're here to talk about Blink. I'm Louis Gray, and I'm joined by Alex Komorowski and Paul Irish. Welcome, gentlemen. Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely.
Real quickly, we want to talk about Blink, brand new rendering engine. I want to give your guys' take on what's been introduced.
So Blink is a new rendering engine. It's based off of originally off of WebKit. It's a rendering engine that's open source and it's using Chromium and Chrome.
So you said open source. Is it a Google product? Open source? Like, help us out.
It's it's operated within kind of the Chromium open source community. So there's Chromium, which is kind of the open source implementation of Google Chrome, they're basically 99% the same. With a few very small differences. But Blink is an open source project and likely even we expect it to be used in Opera's products as well.
Sure. Yeah, so it's open source, and one of the things that one of our main goals with the project is to be as transparent as open as possible. So we're trying to have as much of a discussion in public channels. We've already seen a lot of really good engagement from people from other companies, from other organizations and web developers on these threads, sort of providing their feedback about features we're thinking about implementing, and it's been really great.
Right, so how does a new rendering engine benefit consumers anyway? Is it going to get faster? Like, what's going to happen?
So as it starts out, it's based off of WebKit. So it's basically, it was about, as of a month ago, it was almost exactly the same. Since then, we've been optimizing some pieces on our side, and it will continue to get faster. And over time, however, a stronger, faster rendering engine allows you to do new things, so allows developers to build better experiences. It allows them to be faster, so consumers' web pages will just appear faster and do more things.
Like one of the main things that we'd like to, that we focus a lot on is speed, right? And so when I'm scrolling a page on my phone, I want it to stick to my finger, and I want that experience to be fantastic. And with Blink, we have the opportunity to make some really kind of radical changes to the infrastructure of how a browser is put together to really deliver a fast and awesome user experience.
So one thing that's really interesting, you look at the web, and it was talked about today in today's keynote. We're on the 20th anniversary of the introduction of the web. And one of the things that's really helped the web grow and just work on practically every device is standards. And so with the introduction of a new rendering engine, is this a situation where web developers and app developers who code for the web are going to have to make two versions of their product? Like, what does that mean for a developer side?
There's no big real changes. The Blink is dedicated to just supporting an interoperable web, and that's something that we believe a lot in, and it's having a compatible interoperable web. So for developers building for the web, you build to web standards, you build just as you did, and you can expect it to work.
And I think back many, many years ago, different browsers were very different. I think in the past few years, the different rendering engines have gotten closer and closer, and that's a lot closer, as everyone really is taking standards very seriously. We're also investing, we're very excited to invest more in testing, so helping write tests with standards organizations and other browser vendors that all the browser rendering engines can run, and that helps verify that these things are interoperable. And so the developers only have to they don't have to write totally different versions for different browsers.
In the past, developers have known about like browser quirks and things like that. And over the past few years, they've been less and less because browsers are running the exact same tests, even though they're different products.
Right. So this is a situation you used to have like modern browsers and non-modern browsers. Is Blink like a cut above? Is it going to be the most modern browser?
It certainly moves fast, and it gets new features all the time. But it's really you're gonna get a consistent experience when you're coding to the new features.
And I mean, although the goal is to build the best possible rendering engine we can, but what's great about the open web is you have all these different compatible rendering engines, and so this is very healthy competition to spur innovation throughout the ecosystem.
So one thing we've talked about before, I mean, since Blink is still fairly new, and we're talking a little bit about the new features that are going to come out. We expect the community to respond really strongly. One of the questions I have around browsing is we have so many people who are browsing on mobile these days relative to the desktop. How much did the advancement of mobile usage of browsing impact the decision to look toward Blink? And do you think that mobile users can see the benefits of Blink as quickly as desktop?
So I think if you saw the keynote this morning, Linus talked a lot about how the future of the web is mobile. And so we take this really seriously on the Chrome team. Now, the reason that we started Blink actually came down to the fact that Chromium's multi-process architecture is just different than the other WebKit-based browsers, and it led to complexity in the code base. And that was primarily the thing that drove us to make this decision. But yes, we care very deeply about mobile, and we're excited about the different kinds of things we can experiment with.
And when you look at the complexity in the code base, I remember when we launched, we had our initial blog posts and the reactions to it. A lot of discussion was taken to kind of getting away some of the cruft or older code that was available in WebKit. How does that benefit folks as well? Is it just easier to develop on it with fewer lines of code? And what are we getting away from?
I want to point out actually that WebKit is an amazing code base, and it's an amazing community. And what we were trying to remove were pieces that just weren't relevant to Chromium. And so when you have extra stuff in a code base that you aren't using, that's code that has more surface area for bugs. It takes longer to check out as a developer. It takes longer to build even. And so it was removing pieces that didn't apply to Chromium, but were still very nice pieces of code, like JavaScript core, for example.
Yep. And one of the things, I mean, you mentioned code and cruft. One of the fun things I've seen bump up in coverage of Blink is vendor prefixes. For those of us online who don't know what a vendor prefix is, what is it, Paul? And why do I care about a vendor prefix?
So a vendor prefix, the idea behind vendor prefix is a way to kind of insulate users when browsers want to introduce kind of a new experimental feature. And they want to be able to have a little bit of freedom to maybe change it in the future, and then browser vendors will kind of work together, standardize it, and then the prefix that's in front of it will disappear, it'll graduate. Now, that was kind of the idea behind it, and it sounds good. But in practice, over the past few years, it's kind of not worked out. And it's had some kind of harmful effects on the ecosystem. So one of the things with the introduction of Blink was that we were able to take a policy and said that we're not going to be introducing any new vendor prefixes. It's painful as a developer to deal with having multiple vendor prefixes, and we're not going to add any new ones, and we're not going to introduce new features that have this. And this is a similar model to what Mozilla with Firefox has gone towards, and also the W3C CSS working group has kind of said that this is a direction that makes sense going forward.
Now, Blink is still fairly new. I know a lot of people often when something comes out right away, they say, how can I get my hands on it? And because Blink is an engine and not an app, it's not like you can just download Blink and start playing. But so if you want to get your hands on it either as a developer or as a user, what's the best way to do that?
So again, from the very beginning, it was literally just WebKit, and then we've been developing in a slightly different direction. And so all the newest versions ever since April 4th, I think, when we announced Blink, have been using Blink. It's just that it's not really that different yet. It's getting more and more different. And so those versions will become on the stable channel of Chrome in a number of weeks.
The beta, Chrome beta has Blink in it, and Canary has Blink in it. So if you want to, try it out, but
it's not going to feel very different.
And as a Chrome OS user, do I get access to Blink as well, or is that a separate branch?
Yep.
So, I mean, I'm using my Pixel here. I use Pixel practically every single day, as often as I
love
can.
mine.
And so one of the things that's been really cool for me for the Pixel, I know we have a conversation about that tomorrow, is you're finding more and more web apps are replacing the things that I traditionally had to use a desktop for. Is that part of also our consideration as we build a new rendering engine to enable what's next in the world of web apps?
Absolutely. We believe very firmly that the web platform deserves to be as powerful as any other native platform. And so we've been pushing within the ecosystem, within the standards bodies, and really supporting that drive to make the web platform as powerful as possible. So.
Absolutely. Well, Paul and Alex, I appreciate you guys coming down today. I know you have a very busy Google I/O, really one of the hottest topics that's out there for the web and for Google in general. For those of you on the live stream, stay tuned. We have 4 more sessions coming your way, whether you're on the Android channel, Chrome channel, or the technical ones as well. And we'll be back right after those with more programming at Google Developers Live at I/O.
I'm also honored to have Jonathan Taylor, who's VP of Mobile at Priceline, and he's going to be talking about something very exciting too. So we are very happy because we were able to announce a great product for mobile commerce today called Google Wallet Instant Buy. And as you'll see, it's going to help your users, consumers, be able to buy physical goods and services in a much easier way. So before we get into the product details, we thought we should look at things in perspective. Today when we look at a rotary dial phone, we laugh, especially when we have our nice, shiny Android devices next to us. And we believe that the state of mobile commerce today, when we take a step back maybe in the future and look back to where we are today, that's how we'll look at the state of m-commerce. So what is the state of m-commerce today? Unfortunately, it's a very painful state. For many of you who have tried to make a purchase on your mobile device, the average person goes through 24 steps, 24 plus steps, because you have to enter your billing information, and God forbid if your shipping information is different from your billing information, you have to enter more keystrokes, and then not to mention that many sites require you to set up a username and password, log in, and when you add all these steps up, you could easily have 100 keystrokes, friction, which leads to abandonment, which means you don't have high conversion rates. And one of the stats that's staggering is the purchase abandonment rate with mobile commerce. So 97% of users abandon a purchase midstream. And just to again take a step back, mobile commerce is growing at 100% year over year. So the question we ask ourselves is, how much more could this market be growing if we were able to reduce or eliminate this friction? And that's where Google Wallet Instant Buy comes in. So how are we addressing this pain point? So there's a couple of ways we're addressing this pain point. One is we want to have faster checkout for physical goods and services. So as many of you know, by virtue of having an Android phone, you have Android Play on it, the Android Play Store, and many of you have hopefully made a purchase on Android Play. By virtue of making that purchase, you've set up a Google Wallet. And now that you already have the Google Wallet set up, you can use that same wallet for making a purchase for physical goods and services, or, for example, buying something on Priceline. So we reduce one friction pain point, which is removing the pain of entering your billing and payment information. The other pain point we covered was registration and login. And I think many of you may have attended the G Plus sessions already. That's a great way to remove this pain point. Not only can you avoid the users from having to set up a different username and password, we can also share profile information so you can make it a more personalized experience when a user comes in to log in. So speed is everything in m-commerce, and I think hopefully you're getting the message. If you do step 1 and 2, you make checkout fast and easy, and it's all about speed when it comes to m-commerce. Security is something that we are very passionate about, and there's one traditional misconception out there that security and convenience are a zero-sum game. We think that's a false choice. We think you can raise the bar on both security and convenience, and we have done that with Google Wallet Instant Buy. So what are we doing about security? We're doing a couple of things. One is every time you make a purchase, we generate a one-time virtual card. This other thing we do is we have a Google Wallet purchase protection program. So your users, your consumers of your application have a peace of mind that any unauthorized purchase is something they don't need to worry about. And most importantly, we have risk-based authentication. So when you have an Android device, you're already logged into the device. We don't ask you to enter a username and password, but we do have a very sophisticated risk engine that will challenge your user if it gets a risk signal. There's two other points which I'll just touch on, but Michael's going to cover in more detail, which relate around lightweight integration. And the reason for that is because our integration is client to client. So there's no back-end elongated server process, but you don't have to take my word for it. Jonathan and team and the other launch partners, you can talk to them directly and they'll talk about their experience. And finally, we don't charge any additional fees. If you use Google Wallet, you continue to use your existing payment processor. Google doesn't charge any additional fees on top of that. So how does the product work? So this is actually from our sample application. And for those of you who will use our SDK, you will also get the source code for the sample application. So the typical purchase process starts with the screen on the left. So I go to checkout, and I've chosen what I want to buy. It's a Canon. I'm going to invoke the Buy with Google Wallet button. So typically, you would place the Buy with Google Wallet button at checkout. And when I do that, it brings up the middle screen that you see. It's what we call the chooser. This is the Google Wallet Instant Buy chooser. So I mentioned earlier to you all that if you've used Play, by virtue of using that, you've set up an account, a Google Wallet account. So let's say I set up a Google Wallet account and I had MasterCard as my funding instrument, or what we call your backing card. That's what's going to show up. That's the MasterCard you see where it says Pay To. You can change it to another source if you want. It also has my shipping address below. So because it already got this from my Play account, I don't have to go through the friction or pain point of entering it again. I also want to draw your attention to the checkbox. This is what we call pre-authorization. This is very important because if your user checks this box and gives consent, next time when that same user comes back to your application, they can skip this screen. So it makes it a two-tap purchase process. Once the chooser comes up, after the user gives consent, we pass control back to your site, which is a screen on the right. There we also do what's called a master wallet. So essentially, we pass to you the last 4 digits of the funding instrument, which is the MasterCard ending in 5417, and the shipping address. And as far as you're concerned as a developer or merchant, it's as if the user had typed it in. When the user hits confirm order, then we pass what's called a full wallet, which has that one-time virtual MasterCard I talked about. And the beauty about this is you don't have to make any changes downstream from your payment processing perspective. What I mean by that is it's as if I had typed a MasterCard on your mobile commerce site. So again, it's very powerful because it goes back to lightweight integration. So we thought it would be good if we could have Jonathan now demonstrate what I've been talking about and give a demo of Priceline and talk about his experience integrating with Instant Buy. So Jonathan, over to you.
Okay, Prakash, thanks very much. We'll switch over to the Wolf. Well, at Priceline, we are all about bringing great travel deals to our customers, and we're especially interested in making it fast and easy for our customers to book a great hotel room at a great rate from their mobile device. Now, as Prakash mentioned, speed is everything. Speed always wins, and this is a very important differentiator for us. We want to make it as quick and easy to check out on Priceline with the Android app as we can. So we have teamed up with Google to introduce full Google Wallet integration into our Android app. And I'll give you an example of how that works. But first I'll say that a wise man once gave me some advice, which is, Jonathan, never do a live demo on a wireless network. So with that advice, that sage advice in mind, we will do a live demo on a wireless network. So let's imagine that I'm a brand new Priceline customer. I've just downloaded and installed the brand new Priceline app, which was just released today from the Play Store. And I'll bring it up. And I had this idea that since we have this great spring weather here on the West Coast, I'll extend my vacation a little bit and book a great hotel room down the coast in Monterey this weekend. So we'll choose the hotel section from the Priceline app. Rather than San Francisco, we'll choose Monterey, which we've recently chosen. And we'll check in on Saturday the 18th and check out on the 19th. We'll choose one room and do a search for that. So let's see what's available in Monterey this weekend. The Priceline app is searching for all the available rooms and rates among all the available hotels in Monterey. And hopefully we'll have a result shortly. There we go. A couple of good choices there. I think we'll pick the Hyatt Regency Monterey. We can browse through the hotel amenities, look at some pictures. We can look at guest reviews and just get a general idea of what the hotel looks like. And this is the normal checkout flow for hotel. And again, I'm a first-time customer, So I have not yet chosen my Google sign-in or my Google Wallet method of payment. We may need to switch wireless networks. There we go. No, we didn't quite make it. Let me take this off for a second and we'll switch networks. Okay. Almost there. And there we go. That looks a little bit better. Get our orientation right. And we have the details on our selection. So we'll choose Book Now. We'll choose a great room coming up here, a king bed. And we have a brand new option in our checkout options now, which is to sign in with Google. So this is the Google single sign-on option. We'll choose sign in with Google, and immediately we'll be asked to have the app granted permission to a couple things in our Google profile, access to the wallet information and access to the basic profile information. We'll say OK for that, and what will happen is it will choose Google Wallet as our default method of payment now. And this is the regular Google Wallet payment selector, which Michael will talk about in a minute. And very importantly, we're going to choose the box that Prakash mentioned, which is to use Google Wallet to pay for future purchases, so the number of taps the next time through the application is greatly diminished. We'll say OK for that. And right away, we have our summary of charges. We have our payment method as Google Wallet is pre-selected. It's copied the payment information and the billing information from the wallet, and we can go ahead and book now. So we've just done our first Priceline hotel booking using Google Wallet. Now the good news is that if I'm a repeat customer and I come back through the application a second time, the number of taps required to check out is even less because I've signed in with Google, which is sticky, and I've chosen Google Wallet as my default method of payment. So if I come back through the app and decide to book maybe another weekend in Monterey, I'll show you how much faster it is the second time, especially now that we have a great Wi-Fi network. Again, we'll choose our hotel from the available hotels. Let's try the Casa Munros. We'll say book now, and again, we'll choose our best rate available, or choose a room and rate combination that we like. We'll choose this Queen room. And this time through, we go directly into Google Wallet because we're signed into Google. We've chosen Google Wallet as our method of payment. And immediately, we have our payment method selected. All we need to do is say book now. And we've made our second booking on Priceline, this time much faster. So we've greatly improved the checkout flow for Priceline customers. Now, the good news is that the points of integration from the app to the Google Play services are pretty straightforward. And as Prakash mentioned, our payment backend systems are changed very little because we actually have a full-fledged card number to pass through to it. And Michael will talk a little bit more about the details of integration, but now I'll turn it back over to Prakash.
Thank you, Jonathan. That was great. I should have mentioned this earlier, but if you see anything that excites you, feel free to applaud at any point in this presentation. So with that, on the spirit of applause, I think we need to applaud all our launch partners. We are very grateful. We have a great roster of partners who have launched Google Wallet Instant Buy. And just to make a shameless plug, we have a blog post that was released at noon, and you will be able to test those applications out. So the partners we have launched with today are Airbnb, Expedia, Fancy, Gigya, GoPago, NFC TagStand, Priceline, of course, Rulala, Booking.com, Tabbed Out, Uber, and Wrap. What I'd really like to encourage everybody to do is download these apps and experience the great m-commerce experience yourself. So for example, if you haven't made vacation plans for summer, I'd encourage you to try out Priceline and make a booking just like Jonathan did. We have a slew of other travel partners too. If you want to try a local San Francisco eatery, Bistro Burger, I'd encourage you to download GoPago, install it, and order ahead. I'd also encourage you to, when you go to some of the after session festivities we have organized, to call Uber for a cab ride so you can drive home safely. The other thing I want to emphasize is we have many of these partners in the Google Wallet sandbox area. So I'd really encourage everybody to show up there if you're interested in this product and talk to the developers and partners directly. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Michael, who's going to walk you through the rest of the presentation.
Thanks, Prakash. No more demos, I swear. It's really humbling to see the list of partners out there, a lot of great apps using our software. Hopefully after you saw the Priceline demo, you'll agree it's a great experience for your customers. But you guys are developers. You guys want to know how all this works. So let's take a look. So this is sort of the instant buy flow. And you'll notice there's a fork at the top of this sort of flow chart here. And that corresponds to the first time versus subsequent times a user uses instant buy in your application. There's 4 steps involved. The first is getting a mask wallet. As Prakash mentioned earlier, a mask wallet is just a description of the payment instrument the user is going to use for the transaction. So it's usually something like MasterCard, 1234, so the last 4 digits. Just enough information for the user to identify the instrument, but it's not the full 16 digits to it. And it also includes a shipping address. So you want to get a mask wallet. The first time a user uses Instant Buy with your application, you're going to need to show the Instant Buy UI. So that's sort of the right side of the fork here. That's the Choose Your UI that you saw earlier. It shows the payment instruments the user has. So if they've bought something on Google Play, maybe they bought an app, they'll see the credit card there. If they've bought a Nexus 7, they'll see the shipping address that they shipped it to will be listed there. So they can select what they want to use there. Then you'll be given the mask wallet data. And with that, you want to update your UI. The first thing you'll probably want to do is calculate sales tax, calculate shipping costs, and show that to your user. You'll probably also want to show the mask wallet information to the user so they know, okay, it's this card that's going to get charged, is this address where things are going to be sent. Once they're happy with it, then they can confirm the transaction, and that's when you'll get a full wallet. The full wallet is just like the mask wallet, but it also includes this generated virtual card that you can then turn around, send to your backend systems for payment processing. So we'll go into some more detail on these steps here. I was really hoping Jonathan would give us the source code to Priceline, and we could kind of look at some of that. But instead, we'll have to settle for our sample app. As Prakash mentioned earlier, it's a sample application. All the source code comes with the SDK, so you guys can take a look at it. On this screen, the only thing you see going on is this Buy with Google button. It's important for your users to see that. It lets them know, hey, I'm going to use Google to complete this purchase. It's very reassuring to them. But behind the scenes, there's even more going on. Behind the scenes, the application is establishing a connection to Instant Buy. Now, that sounds kind of strange, so maybe you might want to know what's going on with that. Well, to understand that, let's look at the Instant Buy architecture. Instant Buy is a component of Google Play Services. You might have heard about Google Play Services earlier today in the keynote. It's been out for almost a year, so you might have actually already be using it. It's pushed to all Android devices running Froyo or higher. That includes all those Gingerbread devices. And to have the Play Store. To integrate with Instant Buy, all you have to do is compile in the Play Services client library into your application. That client library is a very thin client library. The bulk of the code is part of the Play Services APK, which runs in a separate process. And it's because it's running in a separate process is why you have to create this connection between your application and the Play Services process. So creating that connection, it's pretty straightforward. First, you want to create an instance of a wallet client. This is really the main entry point into Instant Buy. It's the object that has all the APIs you're going to use. Creating one is pretty straightforward. You pass in an activity to it. You pass in a constant saying what environment. We have a test environment we call Sandbox, where you can use fake credit card numbers so you can test out your integration without actually having to spend money. You can specify an account that ties into single sign-on, which we mentioned earlier, and I'll go into more detail soon. And a couple of callbacks. The first is this connection callback, which is going to receive lifecycle events for your connection to the Play Services APK. So it's going to receive events like on connected or on disconnected. And finally, there's a failure listener. If for some reason you can't establish the connection, that listener gets notified of that. Once you've created an instance of the wallet client, then you just call connect. That's an asynchronous call, just like all the other APIs in Instant Buy. So now you're ready to get a Mask wallet. There's a few things you need to figure out before you request a Mask wallet. Do you need a full billing address? Do you need a shipping address? Do you need the user's phone number? We really wanted to make Instant Buy fit in with your existing checkout flow. So if you ask for a full billing address, then you tell Instant Buy you need a full billing address. If you only ask for a minimal billing address, so basically just the zip code of their billing address, then you can tell Instant Buy that, and that's all we'll ask the user for as well. So once you have all these things figured out, then you're ready to create a request for a Mask wallet. So when you want to do that is when your connection callbacks on connected method gets invoked. That tells you that the connection has been established with Instant Buy and it's safe to call other APIs. So to build your Mask wallet request, we have a very convenient builder you can use. And this is just where you set all the options. Like here, I'm saying I need a shipping address. Once you set your options, you call build, and you've got a request ready to go. You take that request, and you call the load Mask wallet method on the wallet client. You also pass a listener to this. This API, as I mentioned, like all the others, it's asynchronous. So you pass a listener that gets invoked once the data is returned back from Google. At this point, the first time your users use Instant Buy in your application, you'll need to show the Instant Buy UI. You're going to get a callback here that will receive a connection result. If you happen to have used any of the other parts of Google Play Services, the connection result object should be familiar to you already, as it's used through all the different components. It basically has a success or failure method. And in our case, success means you've got data as a response to the request you made, and there's no UI to show. So that corresponds to the pre-authorization case for the subsequent times a user uses Instant Buy in your application. Failure, while that sounds kind of harsh, it just means that we couldn't return the data to you yet, and you need to show the Instant Buy UI. To show the Instant Buy UI, we rely on the start activity for result, on activity result paradigm that's used, it's very common in Android development. Okay, to show the Instant Buy UI, the listener you passed to load Mask wallet has an on Mask wallet loaded method that will get invoked. It gets passed a connection result and a Mask wallet. So you check if it was a success or not. If it was a success, then you got data back from Instant Buy, and now you're ready to update your UI with the Mask wallet data. If it wasn't a success, it was a failure, then it needs resolution. That means you need to show the Instant Buy UI. Typically, you'll probably want to put that behind a button, probably that Buy with Google button. So that's what we did in this case. We created a button, and when it gets clicked, then we call the start resolution for result method on connection result. As I mentioned, connection result is actually used throughout Play Services, and when there is resolution, it's basically wrapping a pending intent behind it. So it's turning around and calling start activity for result, using that pending intent. So just like anything else when you use the on activity, start activity for result paradigm, your activities on activity result method will be called once the Instant Buy UI has been dismissed. So if everything went smoothly, you'll get a result OK. This is the standard result you'd see in Android development. In that case, you can pull the mask wallet data out of the intent passed to you on activity result. And then you're ready to update your UI. If there was a problem, like say there was a network connection issue, then you can pull an error code out. We have a list of error codes in our documentation so that you know what each of these error codes mean, and you can decide how to deal with it in your application. So now that you've got the mask wallet data, you're ready to use it. You're ready to update your UI. So you want to calculate sales tax and shipping, update the totals for the transactions so your user sees how much they're going to pay. You want to show the mask wallet information, so the description of the payment instrument that's going to get charged for this transaction, and the address things are going to get shipped to. And you should give the users a chance to change this in case they made a mistake. Finally, you'll provide a confirmation button, so once the user is happy with their choices, they can confirm the order. When they confirm the order, that's when you're ready to get a full wallet. So to get a full wallet, it's very similar to getting a mask wallet. First, you build a full wallet request. One thing I want to note here is setting the Google Transaction ID. That's an ID that you're going to get in the mask wallet that gets returned to you. And it lets us tie together this full wallet request to the mask wallet we sent earlier, so we know which card to charge. You can set some other options like the total price, line items in the cart, and then you can build your request. And then you'll pass that to Load Full Wallet, another API on Wallet Client. And just like with Load Mask Wallet, you'll pass a listener to that as well. That listener will have a single method for you to implement on Full Wallet Loaded. And it follows a very similar pattern to we saw on Mask Wallet Loaded. You get a connection result passed to you and a full wallet object. You check if the result was a success, in which case the full wallet object passed to you will not be null, and you can use it to send to your back end. There is a chance that it could require resolution and was not a success. This would happen if for some reason we thought there was something fraudulent about the transaction and we wanted to challenge the user to confirm their identity. So in that case, you do a start resolution for result, just like you did with the mask wallet request. At this point, you're now accepting Google Wallet. So we'll just go over the steps again real quick. The first thing you want to do is to get a mask wallet. That is a description of the payment instrument that's going to be charged for the user, so something like MasterCard 1234 plus their shipping address. You need to be ready to show the Instant Buy UI. The first time a user uses Instant Buy in your application, they'll need to show the Instant Buy UI so they can pick what card they want to use, pick which address, they can change these things, and that's where they get the option to use Google Wallet as their default payment method for future transactions. Finally, once the user is happy with things and they've confirmed they want to proceed with the transaction, that's when you get a full wallet. Before moving on and talking about single sign-on and security, I want to mention there's a few more Instant Buy sessions at I/O this week. Later today, there's a session called Building Compelling M-Commerce Experiences on Android. That's being given by two of the engineers on the Instant Buy team, plus an engineer from the Fancy. So I really recommend you attend that. They've got a lot of great tips, even some tips that aren't necessarily particular to M-Commerce, but for Android applications in general. Finally, to really get into the details of Instant Buy, we have a code lab on Friday. In the code lab, you'll get a chance to integrate Instant Buy into an existing application. Myself and several other Instant Buy engineers will be TAs for the code lab, so I hope to see you then. Okay, so we've kind of talked about the faster checkout part and how that gets implemented. We want to go back to single sign-on, eliminating registration and login for your users. On here, you see a couple screenshots from the Fancy. As an app you might have seen from the keynote this morning. On the screen on the left, you see the Fancy with a couple of sign-in options here. The top one is a sign-in with Google. There's a couple other buttons on there I'm not as familiar with. I'm sure your users will hit that big, beautiful red button at the top, though. And then they'll get the screen on the right. They're already signed in to their Android device, so they don't have to enter in a name and password to sign in with Google. Instead, they just have to authorize your application to use Google. But wait, there's more. Once you have signed in with Google+, there's some extra benefits you get from this. And one of those is social sharing. So on these screens, on the far left, I'm posting to my G+ account about a shaved ice machine I bought on the Fancy. I really love shaved ice. And who doesn't? In fact, that's what I wrote in the post. The middle screen is as the post will appear to my friends when they see it on G+. So they can see my comment about it, they can see a description and a picture. But most importantly, they see a buy button right there on G+. If they press that buy button and they already have the Fancy on their device, they'll be taken directly to the shaved ice machine listing in the Fancy. And there they'll have the buy now option with Google Wallet. And they'll go into the chooser and they'll be able to complete the transaction very quickly, as we've seen. If they don't have the Fancy installed, they'll be taken to the Play Store where they get a chance to download the Fancy. So with social sharing, you can really drive downloads of your application and engagement, and with Instant Buy, turn all that into conversions. Tomorrow there's a Google+ sign-in for an Android developer session that goes into a lot more detail on how Google+ sign-in works. Okay, I know earlier Prakash mentioned security and how Instant Buy makes things more secure. And I'm sure all the developers in the room were shaking their heads going, I don't trust a product manager talking about security. But he was telling the truth. Let me explain. So Instant Buy is easier and more secure. We've seen the easier parts already. How is it more secure? Well, we don't actually share the full credit card information with anybody. Consumers are always hearing about some big corporations leaking user data, including credit cards. And so you can't blame them if they have a lot of anxiety about sharing their credit card information with some app they just downloaded. So we can eliminate that anxiety. They don't have to share their full information. They've already got their information with Google, so they can just leverage that. Further, the credit cards that we generate have a limit on them that is closely tied to the amount specified in the full wallet request. So once they've been used for a transaction, there's not much money left on the cards. So even if they were compromised in some way, there's not much damage can be done. Further, they have an expiration date that is closely tied to when the card was issued. So there's really only a small window where any problems could happen. Now, you guys might be wondering, is that going to cause some complications for us? These generated virtual cards. But the answer is no. The card we give you is a MasterCard, just like any other MasterCard, so you can charge it just like you would if the user had entered it by hand. Every transaction made with Instant Buy is also backed by the Google Risk Engine, because data leakage is not the only thing users have to worry about. Crunching big numbers is something that Google is very good at, and we use that capability to analyze each transaction and challenge if we need to. We're so confident in our ability to detect fraud that we offer the Google Wallet Purchase Protection. So any purchases made using Instant Buy are guaranteed for 180 days after the purchase. So again, just to remove even more anxiety for your users and help them feel better about making purchases. Okay, I'm going to wrap up now and turn things back over to Prakash. He can tell you how you can get access to Instant Buy.
Thank you, Michael. So just wanted to recap what we talked about earlier today. We talked about fast and easy checkout. One thing I should mention is we commissioned Mercator Advisory Group, which is an independent payments and consulting firm. And they said when compared to other digital wallets and when compared to credit cards, Google Wallet Instant Buy was the fastest and easiest way to check out on native Android apps. So we talked about skipping registration and sign-in with G+. Michael talked about security, kept me honest. And then we talked about lightweight integration and the fact that we don't charge any additional fees. So I think many of you are thinking now, I'm interested in this product. How do I sign up? What's next? So this product is in limited availability. If you are interested, what we would encourage you to do is complete the interest form. The link is here. We'll also be in the office hours section right after this to address any questions you have. If you fill out the interest form, we'll get back to you very promptly. And finally, I want to emphasize that only sign up if you're selling physical goods and services on Android. So we'll turn it over to Q&A, but one more thing. You've been a great audience, and when I see around, I see many familiar faces. Many of you have been dedicated partners integrated with Google Wallet Instant Buy. So we really feel we should reward you. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Peter Hazelhurst, who's Director of Product Management. And
Hi. Thanks a lot, Prakash. Awesome demos, guys. Fantastic. So some of you may have caught the fact that we sort of stealthily announced a new product at about noon today, and that product is the ability to send money in Gmail. And one of the really awesome things about it is all you do is, as long as you have a wallet, you just click the Attach Money button, attach money like you would attach a photo, and off the email goes to the recipient. If the recipient doesn't have a wallet, we automatically help them through the sign-up process. They get a wallet, they receive their funds, everything's done and dusted. It's really, really simple, and it's just what you expect from us in terms of our integration with Gmail, our simplicity of the wallet, and a great user story. So we thought really hard about how do we grow this system and get people using it, and instead of the traditional blast it out and everybody gets it, we're doing something a little special. We're going to make this a viral launch, and the way the virality works is if you have money, you can send money. And that seems rather stingy if you guys don't have money. So I went to my bank account and figured out a way to send all of you $10. So in plus or minus a few minutes from now, you should receive an email from me saying, welcome to Send Money with Gmail, and $10 is in your Google Wallet. And if you don't have one, go get one. And then if you're watching on the live stream and you want access to Send Money in Gmail, please find one of your friends here that's at Google I/O, because that's the only way you get it. So please help us grow the business, and look forward to sharing and sending money across the net. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. So we'd like to open the floor for question and answers. And I just want to, just a housekeeping note, I know it's less than 2 minutes to go, but we don't want to cut this discussion short. So like I said earlier, right after this presentation, Michael and I will be at the office hours section in the sandbox. But why don't we take a few questions in the remaining time we have? Go ahead, please.
Please go to the
Actually, yes, yeah, please go to the microphone because this is being live streamed. So we want everybody on the live stream to be able to listen to the question.
So I'll go since I'm at the mic. Jeff from Opera. Earlier, congratulations on how far this has come and how much easier it is for publishers and e-commerce players to integrate. Earlier in the keynote, you talked about an HTML5 spec for autocomplete on Wallet in Chrome and all that. How did the two products fit together? Could you speak to that?
Sure, I'll take it. So the product shown in the keynote, Auto Checkout, is for web pages, a way to fill out these long payment forms on web pages. This is for native Android applications.
Quick question. Sorry. You said you only have it available for products and services. When will it be available for like content sites, like documents or videos or images that you want to sell online?
Okay, so if I heard the question correctly, if you're selling digital goods and services, we have a great product already, Android in-app billing. So I'd encourage you to use Android in-app billing if you're selling a product which involves digital goods that are consumed on or off the device.
Quick question here. Is there any geographic limitations as far as support for other currencies and countries yet?
Yeah, great question. Actually, this product, which I mentioned before, is we are focused on the US right now. We do plan to expand in the future, but for now, the main focus is the US. So you need to be a US seller and a US merchant.
I see. The second question is around the funding source. You refer to using a credit card to back a credit card transaction. Right. How about other funding source like a debit account or a PayPal account or something along those lines?
Sure. So today we support credit cards from all the major network brands as a funding source. We don't support links to your bank account today.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, hi. I have a few questions actually. The first one, chargebacks. How do you handle them? Do I, as a developer, get chargebacks?
It's a great question, and I'm glad you asked that, because this goes back to what we said, that we have minimum impacts to your downstream processing. You as a developer or merchant would handle that chargeback exactly the way you handle a MasterCard chargeback today. So it's as if I had entered my MasterCard number on your site, and if it was disputed, you'd follow the exact same process, no changes.
Okay. And how about if I wanted to use in my app other forms? So if I wanted to use PayPal and Google Wallet, am I allowed to do that?
So we have our UI branding guidelines. Again, it's consumer choice and merchant choice. But yeah, you can use other payment methods, but we'd encourage you to look at Google Wallet Instant Buy and the SDK and then make an informed decision.
Okay, thanks.
So we'll take any more questions out at the sandbox during office hours. Thank you.
Games that are out there, you got Project Ingress, and you have a Field Trip, which isn't so much a game, but both of them are really tied to discovering the world around you. So I want a couple questions to start us off. First of all, what is the Niantic project? It is part of Google, right?
Well, we try to keep it a little bit mysterious, but yes, it is part of Google. We're kind of like a little startup in Google, and I guess the goal of the Niantic group is to explore these kinds of applications in mobile that use location and explore this area of ubiquitous computing, things that are telling you about the world around you, helping you explore, but without necessarily using an app in kind of a conventional sense.
Now, you have a history of working with startups anyway. I mean, you came from Keyhole with the Google acquisition of Keyhole. It really became kind of the backbone of Google Earth and a lot of the other work that we've done. It really seems you have a passion for maps. Help us understand how both of those projects, Ingress and Field Trip put together, are helping Google's location information get better or helping users know more about their world.
Yeah, I mean, I love maps. Obviously, I came in 2004 with Keyhole and was the product lead for that part of Google for about 7 years. During that time, I used to daydream about other things that we could do with the mapping data and the resources. And one of those things was a game, and as smartphones started to proliferate, I felt like the time was right to tap into all of the mapping data that we have and to create an awesome game for mobile that would encourage people to really get out and explore their world. And that's really kind of the spirit behind both Ingress and Field Trip.
So let's talk a little bit about Ingress. What is the deal anyway? For those who haven't played it, how do you describe it? And what's the difference between the Resistance and the Enlightened, for those who don't know?
Well, I mean, the story behind Ingress is, it's a science fiction themed story that really puts a layer of reality onto the world around you. So there's a mysterious energy that's been tapped into in a lab in Geneva, Switzerland, and through the story of Ingress, you begin to learn a little bit more about that energy. It's called exotic matter in our world. And as it turns out, it's all around the globe, and it's concentrated in these places called portals, which often are pieces of public art or museums or historical sites. And you use the Ingress application on your Android phone to discover those places in the real world and then to tap into them. And you can mine virtual objects, you can interact with them, and you can try to take control of those locations for one of two factions, the Enlightened and the Resistance.
And so as a player, you pick a team and you go find these portals and you have to blow them up and use up your XM energy and all of that. Now, poor me, I find myself often trying to take my level 3 or level 4 skills. I just can't blow up a level 8 portal. When you look at Ingress, is there room for the novice player who's just starting it now or wants to get into it? Or have all the places basically been locked down by the hardcore players?
No, I mean, there's definitely room. One of the things that we didn't expect with Ingress was how much teamwork and collaboration would end up emerging. But we found that people really love getting together and playing in groups and having meetups. We're having one here in San Francisco this week, but we have them all around the country, all around the world. So it's a great way for a new player to kind of get into the game, would be to meet up with other Ingress players. And some of the more senior players really love taking a newbie under their wing and showing them the ropes and also helping them level up in the game and become powerful enough to start affecting the real global battle.
And you have something special going on here at Google I/O, is that right?
Yeah, there's kind of a game within a game. So we're doing two things. We're doing Operation Fan Out, which is all I/O attendees are able to take part in that. And if you level up during I/O, you get a really cool Ingress t-shirt. If you show up as a level 8 already, we have a special level 8 t-shirt for you. And we have another thing that's open to non-I/O attendees as well. It's called Operation Bowstring. And that's being played out across San Francisco, and it culminates in an event on Thursday night at Cupid Span, which is down in the Embarcadero, with a meetup over at the Alchemist bar later.
Now, Ingress right now is Android only. Field Trip is available for both Android and iOS. How do you see that the users of the different operating systems use the apps differently?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you were to look at Field Trip, it's available for iOS and for Android. It's rolling out globally today, actually. Initially, it was a US-only launch, and then the UK. There are subtle differences. I mean, we've noticed that Android users tend to spike on the weekends, and they're out using and so maybe exploring more than their iOS counterparts. I don't know if that means that Android users are more into exploration than iOS users, but yeah, there are small differences.
Should we expect to see even more products coming out of Niantic Project?
Well, you never know. I mean, we are looking at a range of technologies in this mobile space. We're very interested in wearable computing and what you can do with it. But the things that we're putting all of our energies behind right now are Ingress and Field Trip.
So I should expect to have Ingress on my glass like any day now, is what I'm hearing.
Well, I think that Glass would make an excellent platform for some awesome games. So we'll see about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, one last question before we wrap. Niantic Project as a startup at Google, do you have more freedom to do more things? Like, what does that mean to be within Google, but also be within this tiny little enclave?
It was a great opportunity. It was set up by, with Larry's support so that we could pursue this area and, across kind of ideas and concepts from mobile to social to geo, and try to weave those things together in new ways to explore what could be done to create apps that were really native to kind of the new wave of devices that will be coming, wearables.
Excellent. Well, I appreciate you taking the time, John. I know we've been real quick jumping into Ingress and Field Trip. For those of you who haven't downloaded those apps already, definitely check them out. We have more exclusive GDL at I/O content coming. We'll be talking about Google Now with Bears Gultaken at 3:25. So please stay on the streams and enjoy your sessions. We'll be right back.
Good afternoon, and for those of you watching the live stream, good day in whatever time zone you're in. My name is Nick Sathe. I'm part of the engineering team for Google Wallet. And over the last many, many years, a decade or so, we here at Google, along with many of you, have been looking to digitize the world around us. We consume most media digitally, whether it's videos or books or music. We communicate digitally, we take digital pictures. But the one thing in our lives that has sort of resisted this trend is our wallet, which has remained strangely analog all of these years. Many of us have pieces of leather or fabric stuffed full of paper or plastic that take up our daily lives in such a way that there are TV sitcom episodes that are dedicated to large wallets. And there's also a medical condition called fat wallet syndrome that affects millions out there in the world. It seems like we destroy entire rainforests to create paper coupons, but the redemption rate is maybe 1 or 2%. That's a pretty bad ratio in my book. And we also have a lot of merchants, for people like you, like me, that like to save money. We want to sign up for loyalty cards. And the US households on average have about 18 loyalty programs that they've signed up for. But the majority of us leave our loyalty cards at home and don't actually benefit from the savings that we have out there. So we have dead animals, dead trees, and wallets full of inanimate objects that don't really help us do things, and a shopping experience that's actually still pretty arcane. We still go to stores, look for items, stand in line, rummage around in our wallets to find these coupons to save some money, a loyalty card to earn some points, and then finally a payment instrument to make a payment with. This is really not the way that things should be working in the digital era, is it? And it's no wonder that consumers have told us, and probably told many of you as well, that they really want digital versions of offers and loyalty cards, most importantly. And 53% of them have told us that they want those. But unfortunately, only 4% actually use them. So why this disconnect? What's up with that? People want digital versions, but they aren't really using them. One of the reasons may be that in our efforts as an industry to try to solve this problem for consumers, we have created literally hundreds of applications that try to solve this problem. A simple search in any app store will find over 1,000 apps for offers and 650 apps for loyalty. But no consumer in their right mind is going to want to have more than a few of these that they really want to be engaged with. Another issue that we've found is that the very reason why merchants want to engage in these relationships with consumers to better understand them so that they can help them save time and save money is the data. And unfortunately, because of our arcane processes today, many times the data that's in loyalty programs is really irrelevant. We have many people that have signed up as Elvis Presley, which, by the way, is the most common pseudonym used in loyalty programs out there, or Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck, and I'm sure we have a few Elvises in this room. You don't have to admit it if you don't want to. So these are the sorts of problems that we tried to set ourselves up to solve at Google, and I believe that we have made some inroads in that effort. So our vision is to create a platform and enable an ecosystem that will digitize the entire wallet. We want you to be able to take digital versions of all sorts of things that people carry around with them today, digitize them, move them up to the cloud, where they can be used anytime, anywhere. And as the lines blur between physical retail, or bricks and mortar, and online commerce, we believe that this cloud wallet with digital content, combined with a mobile device, will allow you to seamlessly bridge from the online world to the offline world. So today I'm very, very proud to announce and excited to announce extensions of the Google Wallet platform, specifically the Wallet Objects API. And here to tell you a little bit more about the details of these capabilities is Pali Bhatt.
Thanks, Nick. I'm very excited to talk to you a little bit more about the Google Wallet Objects API. Because the first thing we did with the Wallet Objects API was make it extensible. We wanted Wallet Objects API to allow developers like you to be able to store any type of object into Google Wallet. And this is not just limited to the paper coupons or the plastic loyalty cards that Nick already talked about, but this could be any object that you can imagine. So this could be key reports that you want to store in or let your customers store. It could be gift cards, tickets, etc. And of course, while we were building out this extensible platform, we wanted to change these objects, these lifeless, inanimate objects, into rich objects that you can engage with. So we wanted you to be able to engage with your customers through sending them personalized messages or real-time updates. And these real-time updates could be point balances for your loyalty card. It could be expiring offers, any sort of update that could get you to engage with your customers better. And of course, we wanted to facilitate all of this with your brand within Google Wallet. So you get a complete branded experience with your brand that you can use to engage with your customers. And of course, like everything else that you've heard about today at Google, you get to reach millions of Google users by using the Wallet Objects API. But before we go too far into the API, I just wanted to talk a little bit about what the customer experience, what the user experience looks like, and how that compares to the world that Nick described previously of what exists today with paper, coupons, and plastic loyalty cards. So let's talk about a little bit about Maya. This is your typical mom who's very busy juggling multiple jobs and also doing most of the shopping for her family. And of course, in the current world, when she needs to find savings or tries to save time, what she has to do is sign up for loyalty programs, and these are usually cumbersome paper forms, or go through a stack of paper coupons where she finds offers that are relevant to her. And so we decided to make this finding process, whether it's loyalty cards, offers, or any other objects that are of interest to her, very, very simple, either within your own site, and this is whether you're a developer or a merchant, or within Google Wallet. The next thing that she has to do is go save this to Google. Now, usually in the physical world, what has to happen is that you have to clip a paper coupon or store a loyalty card within your purse. With Google Wallet Objects API, all you need is your Google account. So Maya can just use her Gmail username and password and be able to save any type of wallet object to Google for use later. And of course, in a typical shopping experience, Maya would need to go in, find this offer or loyalty card, remember to use it, and that remembering part is really, really hard. What we've heard is that a majority of customers in the United States today, and Nick referred to 18 loyalty programs in the United States today, a majority of them, over half of them, users like Maya forget about. So they sign up for it, then just forget about it, leave it in a drawer. And we're going to solve that by giving you timely geofence notifications at the right time and place, and it's going to work with all of the other Google technologies we have out there, so that a user like Maya always has these objects showing up on their phone at the right time and place. And the use is, of course, very simple. Instead of digging through your purse and handing it out over checkout, you just have to show your smartphone, and it's there for use with a barcode or a QR code or whatever other thing you prefer. And lastly, we don't want that interaction to stop right there. We want you to be able to engage with Maya and other customers of yours through the Wallet Objects API. Now, what I wanted to do next was talk to you about two of the different types of objects that we've focused on, and that includes loyalty, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that, and then David's going to talk a little bit more about offers. Well, lots of merchants out there have loyalty programs to acquire and engage their users. And while all of them are used to acquire and engage their users, there are many, many problems with it. And I'm going to talk about two of the big problems that exist with loyalty programs out there today, these paper or plastic-based loyalty programs, and how we've solved that with the Google Wallet Objects API. So the first, of course, is sign up. Today, the process for signing up for a loyalty card happens to be going and standing in customer service, getting a paper form, filling it out, and then handing it back to them. Hopefully, you get activated immediately, or maybe it's a few days later. And then you have to fill out like all of the data that you have, similar to your name, et cetera. And maybe you enter Elvis Presley, maybe something else, just because it's so cumbersome to fill out. And what we've done is solve that by introducing instant sign-up. So what you can do now as a merchant or a developer is allow your users to sign up with just a few touches on their phone. And I'm even going to do a short demo of that right now. Okay? And the next thing, of course, is real-time updates. What you can do today is, typically, most of these loyalty programs do not even have email addresses of you, so they can't communicate with you. We'll enable real-time point balance updates or personalized messages, and you'll see a little bit of that in my demo as well. And of course, we decided to make this really simple to integrate, and it'll work with your existing loyalty programs. So without further ado, I'm going to switch to the Wolf Vision here and show you how this will work. Now, one of the things I want you to note is that this isn't our consumer-facing user experience. This is just something that we pulled together so that our developers can see how this would work. So when we do the launch of this Wallet Objects API functionality, you will see that some of this user experience will differ. But you could look at a first screen that would just be an introduction that tells me I can store all of my loyalty programs within Wallet. So I'm just going to get started here. Shows me a list of all of the amazing loyalty programs that I could sign up for. And we hope in partnership with you that we'll have lots of loyalty programs you can sign up for. I think I'm going to pick Marriott because like lots of the folks out here, we're staying at the Marriott Marquis that's close by, and I'd love to have some Marriott reward points for that. So the first thing it'll do is pull up information about Marriott, and it'll tell me a little bit more about Marriott rewards. It tells me I can get priority check-in. That sounds pretty good when I'm showing up at 11 p.m. tonight. And some free nights as well. Turns out I'm not yet a member of Marriott Rewards, so I'm going to just say join now. Well, it's already pre-populated with my information, so you see my name. And I'm just going to agree to this, to the terms of service because I trust Marriott. And I'm going to create my account. And just like that, you should see that my Marriott Rewards wallet object should get stored in my wallet. And I'm going to give it a second here. And look, nice. I've joined the program, and my account has been activated. And this all happened in real time, and it's instant sign-up. And you see I have my wallet object. I've got my member ID, and there's a message, even a personalized message from Marriott Rewards for me. And this wallet object can be updated in real time. So what this means for all you developers out there is that this is an opportunity for you to create a wallet object and then engage with your customers in real time. So with that, what I'm going to do is call over David to talk a little bit more about offers.
Thanks, Pali. My name's David Singleton, and I'm Engineering Director for Google Offers. So even though I'm from the Google Offers team, I'm here today to tell you how anyone can use the Wallet Objects Save to Wallet API to save offer objects from your website directly to their Google Wallet. And Nick and Pali have already explained a little bit about how digital wallets can bring paper coupons to life. Not only is it much easier to have and carry my phone with me, it's probably already in my pocket, compared to a stack of paper coupons that I might be interested in. But a problem that I find frequently with coupons is that I always forget to use them. How many times have you pulled a crumpled piece of paper out of your wallet to discover that the expiration date was long past? It's something that happens to me all the time. Once an offer is saved to Google Wallet, the app will actually keep track and remind users when they're near a store and they can actually best redeem the offer. And that way, they're much less likely to go unredeemed. So let's take a look at how this works. Pali already introduced you to Maya, who is a mother. She's got 2 children. And this weekend, she would like to buy some new shoes for her kids. So what she does, she likes to save money. She goes to her favorite couponing site on the web, which is Retail Me Not. And she's looking for an offer that she could use close to her home in Mountain View. Now, Retail Me Not have integrated the Wallet Object Save to Wallet API. Let's take a look at how that affects Maya's experience here. So she's scanning the available offers, and here's one that looks interesting from Sports Authority, 20% off one item. We'll take a deeper look. And what you can see here is that there's a Save Offer to Google button available on the page. Now, Maya's already signed in to her Google account. So all she has to do to save that offer is a simple click. And now you can see it says that the offer is saved to Maya's Google Wallet. Let's take a look over here. Thanks. Let's take a look over on her phone. And you can see that the offer is already available there, and she could go directly into the store to use it. We switch back, she can continue her browsing experience. Here's another one from Forever 21 that looks great. Again, just a single click to get that. Now, let's fast forward to Saturday morning. Maya drives to the mall, pulls into the parking lot, and let's take a close look at what happens on her phone. So what you can see right here, it just went buzz. And there's actually a notification already on her phone reminding her that she has a saved offer nearby that she can use at Sports Authority. So she goes into the store. She goes into the store, walks around, finds the shoes that she was looking for, maybe picks up a yoga mat on the way out. And all she needs to do now is go back to that notification on her phone, tap it, and she's taken directly into the redemption screen for that saved offer. In order to use it, all she needs to do now is show it to the cashier at the point of sale, and she saved her 20% off. So with the Wallet Objects Save to Wallet API, you can take advantage of distribution on your own website. But alongside the Wallet Objects platform, we have Google Offers, which allows you to extend your reach through Google properties across the web, search ads, and on maps, which you might have seen during the keynote demo earlier. You don't have to use Google Offers in order to take advantage of the Wallet Objects platform, but using the Save to Wallet API gives you a seamless path for users and merchant staff if you do decide to upgrade to Google Offers to extend that reach. And now I'm going to hand back to Pali to explain a little more.
Thanks, David. Thanks, David. So we know that the world's top developers join us at Google I/O, and we're excited to tell you that our platform, the Wallet Objects platform, isn't limited to just loyalty cards and offers. So I want to show you 2 examples of how we've created an extensible platform for you to take advantage of. So the first thing that I want to talk about is the types that are supported within Google Wallet. What we've done is picked the two most commonly used examples, which is loyalty cards and offers, but you could actually go in and save any type of object to Google Wallet. So these objects could be as simple as a library card to your local town's library, or it could be as sophisticated as the wallet object that our partner BillGuard has built, which lets you get alerted for fraudulent transactions on your credit card. And so really the limit here is only by by what you can imagine. So I would encourage all of you to partner with us to create innovative wallet objects. And we will actually make an effort on specific types of objects to share it with standards bodies like schema.org so that everyone can take advantage of it. The second thing that we've done is we've created a platform in which all of the ecosystem providers out there and developers out there can build very, very interesting tools on top of this platform. So an example is Urban Airship, which is one of our partners, which is showcasing their tool within a sandbox at Google I/O on the second floor. I'd hope you join us there. And they've made a drag and drop tool that will let you create a wallet object. And so this is an example of the Urban Airship tool being used to create the Alaska Airlines loyalty card. If you want to learn more about this tool and this integration, I'd encourage you to stop by at our sandbox. So we haven't stopped right there. We've got a number of different partners that have joined us today. So it's Alaska Airlines, Belly, Billgard, BJ's Restaurants, The Body Shop, Marriott Rewards, Rayleigh's, Red Mango, and Retail Me Not. And all of these brands are already integrating into the Wallet Objects platform. In addition, if you want to make it much, much simpler to integrate, then we've had a bunch of tools partners and technology providers like Accelatech, Blackhawk, Loyalty Lab, Paytronix, ProfitPoint, Urban Airship, and Vibes already signed in, which together power over 300 loyalty programs, offers, etc. And so we'll make it really simple for you to onboard if you want to participate in the Wallet Objects platform. So I encourage you all to do that. And to wrap up, I'll hand over to Nick Sate.
Thanks, Pali. I hope you guys have a bunch of creative ideas that have been started to turn over in your minds as we have been imagining for the last few months while we've been working on this platform. I did want to summarize a couple of things just to make sure that we get the meat of the content out there. Whoops. Guess I went too far. So as you've heard from Pali and David, the Wallet Objects platform is intended to be a set of capabilities that empower you as developers and innovators, whether you're working for yourselves trying to engage directly with consumers, or whether you're working on behalf of retailers and merchants out there to help them engage with their customers. We believe we've given you a rich set of functionality that you can innovate on top of, create branded experiences to engage your customers or engage consumers out there, and to make sure that you do that with the distribution that Google can provide you with through the Google Wallet application. We already have millions of Google Wallets out there, as you've probably heard. They're available on a growing number of devices, and our ambitions are to significantly increase that footprint later this year. We've only touched on the surface, and I want to make sure that you have opportunities to hear more. Immediately after this, there is a session down the hall that talks about that's called Loyalty Deep Dive. It's not just about loyalty programs. They will talk more about the data structures behind Wallet Objects, the APIs, and the ways that you can use that to further your goals. We also have a sign-up form where we will start issuing API credentials in the next couple of days after the buzz around I/O dies down. And you have a chance to go to the sandbox, as Pali mentioned, to not just see the Urban Airship tools that have been built, but also other capabilities from partners such as ProfitPoint. So I hope that this has given you a sense for what we have built. The intention was to allow you, as developers, to innovate freely and also gain the distribution that's required to reach millions of consumers out there. Without any further ado, let me go ahead and call my colleagues up for Q&A. If you have a question, please come down to the microphone so that the folks on the live stream can hear you.
And just one, can you turn my mic on? Yeah, just one quick note to add. Speaking of freely, this API is available free of cost to all developers, so please do take advantage of it.
No questions. It's got to be the first one. I think that'll loosen the crowd up.
Owen Thomas from ReadWrite. When you talk about Google Wallet being available on more devices, I'm sure a lot of developers are thinking this, iOS?
So we can't specifically comment on future plans, but as I said, even today we have Google Wallet available on millions of devices. We are adding to those devices daily, weekly, certifying new devices and carriers. And our ambitions and our plans are to extend that footprint significantly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, please come to the microphones at the center of the room. You can just circle around the front.
Hi, my name is Eduardo. I'm from Brazil. I saw some examples where you use credit cards as the payment method. But in emerging markets like Brazil, Argentina, Colombia, Mexico, carrier dealing is still very strong. So I'm not sure if I lost something in the presentation, but you have plans to go to emerging markets in partnership with carriers to use carrier billing in the platform?
So what we talked about just now had nothing to do with payments per se, and it might be a more appropriate question for you to come to our booth and talk about specifically with regard to our payment plans. Since this was really more extending the wallet beyond payments into the kinds of things that consumers would want to engage with on a daily basis.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Hey, my name's Drew Broadley. I'm from New Zealand. There's plenty of offer platforms out at the moment. One of the things that doesn't get catered for is the redemption side and the point of sale. Is there any sort of support beyond the wallet that you're giving to the retailers?
So our vision with the Save to Wallet API for offers is that retailers can use their own existing systems, and they can use this platform to take coupon data that they might have had already, get it onto mobile devices, but then in store, the experience can be consistent with whatever they're doing already. So you saw, I think, the redemption experience that we showed here, and that was very much in line with what Sports Authority, for instance, as an example, are already doing.
Sorry, just to ask, so one of the things might be a one-time voucher. I mean, what are you doing? Have you got considerations for that?
So I think I'd really encourage you to take a look at the wallet objects documentation. One of the things that you can do here is there are two concepts. There's the concept of a class of object. So an offer with a certain set of terms would be a class. And then when an offer is being saved to Maya's account, she was actually receiving an instance of it. The platform is very flexible and extensible, so it would be possible for the issuer to actually generate unique codes, for instance. Really encourage you to take a look at the documentation, which is at this URL.
Yeah,
it was
and also,
file not found when I had a look.
Yeah, just one other quick thing is that there is a session where we're going to deep dive into what the API looks like. That'll probably clarify a lot of these questions, and that's going to start in the next 25 minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Go ahead, in the front of the room.
Hi, I'm John from Chicago. So the APIs are available now. When is the wallet app going to be updated? When can we expect to actually get this into the hands of consumers? Thanks.
Yeah, so we expect to have the wallet app available very soon, as soon as we can. But of course, we don't have a specific timing to announce right now. But stay tuned to our blog.
I think the one thing I would add is, in order for the app to be adopted widely, we need to have great content. So I would encourage you guys to start building the content, and we will be releasing that. Again, it's not our policy to talk about specific dates in the future, but it will be as soon as we can.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any sample apps that are already live on Google Wallet?
No, so we haven't actually made any sample apps available for developers who don't have API access, but the best thing to do is just sign up for API access, and as soon as you see that, you'll get a sample app in your hands as well.
Sure. The link doesn't seem to work.
I'm sorry, what was that?
The link doesn't seem to work on the sign up.
Oh, the link isn't working? Yeah, we'll get that fixed right away.
I'll get the link fixed. In the meantime, just go to google.com/wallet/business and you can sign up.
Yeah, so for those who are on live stream, you said google.com/wallet/business, and you can sign up there if this link doesn't work, but the link will start working soon as well.
Any other questions? Great. One thing that we didn't talk about is we started the platform with loyalty and offers. We will be working with the community to try to find the next set of types that we will add semantic definition to. And we are working with organizations like schema.org to try to establish semantic standards that these things can have, other types can have interoperability in the future as well. So if any of you are interested in helping us define the next set of reified types, as we call them, where we can add more semantic definition to the syntax that the platform provides, we'd love to hear from you in our sandbox as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you
Thank you
again.
very
Thank
much.
you.
Welcome back to Google Developers Live at I/O from Moscone Center here in San Francisco. I'm Louis Gray from Google Developers Live. I'm joined today by Baris Gultakin, who's working on Google Now.
Yes.
Welcome, sir.
Hi, thank you.
And you're the Director of Product Management in the search team, focused on Google Now. Google Now has really been incredible, I think, in a revolution in search, to have the card-based capability and some of the automation that you're doing, and really trying to anticipate what it is the user's looking for and tell them just at the right time. So I know we have a good chunk of time to talk about it today at GDL.io. Thank you for joining me. Maybe you can give us a little bit of background on the project and how it came to be.
Yeah, sounds great. Thank you. It's exciting to be here. I have a few slides that I'd like to go through to just talk about Google Now.
Sure.
Let me just dive right in and...
yeah, go ahead. We'll jump into the slide deck and have a conversation.
Sounds good. So we started Google Now to help you at just the right time by giving you the information you need right when you need it. But before I start and talk about Google Now, I think it helps to think about how search has evolved over time to lead us to where we are now. So we started in 1998 with the concept of keywords. And when users type in a keyword, our users were delighted to find all of these links, the 10 blue links on the web. But of course, immediately they started asking for more. So we started adding things like images and videos so they get a much richer experience when they search for something. And recently we announced the Knowledge Graph. The Knowledge Graph is our ability to understand semantically about things, places, and people, and the relationships between them, so we can answer questions directly and in a lot more detail. And of course, afterwards came mobile, right? With mobile, it's really, really important that we understand conversation, and it's really important that we understand natural language. So that's what we focused on, and then we launched it and as part of Google Now. If you think about both of these directions, it's all about giving you the right answer really fast when you need it. Especially with mobile, giving you the answer fast right away is very important. And Google Now is a great evolution into this next step. It gives you the information you need before you even ask. So think about it as trying to understand your context and giving you the information that's relevant for that context. So we think about Google Now as a way to give you just the right information at just the right time. It's supposed to be very contextual. And if you take a step back, it really fits in well with what we want to do in Google. At Google, we want computers to do all the hard work so you can focus on what matters to you most. Google Now embraces that and tries to use the power of Google with thousands of computers and also have this powerful machine that's very contextual, your phone, that you have a personal relationship with, and combine the two to give you the information you need at just the right time. So it helps to have users walk through a day of life in Google to even visualize what Google Now does. And the first step is Google Now helps you organize your day. So imagine that you woke up in the morning and you're sipping your coffee. Chances are you care about what to wear that day and you care about the weather. So we'll just have the weather ready so you know what to wear, and if you need an umbrella, you can take the umbrella with you. As you're getting ready to leave home, we'll tell you about traffic. Chances are you care about traffic, of course, and you know that you need to leave a little early if there's traffic on your way home, on your way to work. And when you get to work, the types of things you care about are when my next meeting is. So we'll make sure that we tell you when your next meeting is and tell you that you need to leave now so you're not late. We don't want our users to be late ever. So we're very proactive about telling our users, taking into account where they are and where they need to go, and taking into account the traffic. We also want to make sure that we remove friction. As you're going through your day, there's a lot of different things that you have to worry about. And we want to make sure that we assist the users when they need assistance the most. Travel is one such case. When users are traveling, they need a lot of information. They'd like to get a lot of suggestions for their travel. So Google Now is a great assistant for travel as well. For instance, when you're traveling and you're waiting for the train to come, we'll tell you that here's the next train. It's going to arrive in 5 minutes. So you know that you need to hurry up a little bit to get to your destination. Or when you arrive at your airport, we'll have your flight status, so you know that you can take your time and grab a bite before you get to your gate. We'll also have your boarding pass ready, and when you take that flight and land at your destination, we'll help you get to your hotel. So that's one less thing to worry about. Another thing that we really want to do is we want to help you discover new things as well. So, for instance, when you're at a symphony with a loved one and your mind is back at home about the sports team that you care about, we'll keep you updated about live scores. And when you're traveling and you are wandering around, we want to make sure that you don't miss that cool photo spot that everyone is taking pictures at. So we'll show you where that photo spot is. And as you're getting ready for the weekend, we also want to help you find cool things to do for Saturday evening. We'll show you comedy shows or concerts that weekend. So that's broadly what Google Now does. It's very contextual. It tries to understand what you need and try to provide you the information before you even ask.
And having looked at the keynote today, we looked at Amit and some of his vision. He called it the Star Trek computer to bring on the future of search and getting the content to you at the right place at the right time. And some of the words he talked about was assist and really trying to find the next step to be able to get it to you exactly when you need it. I had this interesting experience when Google Now first came out. It's been about a year. And I remember I was at home one Saturday in the middle of the day and my phone buzzed and it said, you need to leave right now to get to, and at the time it called it unknown location. And it said, you have 25 minutes. And like I said, what are you talking about? And I realized every Saturday around that time, I had gotten in my car and driven to take my kids to baseball practice. And somehow Google knew this. And it alerted me without my having to tell it anything that I should go immediately if I'm going to get there on time, because I always go on Saturday at that time. And that was my aha moment, that Google Now was really impressive. From a geeky perspective, we call it persistent implicit search. It's constantly searching for you, and you might not explicitly tell it what you want, but it's always looking on your behalf to find you the right content at the right time.
That's right.
And so what is your view on that in terms of the future of search? How is Now kicking that off?
So we have all of this, you have all of this interaction with your phone, right? You carry it with you everywhere you go. But yet, it's very, very important for us to understand that and then help you right at just the right time. So in your case, for instance, being able to tell you that, hey, there's traffic, you should leave now because you're always there at the time, is the aha moment. For a lot of our users, things like when they search for a restaurant to go to and then they hop onto their car and the directions to that restaurant is right there. These little things are these magic moments that our users really love. If that answers your question.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing you talk about Google Now, originally it was all on mobile, and it's really having Glass. It's been a really impressive thing to find the content exactly what you want with just a swipe of the finger. But we saw some really incredible additions today to search. And maybe you can talk to me a little bit about how some of that voice search is coming to either Chrome on the desktop, but as well as the new cards that came out of Google I/O. Yeah,
so the voice search coming into Chrome is quite exciting. We announced that with what we call a hot word, you can start talking to your desktop or laptop right away. All you need to do is when you're on google.com, just say, OK, Google, and start speaking what you'd like to get. We think that's really, really exciting, and it's again in that evolution where the Star Trek computer is slowly becoming real. You need to be able to talk to your computer and have it do things for you. So we think that's really exciting, basically bringing the power that we have with our devices to also other platforms like the laptop and the desktop. In addition to that, we also announced that we're going to have reminders on Google Now, which I'm really, really excited about. We want our users to rely on Google when they need to be reminded of things. So if you are going to, if you need to remember to buy eggs when you go to Safeway, all you need to do is just say, remind me to buy eggs at Safeway, and the reminder will be there contextually right at the right time.
So when I get next to Safeway, it'll say, hey, buy eggs?
When you're at Safeway, it will say buy eggs. That's
nice.
Right. And also because Google Now semantically understands the locations that you care about, you can also say things like remind me when I'm at home to do something, or remind me when I get to work to talk to my colleague. So it's basically time-based reminders and location-based reminders. Another thing that's really, really important is that we're also enabling an integration of reminders in your search experience. So let's say you're searching for a movie that's upcoming. On the knowledge graph, you'll be able to see a button that says, remind me when this movie comes out, and we'll remind you when that happens. Or when you are searching for a date, when are Oscars? When you see that date, also you'll have a reminder to be reminded when that becomes available.
Now, I think one of the things we talked about was that Google Now really started as a 20% project here at Google. And for those who are a little familiar with Google's culture, that's when an employee essentially dedicates one day of his or her week to a new project and focuses on it all the time. And what that really means is usually an employee has a full-time job and another job, which is the 20%. Can you take me through that? Like, how did that become a 20% project of yours and then consume you fully?
Yeah, absolutely. It's really exciting. Even though we're betting really big on Google Now, it had its humble beginnings as a 20% project, as you said. It started when our engineering lead was thinking about how do you make sense of the location information. And then he launched the location history analysis. We basically understanding that we show our users, here's how much time you spend at home and at work, and here are the places that you go to frequently. Then we gathered a group of engineers, volunteers, volunteering their time in addition to their full-time job, and we started putting demos together. These demos got our executives really excited, and when we went to our executives and said, hey, here's something we have, they were so excited that they said, great, launch it in a few months. We have I/O coming. And the rest is history. We launched it in 4 months, and the reception has been great. We're really, really excited.
We are coming up on that 1 year. I mean, it's amazing to think that it only launched at I/O last year.
That's right.
To me, it felt like we've always had it. I've been an Android user. We've always had the cards. It's really easy to kind of look and see what the sports scores are. Mm-hmm. And it learned really quickly. It says, hey, this guy likes, I like the A's, you like the Giants. We can still be friends. But you still get to see that content, the sports scores and the stocks and the news and the weather. And it's been really interesting to see that kind of recommendation pop through and get exactly what you want. Mm-hmm. Now, I/O is a developer conference, so I'm going to ask you a geeky question again. You look at this, it's really got a pull from a lot of different places. You talked about location history being the first one. So you've got a pull from the Directions API, Calendar API, Google Translate API. How did you go about looking at all of these different APIs to make one cohesive service? Mm-hmm. And did having those APIs in play make it a lot easier and a lot faster to ship? You only had 4 months.
Absolutely, yes. So we have a huge benefit of sitting on top of all of the Google services that our users use and love every day. So when we started, we rely on a lot of core, core services that Google has. Location is one of them, but also calendar, email, and the searches that you have. So we have the benefit of all of these teams thinking really hard about those instances when users use those products. And what we do is we bring information from those products to the user proactively at the right time. So we did have a lot of benefit from all of those APIs that are available to us.
Right, and I think what I saw with Google Now, you look at today's keynote, and a lot of it was about having the same environment on desktop, on mobile, on tablet. Android introduced the capability to dismiss notifications across each of these devices. Is that something where we're looking at having a unique, a similar interface on each of these devices as well with Google Now?
That's right. So we announced availability of Google Now on iOS, iPhone, and iPad recently. So we want to make sure that we bring our services to where our users are, regardless of the platform. So starting with Android, we brought it to iOS, and now part of it is also available on the desktop. Yeah. So we want to make sure that our users get the best of Google, regardless of where they are.
Now I'm going to bring up the Giants one more time, but in a different way. So a few months out of the year, I'm intensely interested in a couple sports teams because I'll play fantasy football, right? And so I'll find myself constantly checking on the scores for the Washington Redskins and the New York Giants because I've got a couple of their players. And then after that, I don't care. And so how easy is it for somebody to dismiss something where Google Now infers an interest, but it might be a temporal interest? What kind of information can they do to help teach Google Now and make it better?
So we do various things. We try to understand the likelihood that you're interested in something. So things like, time decay, for instance. The last time you were doing a search and you were engaging with Ace or Giants, if it has been a long time since you've engaged, then we'll take that into account in understanding whether you care about seeing that information. There's also things you can do, like dismisses, for instance. We'll learn from your dismisses. We give a lot of control to our users, so they can also tweak the cards that they're seeing. They can add more sports teams. They can remove sports teams. So all of those in combination are the things. Either implicitly we try to understand that that was temporal, or explicitly you can teach the system by dismisses or saying, no, I don't want this anymore.
Mm-hmm. Now, is there a Google Now API? Is there a way for developers to tap into that and make their own custom cards, or ways for the applications to interface with that?
So we have a couple of partnerships that are already live. For instance, with United Airlines, when you check in, you'll have your boarding pass ready when you arrive at the airport. Or when you purchase a ticket through Fandango, that ticket will be ready when you arrive at the movie theater. We also have a partnership with Zillow. If you're in the market for a home, we'll show the open houses in the area you're looking. In addition to all of this, today we are also announcing that with our select partners, they can mark up their emails, so we understand whenever there's a flight or whenever they have a hotel or a reservation coming up. So all of those are ways where we engage with our partners to provide more information into Google to show to their users.
So what type of information goes into Google Now to improve recommendations? You talk about location, you talk about possibly search history. What else does Google take from the different pieces that you're watching on the mobile phone to make your cards even more smart?
Right, so location is a core component, and we want to be able to help you, get to your next destination and tell you traffic about it. So location becomes a very core component of Google Now. Searches are quite important. We'd like to help you, continue researching, or we'd like to help you, get to your next destination because you've been researching that place. So search is another component. Calendar is really important, right? Because with calendar, you're explicitly saying, I have this meeting that I need to get to. So there are many things that we can help with that experience. So we focus on that as well. At large, what we try to do is we try to think about what are the instances in which our users need assistance the most, and could we predict and help in those instances and prioritize that way.
So I had an incident recently when I was traveling. I flew over to Paris, and I opened up my phone, and first time I get Wi-Fi access, I look at my new cards, and it was really incredible to see how not only did the phone know what I was doing, but it had all this helpful stuff. Mm-hmm. I know your demo basically talked about places to take photos. And for me, I'm not really a huge photographer, but I appreciate knowing that. Yeah. But it had stuff like conversions. It would say how many dollars a euro is and other bits. What are the things that play into travel? Like what kind of really cool cards can come up when I travel 3,000 miles?
Yeah, so when you travel, there are a couple of things we show. We show you time at home, so you know when to call back home. We'll tell you things like conversion rates, the currency conversion rates. We'll give you information about translation, so you have a translation tool at your fingertips. We'll also show you attractions if you're new to that city. If you've been to that city multiple times, chances are you don't care about attractions anymore, so we won't show it. Also, we'll help.
How many times is a number of times? Is 3 a lot? Is 5 a lot?
5 is probably a lot, right? Basically, the way we try to think about it is showing this card to the user, adding value. And if you've been to a place 5 times, if you've been to London 5 times, for instance, showing you, hey, there's Big Ben, doesn't really matter anymore, so we stop showing it. We also want to make sure that throughout the process of traveling, we help with various things. For instance, if you were searching on Google a week before you go there about getting to a destination, for instance a restaurant that you're going to meet your friend at, we'll show you directions to that place when you're there. So it's basically a collection of things that we want to help you manage your day-to-day life, as well as little tools that will also help with the experience, in addition to helping you discover new content like photo spots nearby or attractions.
And we talked a little bit about the genesis of the product as a 20%. So I'm really intrigued by the amount of content that is flowing through mobile devices, the amount of mobile web tracking that's happening, the amount of mobile web browsing that's occurring. Would this project even have made sense in a world without smartphones? Like, would it even have happened? Like, what were those trigger points that says, aha, we've got to do this?
I think mobile is critical, right? Because mobile, first of all, it's a very contextual device. It has location in it. It's also connected and it's with you all the time. Another aspect of mobile is that users have this very personal connection with their devices. They're constantly using their device. I think mobile is key in helping us understand what your context is, helping us understand in what situations you need this type of information. So without mobile, I think this product would have been much less powerful.
Do you find sometimes that people confuse Google Now with voice search, and they'll ask you one or the other? Do you see them as being completely intertwined?
I think the whole search experience is we think of it as a whole. So Google Now is part of the Google Search app on Android as well as on the iPhone. You can search with your keyboard. You could also do a voice query, and it will assist you with that query. And we'll also try to infer what your search is and try to show you information. So I see all of this as a collective assistant trying to help you, either before you ask or when you ask. We want to make sure that we have the best experience for you.
Right, and I think you put on a keyword which is assist. There's assist and there's anticipate. Anticipating what you're going to ask before you even ask it. Going back to voice search, I'm a parent. I've got 3 kids that are 5 and under. And for them, every screen should have everything in the world available to them. They can't believe it if they can't find exactly what they want. And I'll often run into my daughter holding up a Nexus 7 tablet to her face and saying, Google, show me videos of sea turtles.
That's great.
And if it doesn't load, like if there's a problem with the cloud, she's like, ugh. She's like, Google, show me videos of sea turtles, until they all come up and she's on her way. And so it's just been, you look at the evolution of it, and the fact that we're able to take all of these things for granted to be right there is just stunning. And I look at Google Now with its cards and the fact that it is only a year old and how far we've come. And it's been really incredible to watch. I definitely appreciate you coming on the GDL at I/O stage to talk about it, and I hope we can see really incredible stuff for year 2, when we definitely will be bringing you back.
Yeah, I can't wait. We believe the potential is so high, and we're just starting, so looking forward to it.
Yeah, so definitely thank you for taking all the time with me, Baruch. I really appreciate that. For those of you on the live stream, if you want to see great GDL content the rest of the year, subscribe to Google Developers on YouTube and check out developers.google.com/live. We'll be back here at 4:30 talking about performance on Chrome.
On Google Search.
And we're going to do that through the power of the Google Plus API, Google Plus Pages, as well as the Google Plus Sign-In API and related technologies.
I'm Ardan from the search team. I'm a product manager. And in the first half of the talk, I'll be walking you through the user experience and what is possible.
And I'm John. I'm an engineer on Google Plus. And I'm going to, in the second half of the talk, tell you how you can actually implement this. And in fact, get your part of the equation rolling today in as little as half an hour to provide this integration.
So today, we'll be mostly talking about a class of queries that I call brand queries. These are queries like Audi, NBC, Fandango, people coming to Google and searching directly for you. So the first question to address is, why should you care? People are already looking for you. Who cares what the Google results page looks like? Well, for many of your users, current and prospective, Google is the first interaction point for your brand. On the internet, it's not really your homepage where you make the first impression. It's the Google search results page. And this is what the page looks like for a lot of you. And this is a very great page. It's very useful, gets the job done. But today, we'll show you how you can get to this. The first thing that strikes me when I look at this is how much more beautiful it is, more visual. The logo is there, the movie posters are there. So before and after. But it's not just pretty for prettiness sake, right? It's also very useful. And at Google, we're all about relevance and bringing in useful content to the users. So let's think about the use case here. I come to Google searching for Fandango. On the right-hand side, I see the most popular movies that are trending on Fandango across their website or mobile app right now. So the fact that Oblivion is the top movie it is pretty likely that I too am interested in Oblivion or one of those 4 movies that we're showcasing here. So my eye goes there, my mouse goes there, and I click on it, and here, I'm on Oblivion's page on Fandango, ready to complete my transaction. It is so much faster. And if beauty and efficiency and relevance don't convince you, perhaps math will. Here, you doubled your footprint on Google search results page. You doubled the number of links pointing to your website, and you supplemented the page with even more relevant links, relevant now. Here's another example. Let's say I heard about TuneIn last night from John. He mentioned he uses it, he loves it. I barely remember what it was or why he liked it, so I come and Google it. This is what I would see today, but this is also what's possible. The first thing, the logo is there, so maybe it rings a bell. Maybe I remember seeing TuneIn elsewhere. If not that, underneath it, I see CNN's logo, I see BBC Radio. I immediately start to understand TuneIn is where people go and listen to these radio stations. 6,000 people seem to be listening to CNN. As in the example of Fandango, if I click on one of these links, I'm on the right page, ready to consume the content. But there's also another point I want to make here. Everything you see in this card comes from TuneIn. It is specified by TuneIn. So basically, since the clicks go to TuneIn, we want to give as accurate representation of those pages that we'll be taking the user to as possible here. So the logos, the text, the descriptions, all come from schema.org markups, and John will be getting into the weeds later. Let's take a closer look. So we talked about the logo that comes from the Google Plus profile page, but there's also the follow button that allows the users to follow your brand directly from search. And why does that matter? First of all, you're building a relationship, you're building a community. So from this point on, any post that you post on your Google Plus profile will appear in that user's stream. But there's also another point here. As the search team, we now know that this user cares about your brand. There is an explicit signal that they gave us by following you. So that goes way deeper than just the brand query. Having that kind of an explicit signal, explicit affirmation from the user that they like you, that's the type of thing we love and integrate into search. So building a follower base is a general good to have that pays many dividends down the stream. We didn't talk about recent posts, so I want to spend a little bit of time on this one. So this is the voice of your brand coming from your Google Plus page in real time on search results. So when would that be useful? How about product launches or product announcements? We all work towards these big milestones where we announce something and we want everyone to hear about it. So in this case, BMW, who has launched a new customization tool for their interior design, puts a post about that launch, about that announcement right on Google. And perhaps the reason someone is searching for BMW on that particular day is because they heard about this through a different channel. And there's that nice blue link, and clicking on it goes to this nice album hosted on Google+. However, all links don't need to go to Google+. That's not the point. For some announcements, maybe the appropriate link is to the page on your website. So here, with Verizon's announcement, the link doesn't go to Google+. For BMW, that made sense. They wanted that visual experience. But for Verizon, they want to maybe sell the product. So they included a link to their product page. So examples are really endless, but I want to walk you through a couple others. So you can also use this to upload all kinds of interesting, relevant, timely information, such as events that you're hosting. You can also use it to post real-time updates from the events themselves. Or perhaps promotions, coupons, daily deals. But here's another one that I really like, and this emphasizes the real-time nature of this integration. So every once in a while, something unexpected happens, and that you want to deal with, say something about with urgency. In this example, perhaps something happened in your local community, and you want to get your message across as quickly as possible. Well, this is a great distribution system, right? You can, as the CEO of the company or the PR person, marketing person, whoever, type up a post from your mobile phone, hit send, and within less than a minute, that message is going to be on Google search results page for people looking for you. And here maybe you make like direct eye contact with the user who's searching for you with your message, written message next to it. And not everything has to have a time component. All the examples I walked through were about, okay, events, promotions, etc. But sometimes you just want to show the best of your pages, best of your content with pretty pictures on search results page. And this is the last section I want to talk about. I already alluded to it at the beginning of my talk. We are just beginning to release this new module that shows people who are looking for you what is popular, what's trending on your site or app. Well, how do we know what's popular? Google Plus platform team released sign in with Google functionality that I hope all of you are considering or adapting to your website and mobile app. So users come and log in with their Google ID to your service, be it on mobile or desktop. Then with their consent, you can send us the activities that those users are engaged in. So the songs that are being listened to or the movies that are being purchased. So then, one of the first integration points of this data into Google Search is what I'm showing here. We aggregate all those activities, find out what is trending right now, and then put links into them with accurate descriptions coming from your web pages into these right-hand side cards. So Google Plus sign-in like basically, we will be having a lot more integrations on top of Google Plus sign-in, and this is the first starting point. So with that, I hand over to John, who will be talking you through how to get to these features.
That's right. Thank you, Ardan. So this is a really exciting opportunity to actually have the ability to have your voice as well as the voice of your users on your Google search results page for your brand query. And that's almost unprecedented. And in fact, actually is unprecedented. And you might think to yourself, how can I make this happen? And the great news is that it's incredibly easy. I'm going to describe today 2 different levels of integration that you can do. One is so simple that within the span of half an hour's worth of time today while sitting in Google I/O, you can get your portion of this ball rolling to activate the right-hand search box to begin with. All that involves is having an activated Plus page that also has current posts that have been posted quite recently on it. The second level of integration that I'm going to describe is integrating Google Plus sign-in. Google Plus sign-in, in turn, as Ardan mentioned, allows you to send activities with the user's consent to Google, which we, in turn, can pass back to you in the form of promotion in the right-hand search box on the Popular with Google Plus box. So let's get into the details. The first level of integration is what I call basic integration. All you need to do to activate the right-hand search box is to have a Google Plus page that you've created that claims a website that corresponds to your Google Plus brand query, your Google brand query, and then that page in turn will have validation code on it that points back to your Plus page to ensure that the Plus page is yours and you are the Plus page. The second level of integration is to integrate Google Plus. You integrate Google Plus to tell us who is providing doing activities on your site, what those activities are, and then with the help of schema.org, you'll be able to tell Google's search engine more about the page such that we can render something relevant and contextual for the user. So let's dive right on in. First thing to do is to set up a Plus page. Many people here have probably already done so, but if you haven't, it's incredibly simple. You simply just go to Home, Pages, Add a Page, and you'll go through a very easy-to-follow flow. And I'll walk through some of the most relevant fields associated with that. There's quite a few others, many of them quite self-explanatory. So in this case, we're talking about a product or a brand in terms of classification. And you'll give your product or brand type. The 2 fields that are most relevant are the most obvious ones. One is your name. Pretty straightforward. That name will show up directly, prominently, and in large text in the right-hand search box on the top. The second is your website. The website is what you are claiming corresponds to that Plus page. Pretty straightforward. For best results for that Plus page, execute your brand query directly yourself and simply just copy and paste. Make sure that there's a one-to-one correspondence. It might not necessarily be absolutely required, but to make things easy, just copy in that URL directly into the claim box. That's fairly simple. The last stage, which don't show on this slide is simply just to have your profile image. The profile image is what shows up in the top left portion of the right-hand search box. And so that's great. At this point, you have a plus page. You've claimed the page that corresponds to your brand query. But that's not quite enough because, of course, anybody could do that. The last thing that you need to do is add code to your page itself that validates that that page is yours. Now, there's a number of different ways to do this. In previous talks, actually, today, including Paul Linner and Chris Messina's having to do with our new badges, provide some techniques to do that. The first technique that I'm going to describe is to add a widget to your page. And the widget could either be a brand badge, which we see here on the right, or a follow button, which you also see here on the right. The brand badge is a beautiful, small representation of your Plus page that you can embed anywhere on your site. But if it happens to be on your home page, Google Search Crawler will see this and take that as validation of the page itself. The same is true for the follow button. The follow button is a lighter weight version of this. You'll notice that follow exists in the brand badge as well. And follow provides yet another way that you can embed anywhere in your site, but in particular on your claimed page, to indicate that the Plus page is yours, and to allow users the ability to establish a relationship with you by following. And then finally, if none of these work for your particular UX reasons or others, you can simply just add a link tag, which has no UX associated with it whatsoever, or a direct link to your Plus page. Once Google search crawlers crawl your page, they will see this and take this as validation, at which point you're pretty much done. How do you know that this has happened? You go back to your Plus page, and then take note of the URL here for TuneIn. If there's a small checkbox just to the right of it, Google crawlers have found, crawled, and validated your page. At this point, you're completely done, and you can activate the right-hand search box simply by adding activated posts, which is active posts, which is the last stage in the basic integration. Very simple. It's the same as posting a share or a post to your personal stream, only, of course, it corresponds to your Plus page. Now, there are two requirements associated with posts that are required to trigger the right-hand search box. The absolute requirement is that you have some text. We need to provide additional information in context, but of course, it is strongly recommended as well to either have a link or an image. The image will be displayed directly on the page, providing that it can be, of course. And then if you provide a link, Google's crawlers will crawl that link, find an image from it, and display that as well in the right-hand side. And here we have a couple of examples. TuneIn is promoting a deadmau5 concert with a link. That link was crawled on TuneIn's website, and the image appeared accordingly. In the second particular example, an image was provided directly, which corresponds to the text. And that's pretty much it. It's incredibly simple, and like I said, your portion of this can be done in as little as 15, 30 minutes today simply by starting up your Plus page, claiming it, and then providing validation. Google search crawlers will do the rest. So before and after is an incredibly powerful demonstration of this technique and this technology. And so from here, I'm going to talk about the deeper integration. And this is something that, as Ardan mentioned, is already paying dividends, but is becoming more and more powerful as we continue to add features to the Google Plus sign-in platform. And this involves integrating Google Plus sign-in and then sending app activities with users' consent to Google, indicating activity that is going on your site. Now, thinking about this in a very straightforward fashion, if you look at the popular Google Plus side, we need to know how many users are doing something and what they're doing, and then to be able to represent that. That corresponds to three concepts. First of all, who's on your site? This is conferred by adding Google Plus sign-in to your site. Second, sending app activities. What is the user doing, and on what page, which is represented as a URL, which we'll see in details, does that activity apply? And then third, Google's crawlers will crawl those URLs and provide a way, and you can provide a way using schema.org to tell us how to best render that content so that when the user sees it in popular on Google Plus, they will get an accurate representation of where they're about to go. So let's dive into the details. First thing to do is to integrate Google Plus sign-in. Now, there are a number of different talks in Google I/O today that'll give you a lot of the details. And it's important to recognize that you can do this for web, Android, or I/O. This is everything that applies to this talk has to do with either web or app related activities. Today, for the purposes of the discussion today, I'm going to go through the Webflow, just as an example, just to show you how simple it will be. However, there are a number of different talks, all of which are tomorrow, that go a deep dive into integration on web, Android, and iOS, and I strongly encourage you to check out any of them if they are of interest to you. So the first thing to do in integrating Google Plus sign-in to a web page is to add the Google Plus JavaScript snippet. This activates all APIs that Google Plus supports. This includes +1, brand badge, follow widget. It also allows you access to the Google Plus client with which you can send activities to Google. It's a pretty straightforward piece of boilerplate that you more or less just copy and paste once onto any given page. And then from there, what you would like to do is add a Google Plus sign-in widget. The widget is activated as all other widgets on the Google Plus platform are, with a small snippet of HTML5 markup. This provides an example of the sign-in widget. As you'll notice, there's simply just a span, which has a class g-sign-in. All widgets have class equals g-something, and in this case, it's a sign-in widget. I'll go through a couple of the other parameters that are relevant to this integration as well as all integrations that have to do with sign-in, just to give you a little more flavor for the important factors that are involved in the integration. And the first one is the callback parameter. In the case of web, when the user goes through a sign-in flow, a JavaScript function is executed with the result of that flow. And what you need to know is simply one thing. Was it successful? And if it was successful, at that point, you can start sending app activities back to Google. Let's take a look at what the JavaScript function will look like. This is very simple, and of course, we can go into more detail. I recommend that you go to the web talk tomorrow, or watch it on stream if you'd like. Here, we're defining a function called handle auth result that takes in a result object. For the purposes of the function, it simply just looks like a standard object, and it either has one of two fields, access token. If that token exists, the flow was executed successfully, and you can start making requests, which we indicate here via a simple Boolean. There's a number of ways to do that. If there's an error, you can log it, and there's a number of different other things that you can do, which you can hear about tomorrow. The second field is client ID. Your application or site needs to be able to identify itself to Google uniquely so that we know what app or site corresponds to activities. And that's done through the through the use of a client ID. You can set up your client ID at cloud.google.com/console, and then click Register App. You'll go through a flow of which I've shown a couple of details here that allows you to select the type of app or site that you're talking about, and then add certain metadata associated with it. In the case of a web application, all you need to do is indicate that it is a web application, and then copy and paste in all the host origins on which your script may exist. Between the two of these, Google's APIs will be able to validate that the client ID is legitimate, and then therefore know who your app is and who you are. Finally, I'll talk about this request visible actions field, just to call out again that all these activities that you post on behalf of your users are done with their consent. When you pass request visible actions equals this value to Google, what it does is triggers the consent dialog to ask the user, is it all right for us to send activities on your behalf? Supposing they consent, your JavaScript callback will get an access token, and from there you can start sending activities. So finally, let's talk about what it looks like to actually send those activities. And this is also very simple. So simple that the amount of JavaScript necessary can fit on one slide with fairly large text. There are two pieces associated with this. One, there's a simple if conditional that says, was the sign-in flow successful to begin with? And there's a number of different pieces of logic you can put in there depending on your integration. But most importantly, you create a moment. The Google Moments API allows you to send different types of what we call moments, in this particular case, an activity, to Google. There are only two pieces of data associated with an activity that are absolutely required. One, the type. There are a number of different types. In this particular example, I'm saying the user has listened to something, and that something is identified by a URL, and that's all it is. From there, you use the Google client, which already has the access token, which has been granted by the user going through the consent flow to it, and you simply just post this to the Moments Vault, which is the URL for the Moments API. From there, Google knows that the activity has occurred, and you're pretty much done. The result of this can be used as well for logging and other purposes, but for the purposes of Popular and Google+, that is all you need to do. And so at this point, if we go back to the Popular and Google+ section, let's think about it. What do we know how to do? We know who's doing what on your site. and to what. So we can display the count, basically by unifying the URLs. And we know that that number of users has performed that activity. But the last piece of data that we need is data about what that URL actually corresponds to. And the way that we do that is by requesting that sites add schema.org markup to their page. Now, schema.org is an open standard that simply just involves adding additional attributes to existing HTML to tell us more about what it is, semantically speaking. Now, Google is really good at inferring meaning from HTML, but at the same time, schema.org allows you to specifically indicate what that content is. Is it a song? What is its duration? What language are we talking about? It basically takes the guesswork out and really makes it much more deterministic. And it's an incredibly powerful technique that I will start by talking about via a simple example here corresponding to a song. Now take a look at this markup. It's very simple. Obviously, it would be more complex in all likelihood on a real site, but it really gets the point across. This represents a displayed version, a displayed representation of a song. You can see there's an image. There's the BBC Radio 93.5 is the name associated with it. There's a genre information, but it's all just kind of in a mishmash of divs and spans and all this. There's a listen control at the bottom. It's actually kind of ironic that most, or at least many websites are generated from structured content and completely lose it on the way out. Schema.org allows you to put those semantics back in. So how do you do this? The first thing you do is by circumscribing the universe of discourse that you're talking about, simply just by adding the item scope property to the top level div that encapsulates all the information about this song. Now, item scope basically just says this is a thing. The next attribute you add is item type, which says what type it is. The types are all enumerated at schema.org/doc/full.html. And in this particular case, we're talking about a music recording. Now, within the type of music recording, a lot of additional attributes can apply that map very directly to this particular DOM. All of these are marked via item prop attributes. So you just add item prop to the DOM accordingly. You'll notice that we've marked where there's an image, what the name of the music recording is in this particular case, the genre and the language in which it occurs. There may be a bunch of additional data on the page. Now, that's fairly straightforward. When Google's crawlers get to this content, it allows us to pull all these fields out, sanitize them appropriately, and render them directly and meaningfully in the Popular on Google Plus box. There's an incredibly powerful technique and something that extends well beyond the Popular on Google Plus box, so I suggest that you take a look at schema.org if you have any interest in it, because this is the sort of thing that will continue to pay dividends over time. Today, Popular on Google Plus supports two different types of schema.org markup, corresponding to a number of different types of activity to which that could occur. This is in the music and movies verticals. So for music, the schema.org type is music recording, as you see. You can listen, discover, or buy that, or at least indicate that your users are doing so. And for movies, discover, buy, want, and review are the applicable activities. But of course, the team is working extremely hard to expand the types of entities that are understood, as well as being able to represent those entities in a much more fluid way, in a much more meaningful way. Popular on Google Plus is really only the beginning of this integration.
Okay, great. Thanks, John. So I'll say the closing words. So basically, we showed you today how you can really jazz up your brand queries. But as the search team and the social team and with this partnership, our goal is to go way, way beyond brand queries. And the better we understand your app, your site, individuals' relationship to you, either through the follow action or the user activities that you're writing to us, the better we understand the content and how it is consumed, the better we can represent you. This gives us a new understanding of how what users are doing, how they're consuming, which user cares about you. All this stuff is just wealth of information that will keep enriching the search experience. And we started with brand queries, and I hope this talk and the examples we show you were exciting enough for you to go and put that half an hour of work in to activate your Google Plus page, or 1 week of one engineer's work to integrate Google Sign-In, but there's a lot more to come. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So we've got plenty of time. If you would like, we are open to the mic for questions.
Yeah, I'm just curious how current search engine placement and whatnot, for our old search engine optimization, how that comes into play here. Does it improve? Does it even come into play at all?
Pardon?
So basically we have, at least with all the features we showed you today, we haven't really changed anything in the central column in terms of ranking. It's all on the right-hand side. Yeah.
So regarding the ranking on, the search results, the first result is what's going to determine the card on the right, correct?
That's right.
Is it possible for a single Google Plus page, so let's say TMZ, for example, to trigger on TMZ, a search for that, and also for celebrity news? Does it matter as long as they're the #1 ranking for that term?
No, not at the moment. So basically, because there are, of course, other sites, like Paris Hilton also is in celebrity news, at least at this point, we don't choose which plus page applies to a more generic query. So the feature currently is pretty tightly tied to brand queries.
So you have to specifically have a search for your brand name for that to appear?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Hi. Can you hear me? Oh, yeah.
Yep.
You talked about plus pages, but there's a lot of talk on the web like for local pages, business pages. Are we talking about the same thing? Because lately you've been mentioning all these different definitions of pages. So is it plus pages, local pages, or are there different things?
For the purposes of this integration, we're just talking about plus pages. There may be additional features that we add similar to this that are inspired by its hope for success, but for right now, we're just talking about plus pages.
Like for the Google local pages from Maps or something? For local businesses, I mean.
Oh, yeah, those are also hosted on Google+. As
Yeah,
far as I
so
know.
that's just a different type of page associated with this. But for now, we're really just talking about brand queries, so it corresponds to product or brand.
But there is
searches.
internationalization component, and that brings me
Right.
to a good point. So for example, in the case of Starbucks, there can be a global Starbucks page, like in English, right? So that is the content that would show in most cases, at least for queries in English. But then maybe Starbucks Japan chose to also have an identity and a page where they post Japanese content. So we definitely look at the localization. So for the query Starbucks in Japan, the content would come from their Japan page. And for the query in English, it would come from their English page or the page associated with the US. And things can get even more localized for local businesses to state, city levels.
Thanks.
You have support for authorship tying into Google+, so if somebody authors a page, they show up, but you don't do that for brands. You don't have any kind of a form of publishership, so that even though we have the ability to tie our logos, we can tie our pages back to Google+, but you don't show, say, our organizational information in little profiles next to it the way you do with authors. So can you talk about if that's going to come? And also, just today, an hour ago, you announced that you're supporting company logos, but you're not using Google Plus for that. You're using Schema instead. So.
Oh, no. The logos I showed at the top, like the TuneIn logo, that comes from Google Plus. That doesn't come.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm talking about you understand authorship. Somebody's
Yeah.
written an article, they linked authorship, right?
Yeah. So we didn't really touch upon authorship, but that is something I think about a lot, and a lot of people on my team also does. So basically, who is the face behind content? And we talk about the voice of TuneIn, the voice of Starbucks, but sometimes within that umbrella is the voice of a particular author, someone's name is associated with that. So we didn't go into that, but there are ways of actually linking pages to individuals' plus pages, and that too gets used.
I think that's what he's mentioning. He's wondering if what would happen if a brand essentially was the publisher, or at least wanted that to.
Are there plans to allow brands to have that kind of linkage as opposed to just their authors? So if the New York Times wants to show up and you list the New York Times, the New York Times.
You said by New York Times, essentially.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I don't know the details of that feature all that much, but I guess
Yeah, it's something that we've considered, and I think that the team is trying to figure out all the nuances with it, because I think and don't quote me too heavily on this, part of it is really trying to provide the personal, like the personal touch essentially of who specifically wrote it, as opposed to providing a different sort of clearinghouse for kind of like an umbrella of authorship associated with that. But there's a number of really legitimate use cases for it too, and so I could try to meet you afterwards and get you in touch with the PMs for that.
All right, thank you.
Hi, I was wondering if you had a roadmap for the other schema.org entities. So currently it's just movies and music.
Yep.
Do you have a published roadmap of the support for the other ones, specifically for the local business entity?
Oh, yeah, actually, that's definitely something we're interested in. I don't have a roadmap slide to show, but it really depends on two things. One is like what idea, what use case really strikes us, and I actually love to hear your ideas. You know your service, you know your content. We have office hours right after this. So if you come to that and say, hey, here's how we think you could use our data in Google, that's how best ideas come from you. So that's part one. But part two, what really convinces us to focus on a certain vertical or certain use case is also the data that we're seeing coming through, right? If I see a lot of data coming from apps, sites that are about local businesses, then we're like, okay, let's look deeper into this, what we can do with this, as opposed to just talking the hypothetical. So another way of sort of getting your use case to the front of the queue is actually sending us data, integrating the Google Plus sign-in.
Thank you.
Anything on the? Sorry, what?
Where can we get the slides?
Oh.
I think that'll end up being posted on the I/O site after the talk.
My name and personal brand happen to clash with an Italian design house and an Austrian DJ. Now, neither one of those has yet woken up to this and how to use it and to use it. Now, I've got the brand domain, got all that in place. I've claimed my Plus page. So at this point in time, it should be very easy for me to get it all set up. Now, meanwhile, sooner or later, one or both, probably both of those two, are going to wake up to what's happening. I'm just a little guy. They, on the other hand, are actually quite famous big entities. What happens then?
Yeah,
if it's the same brand.
Right. So this is a hard problem. So I'm just going to venture my sort of thought. This is not like a product definition, but how I would fix that is, the key is really understanding the user's relationship to you or to that brand. So if I know, for the basic example, if the user follows you when they search for you, the likelihood that they're looking for you is high. Or another user has signed into their page with their Google Plus whatever identity, also the likelihood that they are interested in that is high. So these are very explicit signals, and they're not as maybe common as we would like. But that's kind of the answer, understanding, and maybe if my friend is following you, that's another signal. So I guess one way to solve that is really understand which user is interested in which brand.
Yeah, and just to, expanding upon that a little bit, a lot of times we've seen brand names that are claimed in Italy versus the United States. Very simple, right? That's yet another axis along which search can be a little bit more intelligent based on geolocation, based on what language you're searching in, things of that sort. And then also things that we are rolling out having to do with automatic hashtagging and kind of semantic analysis associated with your content. If we know that somebody's very interested in shoes, maybe we'll show Jimmy Choo. But if somebody's interested in Jimmy Choo, the website maker or something, I don't know, then we would trigger that. But it's very early days associated with when it comes to the search aspect of that.
It's going to be very much contextual and relational then.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Quick question on, you guys talked about on the right-hand column pretty
Mhm.
much. So I just wanted to know, how would that get incorporated with mobile searches or tablet searches, et cetera? Is that going to be included in mobiles as well, or?
Oh, the question's about mobile?
It's mobile and other
yeah,
displays.
great question. Yeah, so we start with desktop. Right now, this is available. Everything we showed is available on desktop, but we're working on mobile as well.
Yep. Pretty much anywhere else that search results would show up. We seek to integrate it in the most contextual and non-intrusive way.
Cool. And the desktop one's already like public already?
Yes, for movies and music, and of course it'll be rolling out to more categories over time.
Thanks.
Doesn't appear that there's any questions from the extended sites. So if there's any more here, one more.
How would this integrate with the cards? Would it?
What cards?
Well, like Google Glass cards or Google Now cards. Like, will you ever see with like a Google Now search like this being the top?
Oh, I see. Like Google Now cards.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good idea. Like we haven't really thought about that.
Yeah, I mean it's another one of the kind of visual form factors that we're looking into to see what the user experience would be like, whether it be too cluttered, whether or not it would provide contextual and relevant information. Anecdotally and intuitively speaking, it seems like it would, and I think that the teams will continue to integrate more.
Thanks.
That's all the time we've got.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Welcome back to Google Developers Live at I/O. I'm Louis Gray from GDL, and I have with me two distinguished guests, Colt McCandless and Ilya Grigorek. Thank you for coming, gentlemen.
Thanks for having us. Thanks.
And we're here to talk about web performance today. And if you remember from the keynote, it seems like so long ago now, but it was only about 5 to 6 hours. We were talking about performance and speed and simplicity and all those things that really are part of Chrome and really part of everything that Google is doing with our approach to the web. And so I'm really happy to have Colt and Ilya on here. Both of them have spoken a lot about making the web faster and Chrome tools that'll get the job done to make everything go more quickly for the web platform. So I wanted to just get really started. Web performance is really all of what we do at I/O and through the rest of the year. You guys even have a booth upstairs. I just checked it out, which is great. Why so much attention on web performance, Colt?
Well, so as every app developer knows, as we start to bridge into mobile, that it's not just about network performance anymore, about how fast your page loads. It's about how fast the page is to respond to the user once they're in it, right? So we have to feel like apps, which means developers have to worry about the 3 pillars of performance now: network, rendering, and compute. And because of this, we've got a lot of presence here, a lot of great talks going on to try to help developers start talking about this, bring this mental model to the table, and show them what tools they need to get things done.
It's interesting you bring up networking, rendering, and computing. I came from a world where computation was always the bottleneck, and it was the server that was slow. And I think what you've seen with networking has grown exponentially, 10x each round, and it's really become something where the data center kind of becomes a cloud, and you don't think about the server anymore, and it's the network that's the bottleneck. And that, as you mentioned, it can be really difficult and complex. So what are you guys doing up at the booth to take all that complexity and make it simple?
Well, we absolutely are sure that it's super complex, right? I mean, we as the Chrome developers spent a long time architecting this stuff, right? What we've actually done is we've assembled all of the brains at Google who deal with performance on a day-to-day basis, and we basically have them standing around for about 8 hours answering questions, right? In addition to that, they're going to be walking you through the tools that we use for our internal analysis and all of our profiling and showing you how to use them. And at best, if you bring us one of your sites, we'll actually tell you what's wrong and how to fix it as soon as possible.
And so that's performance Elliot shared.
Absolutely.
So I like the idea of hearing a bunch of gurus standing around like at my service. So what exactly are they going to be doing? Is it like I show up with my laptop and they're going to tweak my browser settings, or what's the deal?
We won't tweak your browser settings necessarily, although maybe we could, because as you saw in the keynote, we have the Chrome data compression, right?
Yes.
So that's already a nice win that you can enable. But as a web developer, I think another thing that we can take away from the keynote is not only is the web getting faster, it's also getting more ambitious in terms of the applications that we're building, right? Which is why we care about rendering performance, like 60 FPS in a browser. For game developers, this has been a day-to-day thing.
Absolutely.
For a lot of web developers, this is a new concept, right? So upstairs, we're talking people through kind of the steps of what are the tools in Chrome that can help you figure out what are the rendering bottlenecks. Maybe you have a CPU bottleneck, a compute bottleneck, or maybe it's networking, right? So for example, for networking, we have a suite of tools called PageSpeed, which is basically like a performance linter. You run analyze, and it tells you, here are the 10 things you should fix right now. And then we can also provide some tools to help you automate that web performance best practice, which is great.
Isn't it true? You never really eliminate the bottleneck, you just move it to a different place?
Absolutely, that's what happens, right.
And that's the way we always learn that. I mean, if you get it out of this spot, you're going to find something else that's hot. Yep. So you're talking about really like a performance analysis service, and
Pretty
kind
much.
of finding the best stuff and finding how you can optimize for that. I know we often have you online at GDL. I appreciate you coming on and talking about making the web fast. What are those things that web developers can really key on to try and make their pages load more quickly? What are the things that really are the slowdowns? I think one of the pieces was touched on the keynote was the option to get away from possibly JPEG and moving to WebP. Yep. Can you talk a little bit about that compression and things that are out there?
It's a really cool example. So it turns out for an average page on the web today, over 60% of all of the data transferred is actually images, right? So we're building pages which are very media heavy, lots of images. And with WebP, we can actually give or provide about 30% better compression over JPEG. And what we didn't mention in the keynote was 80% win over PNGs, right? Which we often use for alpha channel and transparencies, which are very popular in games and other places. Yeah. So you put those two things together by using something like a WebP format, and you get a huge savings, which fewer bytes transferred, which makes the page load faster. It also decreases the cost of your page, right? I think it's something that we forget, on a 4G connections. For a lot of users, bytes are expensive. So reducing that amount is actually very, very beneficial.
Well, you mentioned 4G connections. I'm going to date myself a little bit and go back and talk about modems.
Sure.
So the web just, they just announced its 20th anniversary, essentially. And so some of us have been using the web for a long time. And some of us were using Mosaic and Netscape Communicator and all those cool things, where you had essentially gray pages with blue links, and when you click through, you would get to text files. And you had to do that because the downloading speed wasn't even possible to load an image, and it was painful to download hundreds of kilobytes of data, which are things we absolutely take for granted. And I think often what we run into is if you have a pipe and you make that pipe bigger, the people who are designing your apps are going to fill that pipe. And so how do you manage that kind of one-upmanship on the equipment side that's really sucking down the data to the people that are creating bigger and more greater apps?
So I think it's a challenge to both us developers, on Chrome and at Google and all the rest to make. So we want to build more ambitious applications. We want live streaming, right, to happen. We want to deliver rich media, rich games in the browser and all the rest. So developers keep pushing us to build more ambitious applications, which means we need to improve the performance of the web, performance of the browser. But it is a collaboration, right? We can't fix everything within Chrome, which is why we have the performance area, where developers can come, show us their application, and it gives us feedback as browser developer, right, to say, here are the things that we need to address, help developers fix, or vice versa. Like, we were not educating developers about something really
What
well.
is it about Chrome specifically that makes you say it's speedier? What is it that we can test on, and what's different about that browser?
Well, from the ground up, we always focus on performance. I mean, that's one of the cornerstones of Chrome that started at the beginning was we need to make a faster, more secure browser for people because that enhances the web experience for everyone, right? The browsers get better, the web gets better, everyone gets happier. So we do a lot of things across network, compute, and render to make sure this happens. V8 is by far one of the top JavaScript VMs out there. The way we handle rendering and our utilization of the GPU is top tier, right? We do things that no other browsers can do just right now. Networking, we do a lot of great stuff like the flywheel technology as well as the way we're compressing the network transfer stuff.
A really cool example with network is Chrome literally learns the topology of the web and it becomes faster the more you use it. We learn your browsing patterns, and next time you open the Google News homepage, we say, hey, we can preload these other pages to make it seem faster, pre-rendering and other tricks under the hood.
So a lot of pre-caching and fetching of pages that I might go to in the future. Almost like cheating. I think one thing that Linus, I believe, was touched on today, they looked at the performance of Chrome on JavaScript, both on desktop and on mobile. And on the desktop side, year over year, maybe we increased by 50%. And I apologize if I get the number wrong. And then mobile, it practically doubled. And so when you look at mobile, how important is making the web fast relative to desktop?
Oh, it's everything right now, right? As we've already talked about, the amount of content coming from mobile platforms is eclipsing desktop more and more and more. We're seeing that. And especially it's becoming the life force for a lot of these small businesses that rely on mobile for their input and their income, you know? A user visiting a website has a different sort of expectation when they visit on mobile than they do on desktop. And so decreasing the load time, increasing the performance is going to be critical for these guys to stay afloat as the technology moves forward.
Cool. Well, I know we actually did this pretty fast. It's good for guys who are doing performance to talk quick. And I appreciate your performance on it. I appreciate you joining us at GDL at I/O. For those of you on the live stream, we're going to get back to your sessions next. And follow us again. We'll be at GDL at I/O again at 5:20 talking about Drive. See you there.
We got some issues. Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining us. And if you're joining us via I/O Extended, thanks for tuning in. My name is Paul Saxman. I'm a developer advocate with the Google Maps Developer Relations team.
And I'm Kasia Dertsvenska, and I'm a geotechnical solutions engineer for Maps APIs.
And today we're going to talk about ways that you can use the Google Maps API to make location meaningful for your users. Because from a user's perspective, location is more than just a marker on a map. There are other dimensions besides where that your users are likely interested in. For example, when your users have to be to a particular location, what they intend to do there, and how they're going to get there can actually strongly affect the type of information that you put on a map and how you display the information.
So to give you a better idea of what we mean by that, let me show you what my calendar looks like on the map. I live in Zurich, and when you have a calendar, it's usually calendar events have locations bound to them, so it's quite easy to extract the location and just put a pin on the map. But as you might see, this is missing a really crucial part about having things in a calendar, which is the time. So if you wanted an app that was a geo calendar, which potentially you can build, you'd need to add the time, just like I did here. this gives you a bit more information. For example, if you wanted to find me at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you know that I'd be at work. And it gives me more information, because I roughly know what I'm doing at a given time. But it's still not everything. Events have activities, right? And here I put icons, because icons are more visual than text. And this is a pretty good overview for me. If you're a person that is trying to call me, you might want to call me when I'm at work, but you might not want to call me when I'm attending my yoga class. But there's still something missing, which is how do I get to places? So here, you can see that I have an 8 a.m. run scheduled. I have it scheduled. It never happens, but it's there. Then I'm biking to work, which is a red line. And then I'm taking public transit to a wine tasting event. You know, like you wouldn't like me driving or biking from a wine tasting event, so it's quite crucial here.
And I can kind of see that you, it looks like you're going to have cocktails at your wine tasting, so it'd be kind of interesting to see what your calendar looks like tomorrow.
It's Friday night.
Yeah.
It's Friday night.
Cool. So there's actually a lot of great apps that use multiple dimensions to make location meaningful. These are just a few of our favorites. They cover kind of very popular, very useful use cases, like finding a new home to live in, finding great food, and actually helping to plan travel. But we're not showing you these to actually discourage you from building apps that do these types of things. I mean, these are actually really great for inspiration. We definitely recommend that you check them out. But we think that there's actually a whole kind of class of use cases that really haven't been explored yet with location-based applications. And that's what we're going to talk about today. We're just going to give like a few examples of kind of simple ideas that we had for location-based applications and how you can actually use the Google Maps APIs to kind of augment these. So the first one we're going to talk about, this was kind of, our code name was Airporter. It's getting the user to a particular location on time, and it's getting them to the airport or getting them to their plane on time. And so you can imagine that this is going to be a mobile application, because the user is going to want to have the information on hand as they're getting to the airport. And even when they're at the airport, we can actually give them information when they're getting to the terminal. So we're going to build this application using the Google Maps mobile APIs. On the left, you have the Google Maps Android API v2, and on the right, we have the iOS, Google Maps SDK for iOS. Both of these were actually launched late last year, and they both contain a series of features that are really great for building location-based applications. A couple of really useful ones, 3D buildings. As you can see in these images, the buildings are projected up from the ground. This is great for giving the user actually a sense of perspective, because you can actually go to street level and show them street level orientation. The maps actually support rotation and tilt, so you can, north doesn't have to be at the top of the map. This is really great for doing things like plotting paths around routes. They also support camera animations. So you as a developer can actually animate transitions between points on the map.
But you have to be careful with that. If you overdo it, it can really make the user feel sick. So take it easy.
You can do some pretty high-speed flyovers if you want to. Markers and info windows. This is just plotting simple location-based information on the map. Polygons on polylines. We'll show those a little bit later, using polylines for plotting vector information, and ground and tile overlays for putting raster information on a map. So there's a number of different ways you can use these APIs. We're going to use it for building this app to getting to the airport. So the first thing you're going to need to know, you're going to need to find where the user is, and that's where geolocation APIs come into play. The most simplest way to actually get location information of the user is using the My Location layer that's built into the Maps mobile APIs. So these are very simple to use. Essentially, just turn the My Location layer on. You get the blue pin and the circle, which shows accuracy. And then you actually just query the map to get user location out. It's simply just 2 lines of code, set My Location enabled. This is in Java or Android code. This is what it looks like in Objective-C. The great thing about My Location is it does all the work for you. You don't have to worry about what sensors you're using. You don't have to worry about how quickly you're going to get a response back, because you actually get a response back fairly quickly. You also don't have to worry about plotting the marker on the map. The API does all that for you. The bad thing about My Location is it does all the work for you.
Who said that?
What's that?
Okay.
So if you actually want to customize the marker, you can't with this API. Also, if you want to control what sensors are active, you don't have that access with the My Location layer. But you do have that with location services on the mobile, in the mobile SDKs or APIs. Android, both Android and iOS have APIs that allow you to actually control which sensors are being used, how quickly you get a response back. You have a lot more control, but it's also a lot more complexity. And I'll toss this out. I know we mentioned that we're doing this on mobile, but there are HTML5 geolocation APIs. You've probably seen this if you visit a website and you get that little yellow bar in Chrome that says you want to share your location. Very simple to use. It's a single line in JavaScript code. You get a call back that you get the location out once the user has accepted it. So on all three platforms, iOS, Android, and on the web, very easy to get user location to plot on the map. So once we know where the user is, we have to figure out where they're going. And as Kasia pointed out earlier, that's where the calendars are very, very, very useful. We can't stress this enough. I mean, you've probably seen Google Now, the way that Google Now actually is giving real-time information to the user. A lot of that information actually is pulled from calendar information. So for example, here, you can see that I have to be to a flight in about an hour.
Oh no, you said, Paul stressed me out with the hour because I always need 2. And when we rehearsed, he mentioned 2, and now he's stressing me out again.
Yeah, well, it's flying domestic. It's a lot easier, I guess, than flying from Zurich. But so the calendar actually has information about future events. It has information about where the user is supposed to be at the current time. It also has information about where the user has been historically. So there's a whole wealth of information in here that location-based applications can take advantage of. And the great news is, as well, is that most mobile platforms, Android and iOS, have calendar APIs or calendar event APIs that allows you to get the events out. Also, the Google Calendar has a web service that you can access as well. So if you want this information, it's actually pretty readily available. Obviously, you have to go through a whole permission cycle with the APIs. But we think these are a great place to get information about your users. The issue is, though, is that the events in the calendar don't have, they're not geocoded locations, obviously. They're whatever the user enters, let's say SFO terminal 3. So at some point, you're going to have to go from an address to a marker. And that's where geocoding APIs come into play. So there's mobile geocoders, Android and iOS. They can forward and reverse geocode. So forward is taking the address to a coordinates. Reverse is taking coordinates to an address. Also, an alternative is that you can use the Google Geocoding API. The geocoding API is a web service. Basically, you construct a URL. You say if you want the results in JSON or XML. You pass it an address, and away you go. The results, I'm showing you JSON. The XML looks relatively the same, just with more angle brackets. And it's pretty self-explanatory. This is probably the last slide I'll actually show you JSON output, because I generally think that the JSON that comes out of the Google Maps APIs, it's pretty easy to read. But you can see here I have multiple results. We have geometry information. We have address information. Very easy to parse, very easy to get access to. So now that we know where the user's coming from, we know where they're going, we're going to actually give them a little bit of intelligence when they're getting to the airport. So we're going to try to find the user a place to park. So you can see here I've plotted 5 markers on this, or actually about 10 parking markers on this map. So you may have a database if you're building an application like this, of place information. But if you don't, there's a Google Places API. So I got this parking information from using the Google Places API nearby search service. Places API is actually, it's a suite of search services that get you access to over 100 million locations, points of interest or establishments that Google has in a database. And these are the same locations that you see on Google Plus Local or in the Google Maps API. So querying the Google Places API nearby search service, again, it's another web service. Kasia is going to talk about actually the JavaScript components to a lot of these a little bit later. But with nearby search, you pass in location, and most of the other information is optional. So you can specify radius. Here I specify 2.5 kilometers. You can say specify types. So for example, I just wanted parking spaces. There's over 100 different types available in the Places API that you can query on. And you can query on multiple types if you want. You can specify a keyword. Here I'm looking specifically for airport parking to differentiate from municipal parking. And I've ranked the results by prominence, which is actually what we consider kind of popularity ranking. The alternative is ranking by distance. Another variation of this is, let's say we want to help the user find a cab. And so here what I did is another nearby search. But here you can see I'm actually displaying a bunch of kind of place information in this little info window. And that information comes from the Places API details service. So the details service, so with the search services, you actually get a reference that you can use to actually query the details service to pull out this information that you see here. The details service returns information like, I mean, obviously the name of the place, but information like the ratings, which is a 5-star scale, price level, which is a $4 sign scale, phone numbers, you get both domestic and international phone numbers. The addresses are componentized, if that's a word. You get opening hours, so you know when the place is open, and you actually get a flag to tell you if the place is open when you make the query. You get the place types out, you get a website URL, and you also get some user-generated content, reviews, and photos. We'll talk a little bit about this later on, but this is actually the same kind of reviews and photos that you actually see in the Google Plus Local. So let's say the users actually picked their parking lot. They know where they want to go. Now we actually want to give them some intelligence on how to get there. And that's where the Google Directions API comes into play. So you see here I've plotted a polyline showing the route, and I've actually shown the travel time of 24 minutes.
Come on, that's not possible. You're going on the one-on-one there. 24 minutes?
We'll touch on that a little bit. Yeah, 101 is, if you're not from the Bay Area, is kind of a historic mess. But so the Directions API, we're going to use the web service version of it. Basically, you pass in the origin and the destination, the coordinates. You specified your mode of transportation. And once you get out, you actually get the full route. You get all the legs in the route, or all the steps along the path. You get the full path information, so you can plot the polyline. And then you also get the distance and times for each of the legs. So you can actually sum up the times or sum up the distances to give the user intelligence about how long it's going to take or how far they have to go. However, as Kashi pointed out, 101 actually sees quite a bit of traffic at certain times. So this is where the traffic layer can be useful. Traffic layer is available on all of our APIs, our mobile APIs and our JavaScript APIs. You turn it on with just a single set traffic true, I believe, in most cases. And what that does is actually plots real-time traffic information on the map for the user. So they can actually see what the traffic looks like at that moment. And then you can see that on the side here, I've actually adjusted the time. Now it says 54 minutes. This is actually a feature that's available to our Maps for Business customers. I mentioned before that the API, the Directions API returns duration. But for Maps for Business customers, they also get duration in traffic. So it'll actually calculate how much time it takes for the given current traffic. And you can actually set the arrival or destination times to get future traffic predictions as well. So let's say the user, they've seen that ugly traffic on 101. They potentially want to take a train instead. The Directions API supports that as well. So instead of mode driving, you can actually set mode transit. You get the same information back, all the steps along the path. You get all the times and durations. You get essentially everything you see here, including the names of the trains and if they have to walk between certain locations. And the last thing I'm going to mention, so let's say we've gotten the user to the airport. They're making a mad dash for the gate.
If they have 1 hour, that's what they have to do.
Exactly. And you want to give them the ability to actually find a healthy snack before they get on the plane. So this is where voice search is very handy. Voice search is built into the mobile APIs. The user just hits a little microphone button. They can actually speak into the phone, and the phone will do voice-to-text translation for them. But then what do you do with that? I mean, they could mutter, I want cake. They could say, give me cake near, in Terminal 3. And that's where the Places API text search service comes in. The text search service, like the nearby search service, takes a lot of the same parameters, except that it requires a query parameter. What the query parameter does is it will do a natural language matching based on the query string to give you results. Everything else, like location, radius, and types, these are all optional parameters, but you can use those to actually constrain your query. So since I knew where the location of the user was, since I know I don't want to give them food that's over a kilometer out, I can actually constrain that and allow them to find relevant information that's relevant to them at that moment.
So cake is a healthy snack, right?
Yeah, actually, when doing this demo, I actually ran a few queries for things like I don't know, it was like vegetarian food and salad, and not too many results in the San Francisco airport.
Oh, wow.
But, so with that, Kasia, you're going to talk about?
Yep. So Paul mentioned events that are in your calendar, but the same applies to bigger events. Probably all of you know that May is Bike to Work Month. And just out of curiosity, how many people actually bike to work from this crowd? Okay, well, that's pretty good. How many people bike to work during the Bike to Work Day that was hosted inside your city?
That was during I/O rehearsals for me.
Okay, well, it was not bad. What I did is I wanted to show you how you can use the power of the Geo APIs to help in bigger events and campaigns. So I built an app to run a competition between cities for the Bike to Work Day and Bike to Work Month. So now if you look here, we have an address form that uses places autocomplete. We can put in the home address, which for me was somewhere in Sunnyvale a week ago, because that's when San Francisco had their Bike to Work Day. And then you can put your work address, and what it does, it simply counts you as a person that biked to work. I agree that there might be some room for cheating, but let's leave it as it is. As you see, you have directions plotted, and you have some additional information. This is a working demo. I built it in 3 hours. Mind you, it doesn't have a backend, but so all the information is of the summaries are just false data. What did we use to build this demo? First of all, you saw that when the user started typing, they got a bunch of suggestions. What we use here is geo-powered input elements. Places Autocomplete has a feature that allows you to bind to an input field. And then once the user starts typing, it provides you a list of suggestions. After they choose a place changed event is triggered, and you can extract information about a place. So here, I don't want to ask users, where do they live? If they gave me their home address, I can extract the locality from the place information. And I do the same for the geometry.
And there's a web service for that as well.
Oh, yes, yes, of course. After the user put in the information, there were directions that were plotted. And it looked in kind of nice way. How many people here used styled maps before? Okay, well, you should use it more. Styled maps are awesome because they might help you put a message across. Okay.
Voila.
So here, for example, I use the styled map wizard, which is the thing you want to use if you are styling your map, to style the map to decrease the saturation and get rid of some labels. I mean, I assume that the people that are putting in their home address know the street names around their homes. In general, the way maps are styled is that you specify element types and feature types. They are both hierarchical. So for example, a feature type is a road, and a subtype of a road is road highway. And once the styled map produces styles like this, you can use it to style a map in JavaScript. But you can also tweak it because you see it's quite readable. What we also did is we put symbols on the map as in the directions response. How many people used symbols? I would say it's the same amount, which is quite impressive because we only added symbols about a year ago. And the power that they have is that they're scalable, and they're essentially SVG paths, which you can use to animate and display things in an interesting way. Here, we constructed an object, which is a polyline options object, where we say what kind of a symbol we want to have on the polyline. We're setting the stroke opacity of the polyline to 0. We don't want to see the polyline, but we want to have arrows on the polyline. And after we've done that, we can simply pass it on to the directions renderer. And there's a little thing here that I also did, which is suppressing the markers. Because let's face it, you know where your work is. So continuing on the demo, we also had a little panel. And this is my I would like to ask you to, every time that you put information such as how long does it take to go somewhere, how long is a step of a journey, what are the additional, think about what actually the user needs. I mean, you probably know how much the commute takes. So here, I displayed the user some general information. So instead of running competition with points and things like that, and meters, kilometers, I told them how many times the bikers from their city managed to cycle the Earth and climb Mount Everest. And then I want to show them something interesting. How many of you know what the elevation path between your work and the house is? Elevation graph. Really? Did you attend my rehearsal session? Anyway, this is a piece of information that is easily achievable because the direction service returns a polyline, and the elevation service simply takes a polyline and the number of samples, and then you can use the Google visualization library and create a column chart in a really easy way. You simply add columns and then add data rows. But it's also important to remember at mobile. I mean, I love JavaScript, but I admit you have to think about mobile as well. So here we added a mobile application that the users can install, and if they so wish, they can show their current location, and then you can tell which company they're biking for, or which city they're biking for, and collect this information and plot it on a map using a polyline. You can then also use this information to make some interesting visualizations. Even it might be in live, or it might be like here. Let me just start from the beginning. I simply plotted random points on the map because I didn't have the data, but this is biking in San Francisco. You can see that people essentially start off slow and then go a bit quicker. And this is, by the way, using symbols. And it's a JavaScript demo. But once you have this data, you can use this for a campaign. But what's really cool is that you can use the power of data to help people and to make things better. So remember, plot your data on the map and make things better after you collect the data. Here, I'm constructing a live heat map. But if I switch, you can see actually the heat map, the end heat map overlaid with San Francisco biking layer, which is also available in the API. And what you can deduce from here is, for example, that people are taking a path, which is not a biking route, but still a lot of bikers take it. And you can then go to the city council and say, hey, 300 people that day took this path, and there's no bike path there. Please add it. And this is a really, really valuable thing to do. What's more, if you have this data, you can, for example, suggest path updates. If somebody is going like the wrong way with stupid elevation and they have the app installed, it might suggest to the user, hey, you can actually choose a simpler path and it will take you through a nice area. So I find it really, really cool. But enough about biking, right? We've been talking a bit too much about biking. So let's talk about walking. We had 3 demos: biker, walker, and airporter. A couple of months back, my colleague Wolf built a conceptual demo for an app that lets you explore the surroundings. So what it does is using the walking transit mode and directions, tiles didn't load, but and generates a walking path. And it's important to remember that it's also available on Android. And this is why we have this little guy here. He's a CSS animated Android, just for the record. That's why I love HTML5. So what the application does is it uses waypoints to construct a hexagon, which roughly takes an hour to walk through. And it gives you a walking path. Then it uses nearby search, the same as Paul mentioned, to find places with given categories. So I extended the demo to make it look like this. And also, for example, if you're an estate agency and you want to provide users a way to learn the surroundings, you can choose the practical types here, and then it will show you where the post office is or where the nearest shop is. So with that, let me show you what the actual demo looks like. You input the address, that's places autocomplete again. We're in Moscone. Let's say I'm hungry. I'll choose eat out, and then click on the map to generate a walk. Perfect. Then I have places with photos. I'm looking for a place for food that looks nice. So let's just scroll down to see. The one on the left here looks good. Let's go in there. We have some additional information. We have a Pegman. Let's click the Pegman. We're inside. Isn't that wonderful? When you have a place information and you set the Street View panorama on, if the place has indoor Street View, you go inside, which is pretty remarkable, I feel. Let's say I don't want to walk so much because I'm pretty hungry, so I'm making the route shorter. Yes, and I'll leave this detter just for reference. And yeah, I think I'm good to go. Now what I'll do is press the share button, which will send this information to my mobile phone, so I get updated as I walk, and maybe I get place reviews read. But that's for later. So we have these information, which is the general information that Paul spoke about a bit before, and you can see it looks awesome. If you add a panel, a small panel with Street View, indoor Street View, it gives a lot more sense of how the place looks like. But we also have, so this is all the information, sorry. This is all the information you can get from the detail service. One particular thing that I like is the vicinity. Vicinity is a way to format an address for locals. So for example, if you provide an address and you're using Places API, and you know that the places that people that will be using this application are locals, do not have to make them read through United States, California, postal code. No, just give them the street and the city. One additional thing that's worth noticing is the opening hours. So you know when the place is open. And yeah, there are plenty of types, but I feel that this is not the power, this is not the full power of the API, because what matters as well is the user-generated content, right?
Yeah, so we mentioned it a little bit earlier that the Places API gives you access to user-generated content as well. Those are photos and reviews. So the search services, actually, for each place returned, you get one photo reference. And the detail service, you get up to 10 photo references as well. And these are the same photos that you see in Google Plus Local and in the Google Maps API if you're searching on places. And in addition to the photos, you also have access to reviews. So the detail service, the Google Places detail service, will return up to 5 reviews. These are the ones that we think are the best reviews out of the bunch. And you get information such as the description that the user entered. You get the ratings. So here we have actually 3 aspects for the ratings. And also a attribution so that you can actually link off to the person's Google Plus profile if it's available. And this is what it looks like actually in the detail service, or in the JSON for the detail service. You can see with the photos, you get actually the height and width information. You get attribution. So you can give the user that generated the content credit. You see the reviews with multiple aspects. For a restaurant, we have food decor service. Not all places have multiple or 3 aspects. What we generally say is, you can expect there to be at least one aspect. And when we have multiple aspects, the top one is always the primary aspect. And then, like I said before, you get the authorship information and then the text for the review. So that's up to 5 reviews per place from the detail service. So that's pretty much it. Those are the demos we want to show you today. So before we go on to Q&A, so we're going to have Q&A. You guys can get up to the microphones and ask questions if you want. We're going to actually check to see if there's any questions from online, if anybody's sending anything our way from IO Extended. And also, we're going to be in the sandbox afterwards. But a few tips for you guys for getting information or getting more information about what we talked about today. There's some upcoming sessions later on today. I know it's been a long day already, but at 5:30, we're going to have Getting Your Maps into iOS talk. I believe that's Mano Marks.
And Luke.
I'm sorry?
And Luke.
Oh, and Luke, yep, talking about building a map in iOS. Tomorrow, there's a bunch of talks related to what we mentioned today. There's visualization talks. Beyond the Blue Dot is about the Android location services, or Android location APIs that are available now. And also later in the day, there's another Android talk, so about using the Android Maps API. And actually, third day, there's a couple of code labs you might be interested in. Definitely check those out as well. There's a lot of resources you can access online. This probably isn't even all of them. The most important thing you want to do, besides the thank you slide, go to developers.google.com/maps. That's where all the information that you're going to want is linked to. So
We recently had a redesign, so the page really looks sleek. Check it out.
So that's it. So if you guys have any questions,
Should we take this one
feel free
first?
to step up to the mic. And again, if we're, if you don't want to ask questions here, we'll be in the sandbox in a little bit.
Yeah,
You can
feel
ask
free to
questions
clap.
there as well. Now I feel bad. You had to ask them to. Oh, that's horrible.
Oh, that was honest and sincere. So we have one question from the online.
This guy looks familiar.
But that doesn't even get. Let's answer this one and then queue. Okay?
Sure. We're going to take a question from our IO Extended audience. So the question is, how do you deal with different address formats in different countries? How does the API handle these?
Okay.
So actually, we have in the Google Places APIs. Actually, in most of our APIs, we have it's the address components. So the address is broken apart into administrative levels, country, zip codes or postal codes. It's pretty. I'd say it's a pretty standard format that kind of maps to.
Basically, you can build the format that you like, that your application needs from the components. And usually, we also try to make the formatted address and the vicinity match the given country. So when you set the language of the query, we would try to return the best formatted address. If you don't like it, you can still change it.
Yep. So formatted address, localized, the address components, you construct it yourself. But everything is pretty laid out clearly for you. So yeah, let's take an audience question. In the front.
Hey guys, I'm Yarian, and my question was, so earlier today, the geofencing stuff was announced, and I was surprised that you didn't talk much about it. What plans do you have for that? Part of the talk was predicting where the user is going to be and using that information. So do you have anything special up your sleeve related to that?
Well, we don't really want to steal their thunder. The talk is actually tomorrow, and I definitely recommend that you go there. There's a lot of stuff that's going to be in that talk that is very relevant to actually building location-based applications. But it's specific to Android. So definitely go to that talk. Very cool stuff. And we're, on the Maps team, very excited that it's available to Android developers. So.
Okay, there's a question at the back.
Cool.
Hey guys, is there any plans to have, instead of waypoints to get directions, avoid points? Like I don't want to pass here.
Oh yes, actually the demos that we saw used waypoints.
Instead of waypoints?
Sorry?
Instead of waypoints, I want to say the point I don't want to pass.
You don't want to pass.
Oh, so places to avoid. I see what you're saying.
What I would suggest that in such cases, if you specify that you want route alternatives, you can get up to 3 routes, I think. So you can use that, and if it still passes through the point that you wouldn't like to pass through, simply take a point in close proximity and make it a waypoint. But another good thing to do is file a feature request using we have a feature tracker on code.google.com, and we really look for your feedback. So if you create a feature, you find a feature like this, and a lot of people start, we actually look at it, and if we can, we implement it.
Okay, right. Thanks.
And not necessarily avoiding points, but there's also in the Directions API, you can actually do things like avoid tollways and avoid highways. So if you want to actually plot a scenic drive as opposed to a route up 101, you can do that. But
101 is scenic.
Cool.
Okay,
thanks.
Thank you.
Hi. Is there a way with the Places API to get a place that corresponds to a textual address? Let's say I have an address in a 1235 Avenue blah, and I want to know if that's a place or what's the place that corresponds to that. Is there a way to do that?
So I think that's a really great use case. So essentially geocoding. So you want to.
The reverse lookup in a way.
Yeah, Places API does that. You can specify an address, you get a bunch of places.
Yeah. So in your, go ahead.
So I think the best solution here is that Places API is extremely flexible. You can look for a place in the query parameter by giving a URL of the web page, and it will return the place information. You can also give the address, in which point you might get more results back, but if you check the address, you should simply look for the matching address. And it should work flawlessly.
Yeah, so the autocomplete service is a really great thing to use as well. I mean, you can, it's actually a real-time service, so as the user is typing it, you're going to get results back. But you can actually pass a full address in there, and it'll do its best job to find the match based on how much information you put in. So there's a number of different things you can try, but I'm pretty sure it's something, one of the APIs and the Places API will do that for you.
I think we're short on time.
Yeah, we have just a couple more minutes, so come on up. And then, like I said, we're going to head over to the sandbox after this, so every question gets answered.
Yeah.
Cool. This is a two-part question on reverse geocoding. So the app that we're building does a lot of reverse geocoding. It tries to take, let's say, 50 photos the user's taken that are all geotagged and put together like an itinerary of where they went, cities. And so we're running into rate limiting problems because we want to do that processing on the server. So we've been pushing it off on the clients so that each of the clients can do the reverse geocoding.
It's a good idea.
But then even then, because we do a lot of kind of like waiting and then syncing all at the same time, we're still kind of running into that. Is there, what do you suggest for that?
So, I mean, if you actually look at our terms of service, we do have fairly, what I'd say, generous caching policy. Okay. So you are able to cache information. It's up to 30 days. You have to cache it securely, and you have to refresh it regularly, and that's within that 30-day time frame.
Did you also enable billing in the API console?
Yeah, I can't remember if we did that yet or not.
So actually, if you enable billing, you get a higher quota for the server side, but you don't, until you reach a certain limit, you will not get charged for that. So come up to us, and we can explain how to set it up and how does it work. If you're overusing your quota, you can always try to reach out to us to get a business license.
Okay, thanks.
We'll do, actually, we just have two more, and then we'll mosey over to the sandbox.
Okay, hi guys. I have a question regarding your Android API. Is there any possibility to add gradient information to the vector-based route drawing at the moment?
Can you repeat that, please? That was.
I have a question about the Android API.
Okay.
Is there any possibility to add gradient information to a vector-based route drawing?
Oh, gradient, so elevation, or
like
yeah. So the elevation API that Kasia showed in the web application, there's a web service equivalent to that as well.
I don't mean I think that you can use different colors for different points in the route.
You can essentially, there are overlays, in the Android API. So you can draw your own.
That's rasterized.
Yeah, you have to convert. Yeah, so there's it's up to your own resources to draw vector data for now. You can use you can build an overlay using your raster data.
I've seen one app that actually does a really nice job of that. I've kind of lost it off the top of my head, but they're essentially doing that.
It's called Rantastic Bike Apps because it's ours.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, basically you draw the polyline in a bitmap on Android, and then you actually can convert that into either a tile overlay or a ground overlay. Tile overlay, you get better zoom control.
We're using like this, like with the tile overlay.
Perfect. Yeah, that's generally the route. I mean, I think we do have a feature request open for this for kind of multicolor polylines.
And you can also build this yourself and then upload it somewhere so that other developers can use it.
Actually, we're actually over time, so maybe last question, we'll take it over in the sandbox if that's okay.
Short question, possible?
Sure, sure.
The user remarks in the Places API, they tend to be in different languages. Is it possible, according to the locale of the device, to sort them out? So you have a French person using, he only gets the French comments?
Sort the language. I think this is not possible yet.
Yeah, that one I'd have to do a little research on. I don't think that's possible off the top of my head, but if you can join us over in the sandbox, we can do a little bit of research.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you so much for attending, guys.
Thanks again.
Welcome back to Google Developers Live at I/O from Moscone here at Google I/O 2013. I'm Louis Gray from Google Developers Live, and my guest right now is Nicolas Garnier.
Hi, Louis.
On the Drive team. He comes to us from Zurich, Switzerland. So that's quite the trip. Definitely appreciate you coming by. And today we're here to talk about the first year of Google Drive. It's hard to imagine it's only been 1 year, but it came out last year. Last time we were here, we were talking about docs and spreadsheets, and each piece in its own little slot. So maybe you can give us a little understanding of what's happened in the last 12 months. How has Drive evolved?
Well, 12 months ago, basically, we launched Google Drive, right? And people were really anticipating this launch. It's really what people expected, right? It's really a service for people to back up all of the files that they have on their desktop and upload them online and basically allow them to share these files with their friends, for example, or their colleagues. But really, lots of the effort we have put in, and lots of I would say the groundbreaking features that we've been working on are really related to the SDK of Google Drive. So the SDK that's basically the API and a bunch of further features that I'm going to tell you about.
And that really sets it up for developers who want to develop against the Drive API.
It's really for apps to really build on top of Google Drive and really use Google Drive as basically the file system for the web platform, right? You can find nowadays really cool, really powerful apps online. For example, photo editors, I don't know, even faxing applications or diagram editors, all of that. So even Google Docs, right? All of these apps that run online that are great editors, we hope for them to actually use Google Drive really as the central place to read files and basically save files too. So that users have this central place to really hold and manage and organize all of their files, not only the files that they have on their desktop, but really use that for really the web platform, as I said, all of the apps that are out there that needs to save files, that need to read files. Basically.
And you talked about, you look at a differentiation between backup, which is essentially a passive environment where you just send files from one place and put them in another to retrieve later, to more of an active, interactive piece with applications touching those files, sharing with other people. One thing that I've enjoyed is you essentially have, whether it be Chrome OS or any other application, if you log into your account on Google, your Drive documents are everywhere, wherever you follow. And it makes it really feel like any computer in the world is my computer. It's no longer that my files are on my desktop living somewhere. Do you feel like that's really changed the way users perceive it?
Yeah, I think that's really one of the big reasons why people are really moving away from the desktop and doing more and more things online, basically. So alongside with all of the cool apps that are available, and but to actually make these web apps better and make them actually want to use Google Drive as a SDK. We've been launching a bunch of features through this year. I can just mention a few ones really quickly. There's now a way for people who have files on Google Drive to publish their files as a website, basically. That's one of the really interesting features. We launched a real-time API allowing apps to build real-time collaboration feature, web apps, right, that are using Google Drive. Real-time collaboration feature that would be similar to Google Docs, for instance. We've seen some really cool apps there using that feature. What else?
One of the good things about being on Google Developers Live and getting to see the Google Drive team present is I've seen a lot of these real-time interactive features with the real-time API. I've seen a number of the developers out there who have tapped into it for the first time. And we've been able to see a lot of the tips, be it Claudio or Steven and the members of your team, talking about how to drive your first Drive apps, be it in Java or C++ or JavaScript. It really seems like the Drive APIs are exceptionally flexible for any type of code that comes in there.
Yeah, I definitely. I mean, actually, most of our APIs at Google have this really wide set of client libraries. We're really trying to make it easy for everyone to integrate with us. I think we have client libraries in 8 or 9 languages, iOS and Java, Python, PHP, etc. Right? JavaScript. And for JavaScript developers, and for web apps in general, we're really trying to make it even easier, right? We launched, for example, a bunch of widgets that basically, really common UI components, features of Drive that we don't want, developers out there to have to rebuild everything again, right? So we provide a bunch of widgets to them, like for example the picker, which is like this file explorer, little file explorer they can embed in their website, so they don't have to build that, right? People can just trigger that widget. It's just a few lines of JavaScript, and people can go ahead and select a file in their Drive. It's like this little UI popping up. It's pretty nice. We have the same for sharing a file, right? So we allow developers to actually embed that, sharing widgets, the same one we use in Google Docs or Google Spreadsheet or Google Drive, to embed that UI directly into their website. So they don't have to rebuild that feature again.
And so in what fashion would somebody use Google Drive as the backend for their website? I've seen the feature launched, and it's really interesting to understand what kind of actual deployments have you seen so far?
So I think the best suited apps for this currently are productivity apps. That's really the type of application, online productivity apps, right? That's really the type of application that, can really use the most of our features that are out there, right? For example, I forgot to mention that we have this really, really great feature that was available at the launch of the API a year ago. It's the ability for application to integrate directly with the user interface of Google Drive. So application can basically register just like they would on your local desktop computer. They register to open certain MIME types. They tell us, hey, I can open image. I'm an image editor, so I support opening JPEG and PNG images and stuff like that. So when people are actually installed that web apps or connected, we call that web apps to Drive, then from within Drive, they can, for example, right-click on an image or directly open an image with that image editor. For example, I can cite a few ones, Pixlr Editor or PicMonkey, those are the few cool image editors that you can find online that have a very, very deep integration with the Google Drive SDK, basically, the Google Drive user interface.
And you mentioned Pixlr. They were actually one of the first developer partners that I asked Ali to take a look at. As somebody who uses Chrome OS every day, I want to have the ability to get into image editing, get really deep into it, do the cropping and all those things that you would do typically with a native desktop application. It's been great to see the integration with Drive there, where you can take content that is stored in Drive and pass it right through a system like that. Now, we have only a couple minutes. I definitely wanted to say thank you very much for coming through and talking with us about Drive and giving us an update on the 12 months of advancements that have happened.
Thanks for hosting me.
Absolutely. I appreciate you coming on GDL.io. For those of you on the live stream, we're going to cut over to the sessions momentarily. And when we come back to GDL.io, I'll be joined with the team working on games, which were all announced this morning, as you have incredible demos coming up.
All right, thank you.
Is it live? Am I live? Am I live? Am I live? Am I live? Can you hear me? We're going to start in a couple minutes, but there's a lot of people who still need seats. So if you have a seat next to you, raise your hand that's open. So come grab these seats. We're also, looks like we've got a lot more people interested than we were expecting. So we're going to stream overflow into the developer. What area? Into Stephanie, where are we going to stream the developer side? The GDG Lounge for anybody who's at the door telling people. And we're also live streaming. So come on in, grab seats. We'll start in a minute.
My dad was a NASA engineer, so he brought us her a tour at Johnson Space Center. And they asked my brother what he wanted to be, and he said an astronaut. And then they asked me what I wanted to be, and I said an astronaut. And they said, what? Girls can't be astronauts. You know, in their mind, they were right. They just didn't realize that the future would be different.
It's hard when you're young, when you're a teenager. There's a lot of peer pressure to conform.
There is a certain stigmatism to being a woman in technology. It doesn't seem to be something that you do.
I didn't want to be stuck at my desk, you know, programming on a computer, you know, 8-10 hours a day, every day for the rest of my life. It's just not how I saw myself. But so much of it is also collaborating with other people and brainstorming and problem solving.
It's working as a team. It's building things together.
It always feels like play. It doesn't feel like work.
I'm always surprised that there are not more women going into tech because I think it's growing and there are just lots of opportunities.
There is no roadblocks, you know, being a woman in technology.
There are a lot of naysayers. They're like, don't do that. You're never going to be successful. And so one of the things I learned very quickly is you've got to stay focused and you just have to believe in yourself and just make it happen.
I come into work every day excited about the challenges and the possibilities.
It's incredibly satisfying to know that you're doing something that has that type of impact and that type of reach.
You really feel like you're doing something that's helpful and that's making a difference.
I'm able to create something that most universities in the world use. You know, how impactful is that?
5 million businesses use the products that I've been working on.
Every time you type in a query, you're using my code, and that means that I'm reaching billions of people a day.
You see the impact every single day on real people and your friends and your family, and that's just magical.
Hello. Welcome to Women Tech Makers, live on location at Google I/O. It's incredible to be here. We have a fabulous lineup of speakers. We've set up this session as a series of lightning talks. So we want to ignite and inspire with topics around search, of course, but also Google Glass, some product insights, AI, knowledge, and other topics. I've asked all of our speakers to tell personal stories as they walk through these topics. And we have a bit of a theme of past, present, and future. But before we start, I don't know if my slide thing is advancing, so I'm going to come over here. Hello. Sorry, guys. There. So this is the lineup. And before we start, I want to talk a little bit about why we started Women Tech Makers. Last night we had a fabulous gathering of the women, a pre-gathering, the women who are here at I/O. And we might be in the minority, but we're fierce. And it was really fun, a good social experience. And we want to build community amongst women with our male colleagues. We also are working on visibility. And
women are largely invisible in technology as part of our feeling. And so our goal is to increase visibility. Our industry is probably 10 or 20% technical women, sometimes a little higher. We want to get to 50%. We want to match the population. Products are just better when they're built by diverse teams. Companies are better. The world is better. And that's part of our goal. I wanted to give a shout out to real progress that's happening this year. Sheryl Sandberg, who's a fabulous colleague, Google alum now, leading Facebook with Mark, has really driven the national and international conversation up. We need to be talking about these things. I don't know if people are familiar with the Maker series. Maker.com, AOL, and PBS have launched this. It's the modern women's rights movement's history, documentaries, and really shining a light into actual fabulous stories, the backstories on women that you haven't really heard before. And you just saw a video clip, a montage of something we've done, which is called Makers at Google down here, which you can get to on google.com/diversity/women. We really want people to know the stories of the women who build YouTube, the women who build Android, the women who build search. And so we've launched this series starting today. As part of celebrating what's going on in some momentum, we have a long way still to go, but we've come a long way and really upping the conversation. I just want to shout out to some of the giants we stand on the shoulders of. This is Kathrine Switzer, first woman to run the Boston Marathon. Officially, I encourage you to watch her story. The race director tried to rip her numbers off. It's on makers.com. And this is Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and she's delivering the Declaration of Sentiments in the mid-1800s at the first Women's Rights Convention. Back when women weren't allowed to go to university and were not allowed to do many things. How many people in this room have ever heard of the Declaration of Sentiments? There's 1, 2. Looks like for people on live stream, we're probably at about 10%, which brings me to the point I want to make, again, about visibility and invisibility. We really have a problem with how visible technical women are. And so I want to jump into 2 things before we start. Sometimes you're lucky to, there's symptoms of a problem, and sometimes there's roots of a problem. And I stumbled across this when I met Geena Davis, the famous Academy Award-winning actress. Geena was watching TV with her children when they were young, and she just, as an actress, she could see that TV was biased. And she'd say in the industry, there's not enough women and girls on children's television. People would say, yeah, of course, there's plenty, like Dora, the Scooby-Doo girls, lots of people. But then she thought, no, there's not. Let's measure. You manage what you measure. So she measured it together with USC Annenberg. And the studies were showing, and they had grad students counting by hand, it's actually 3-to-1 across all of children's television, the corpus of children's television, of men and boys versus girls. And so the girls aren't equally represented. And you see amazing things that you wouldn't even notice. But how many women in the whole ocean in the film Nemo? How many monsters or Muppets were in Sesame Street who were girls until the 90s? That would be 0. Nemo, 1. So we're not accurately depicting the world, and we're skewing it. So one of the things we've been lucky to do, and also one more stat, the 80% stat, 80% of the jobs that were held by characters in the television our children watched were held by male characters. So we taught our kids that girls and women don't do STEM, which it just doesn't happen to be true, as we'll show in this session. And so we really need to get in here. We are now working with Geena on trying to automate some of this so that we could have a gender disparity measurement ability to look at our media. And I encourage everybody who has technical background, look at ways we could use technology to count bias so we can measure and see things. The last thing I'll point out before we start about things, one more example. This is so insidious, like our bias, that I was looking at a catalog recently, and this was a dresser for a boy and a dresser for a girl, and the colors are different. But really, the big difference to me that I saw because of being aware of Geena's work was that the boy got the microscope and the girl didn't. So as you now know this fact, you're going to notice it everywhere. And it's something we need to work on. And if we could use technology to help ourselves see it, we could get out of this historic bias that we inherited. The last thing I would say before we start is around becoming visible includes not only seeing the technical women who are here today, but also the historic women. I don't know how many people recognize some of the people on these slides. Yeah, I see a couple hands, but really probably these people are pretty unknown to you. Ada Lovelace is represented in the doodle. She's from the 1800s. She's actually the first person in world history to think of programming something. She's the founder of our industry. There's the women who were astronaut corps. Nobody knew about them. We know about the men. Some of the most decorated Americans, of course, are the astronauts from the Apollo and Mercury Times. They were there. They just weren't allowed to fly. Grace Hopper. This is the Whirlwind Project at MIT. The Bletchley code crackers, the Enigma code crackers from World War II, more than half women, mathematicians. Hedy Lamarr. Hedy Lamarr helps you have your cell phone work. And up on the top, there's a wonderful thing that Singularity University launched last week, and I encourage all of us to help. It's a crowdsourced history idea. And so innovatingwomen.org, please go there, please help capture these stories. And last, I want to point to this picture down in the bottom, University of Pennsylvania, World War II. I want to bring Kathy Kleiman on stage. She's going to share an extraordinary story from history that I was lucky Brad Feldman alerted me to. He's here. Kathy.
Thank you so much, Megan. I'm thrilled to be here with all of you today. And I have an amazing story to share with you. But first, I have two questions. The first one is, does anybody here know who invented the first sort routine? It was Betty Holberton. Another question, who invented the first software application? That was Betty Holberton, too. We don't know about her because she was never written into formal computer history. In fact, her story was almost completely untold for a very long time. I know because I found it. Can we go to the slide, please? Thank you. No, because I found it. When I was an undergraduate and a computer programmer, I felt very isolated. I didn't see women around me. I didn't see them in my classes. I didn't see them as faculty in my computer science classes. So I turned to history to see if I could find role models. And I found this picture. This is of the ENIAC, the first all-electronic digital computer. It was a secret project during World War II at the University of Pennsylvania. And when I found the pictures, the men were in the captions. That's J. Presper Eckert and John Mauchly on the left and right front. And they're the co-inventors of the ENIAC, very famous. But there are women in these pictures, and I wanted to know who they were, and they weren't in the captions. So I took the picture, and I went to a leading computer historian, and I asked her who they were. And she said, they're refrigerator ladies. I said, a refrigerator lady? She said, they're models posed in front of the machine to make it look good, like the Frigidaire models who used to open the new refrigerators with such a flourish. Well, they didn't look like models to me. These women look like they belong in this picture, and they look like they know exactly what they're doing. So I set out to find them, and I did. That's Jean Bartik in the far back, and Ruth Lichterman Teitelbaum in the front. They were two of the original ENIAC programmers, and I was thrilled to learn that all 6 of the original programmers were women. So now I'm going to take a pause. Thanks to the wonderful women tech makers, I've been able to bring you a short video of the ENIAC programmers telling you a bit of their story themselves. It's part of oral histories I've collected over many years, and I'm thrilled to be able to share this with you.
In the computer field, from the very beginning, you're going to be the first in a lot of things. I've never since never been in as exciting an environment. We knew we were pushing back frontiers.
In February of 1946, 6 months after World War II had ended, America learned of a secret army project called ENIAC. It was the first all-electronic digital computer. Yet the tale of ENIAC's programming by a group of young women has been all but erased from computer history. During World War II, the US had assembled a crew of nearly 100 mathematically trained women whose official title was computer. Women who were computing complex ballistic trajectory equations by hand and using mechanical desktop calculators. In the spring of 1945, 6 were selected to figure out how to program the ENIAC machine. Fran Belis, Betty Jean Jennings, Ruth Lichterman, Kathleen McNulty, Betty Schneider, Marlon Westkoff.
We were computing ballistic tables on a hand calculator. We were computing, and we were computers.
There were logical diagrams of the ENIAC, and we were supposed to study them to figure out how to program it. The ENIAC was a son of a bitch to program.
ENIAC became a legend. Eckert and Mauchly became famous. However, the ENIAC programmer's story, the story of these 6 women founders who created the first sort routine, first software application, and became the first teachers of modern programming, was never told. Their work dramatically altered computing in the 1940s and 1950s as they paved the path to modern computer science.
At that time, the emphasis was on the invention of the ENIAC. I mean, developing the mechanics, the hardware.
We were like fighter pilots. I mean, here was this great machine, but you couldn't just take any ordinary pilot and stick him into a fighter pilot and say, go to it now, man. I mean, that was not the way it was going to be.
I had a fantastic life. Everything I did was the beginning of something new.
I really loved working with those girls.
Aren't they amazing? And their work didn't stop with ENIAC. They became the first teachers of modern programming. They became the first modern professional programmers. And Betty and Jean went on to program BIONAC and UNIVAC, the first commercial computers, and they created innovative tools that changed the face of programming forever. Absolutely amazing. And in a very nice twist, Betty Holberton actually interviewed Grace Hopper to invite her down to Eckert-Mauchly Computer Corporation, the first commercial modern computing company. And Grace, of course, accepted. So now, thank you. So now, today, I have an amazing announcement to make. After so many years of recording their oral histories, researching their accomplishments, and working so closely with the ENIAC programmers, I'm thrilled to tell you that, and I'm thrilled to announce here, that final funding has finally been put together so that I can produce a documentary and finish my book on the ENIAC programmers and share the story with all of you. This is happening because Megan Smith introduced me to two remarkable technical women of vision, Anne Wojcicki and Lucy Southworth Page. And they're providing wonderful support through their foundations, the Bryn Wojcicki Foundation and a donor-advised fund on behalf of Lucy Southworth Page. And I really want to applaud them because this is amazing. And thanks to this support, I will be in production this summer with the Paul Freeman Film Group, and we will be producing a documentary, and we'll have a book for you very, very shortly. I can't wait to share this story in its full form. And now I want to share just a personal story about how I learned firsthand what history and visibility can do to shape our viewpoints. 10 years ago, when my son was 5, he came over to me with a very confused look on his face. He had grown up with my work on the ENIAC programmers, and he had even met and actually played with 4 of the original 6 ENIAC programmers. And he looked upset, and he said, "Mom, I know that women can be computer programmers, but can men be programmers too?" I assured him that, of course, women and men could be programmers, and in fact, technology was better when we created it together. And when I left him 2 nights ago, he was programming. And so what I want to do and conclude is say stay tuned for more about the ENIAC programmers. And please join me in the quest to capture wonderful stories of women in technology so we don't lose any more. And on behalf of all of us, I want to thank you.
Hello, sorry, little mic mistake. That's an amazing story. So now we're going to start into the lightning talks, and I have the honor of introducing Susan Wojcicki. Susan has been at Google since the start. She's actually our first landlord, and I hope she's going to tell you a little bit about that. But Susan is our Senior Vice President of Advertising, and she really runs all the products that make all of the money that allow us to do all the amazing things that we're able to do. She's an extraordinary executive and an extraordinary visionary strategic leader. One of my favorite, just the personal stories, my favorite experiences are, Susan is always like double and triple booked, and she adds a lot of value, so we get her everywhere. And often if you're in a meeting, and there's a lot of people debating ideas, and ideas are flowing around, but you can't really get moving, when Susan walks in the room, it just changes. Within 5 minutes, people are focused on a screen and kind of narrowing in on where we're going to go. She just knows how to lead. She knows how to see the future, and she's an extraordinary leader of Google and of our industry, and I welcome Susan Wojcicki to the stage.
So good evening, everyone. It's really great to see such a wonderful turnout for our talk here. And since this is a developer conference, I thought I would talk about a few key principles that we use when we're developing Google's products. And I've been involved for a long time in a lot of products. So I summarized this down to 2. But before I do that, I'm going to talk a little bit about my personal story. And since Megan talked about me being a landlord, I thought I would start there. And so when people ask me the question, well, how did you decide to join Google? I sometimes have to say, well, my story is kind of unusual. It's not really like everybody else's story. I actually lived with the company, Google, for 5 months. And, right, I don't think really anyone else can say that, except probably my husband. And so what happened was I was renting rooms in my house, and Sergey and Larry had just gotten funded for their company. And they were looking for space, and I was looking for renters. And we agreed on an amount, and they moved in. And at first I didn't really think that much about it, other than they were renters. But then, people would read about it, and then they would ask me questions. And I would say, oh yeah, I know them. They're actually renting in my garage. So I started using the products, and you have to remember there were a lot of big competitors out there that were much, much bigger than this little company of 3 people at the time. And so I started using the product, and it was pretty good. And I had this realization at one moment, because the site actually went down. The servers were still running at Stanford, and it was at that moment that I couldn't reach Google. And that's when I really realized how important it had become to me in my life. And I realized the potential for the world. And that's when I decided I really wanted to join Google and be part of that future. So that's my story in terms of why I joined Google. So I joined, and I was there for 1 day. And Sergey comes up to me and says, I have a mission for us. It's to organize the world's information to make it universally accessible and useful. What do you think? And I said, well, they're I was employee 16. So there are less than 20 of us here. And you guys all just graduated from college. So that's a pretty ambitious goal right there. But that brings me to my first point, which is that do something important, think big, and have a big goal of how you can change the world. And I was really pleased to see that Larry talked about that this morning in his keynote, where he said that there's so many things that haven't been done yet, it's important to focus on the great things that haven't happened yet. And that's really a focus that we have in our development process. And a lot of times, doing big, ambitious things sounds really hard. In fact, they sound crazy, and they sound impossible. But when you break them down into parts, a lot of times you can realize they're actually doable. And doing really hard, crazy things also has the advantage that it's a lot less competitive, because there are fewer people who want to do crazy things like you. So let me give a few stories. So let me start with Street View. So we have the beautiful imagery that comes from the Bright Angel Trail in the Grand Canyon that we have been working on. In fact, here in the lobby, you can actually see the camera that has created it, and you can actually try on the backpack and walk around and see how we did it. And but when I first heard about Street View, it was just the idea, which is let's create a way to take pictures of all the streets in the whole world, right? And I'm like, okay. And then you think about it, and these ideas sound crazy at first, but then you start thinking, well, how would you do that? And you start thinking, well, you would have cars and they would have cameras, or you could have people and they could have cameras, and then you start talking, well, what kind of cameras? And then you find people who actually really want to do that. And then you're on your way to making it happen. So we just launched our 50th country with Street View and 5 million miles of Street View imagery. So from a very simple idea, we have something that enables people to see imagery from all over the world, which is amazing. So going on to the next big idea, which we are still working on, which are driverless cars. Now, if you think about driverless cars and you hear about this idea, it also sounds like this giant idea. Is it really going to get done? Are we actually going to be able to do this? And if so, when? And so there are many, many benefits. Like, it's probably the most dangerous thing we all do, but yet we have to do it, which is drive. And you think about the benefits of saving lives and emissions, and really could make a difference in the world. So my goal is to have the people at Google do this before my kids start driving. So I have a personal OKR here. But it's just an example of a really big idea that doesn't sound possible that you can make have happen. So let me move on to the second big principle that we think about. Now, when I'm working with teams and they are telling me they're going to create some new product, or they have some idea and they want to staff it and they want to build it, I ask them, well, what is your insight? Like, tell me something why you're doing something new, why you've observed something in the world that's different, and what's your insight that's going to make this product be a big success? And I found that if they can answer that, the product's usually a success, and if they can't, then it's often time to go back to the drawing board. And I think about the insights as, because there's so much technology and the world that we live in is changing so much, if we go around and we look really, really carefully at how the world's changing, and we see new technology, sometimes we can see glimpses of how the world will change in the future. And if we can see that glimpse, then we can build around it, and we can plan for it, and we can build those next generation solutions. We can build that future. So I'm going to give a few examples, actually, of insights that have been really important to me in my product development and that have guided me. And again, a lot of times these are just one sentence, but they're powerful because it's a nugget that you can use to build your products. So I was working on Google Video, and as you can see, we have the YouTube logo here. When I was working on Google Video, we were working with studios who had great content, and we were working to bring this online. But at the same time, after we had just gotten it online and users were starting to be able to see it, we had this other video that became very, very popular. In fact, it became, the numbers were significantly larger than what we were seeing from this studio and the studio deal we had done. And it made me realize the power of user-generated content. So do you guys want to see that video? Yes? All right, let me show you a few, just like 15 seconds of it. But it was this video that really gave me that insight and that inspiration.
You are my fire, the one desire, believe when I say I want it that way, that we are two.
Yeah. What I love about the video is that the roommate is doing his homework in the background the entire time and doesn't notice. But this was an insight. I realized, wow, this user-generated content, it can be really, really powerful. And today we all know that because that's what the world has become, user-generated content. It has its place, it's very valuable. There's also all kinds of other content that's produced professionally that's really, really important to the ecosystem too. But it was that video that really gave me the confidence in thinking that we should acquire YouTube. And I was a big advocate of it, and Google spent $1.65 billion. So sometimes you have one little insight, and from that little insight, you make a really big decision. So I want to talk about another insight that's near and dear to my heart, which is which is ads. I'm responsible for Google's ads business. Now, we created an ad system when Google had not very many people at the company. I would say probably like 30 people at the company. And we didn't really have enough people even to build a search engine, let alone to try to build an ad system where nobody knew anything about advertising, nothing. Like none of us had ever worked in it. But we had an insight. And that insight is something that I still use today when I think about the ad products that we build. And the insight's very basic, but it's ads are information. Now, if you think about ads being information, and you think about them just being commercial information, then the ads need to be relevant, and the ads need to be useful. The ads need to be shown to the right person at the right time, just like we think about that for our search results. And so that meant we had to build our own ad system. That meant that if you typed in flowers, you had to see ads about flowers. That if you typed in the name of any book, you had to see that all the ads had to be about the book, not just for a bookstore, but for that actual book. And so that's a principle that we use that caused us to build an ad system. And if I think about things today, sometimes I'll get questions. Like when we first went into display, people would ask me, how do you feel about image ads? How do you feel about video ads? Do you think an image ad could not be a good ad? You think about that. Well, an image is information. Our image is useful to you. Yes, then an image ad can be useful provided it's served at the right ad at the right time to the right user. All of it at the end of the day is about serving the right ad and making it useful. So that's an insight that we've used across our ad business from beginning till present. And just going forward, moving really quickly to the present, if you look at today and you say, well, what do you see about today? What are like things that you're focused on? I would say we have to be thinking a lot more about location. We have all these phones. The phones know where we are. How do we make all the services that we have super relevant to us? So you think about all of you having traveled, probably come from all different places, and staying in hotels and looking for places to eat. Now, how many of you have actually gotten some kind of offer related to where you are right now that would be useful to you? I'm like looking, but I see a few people. They're like the brave souls who, or the people who have special technology or have special insights. But it's something that doesn't really happen yet, but there's no reason it shouldn't and couldn't. We should all be getting useful information based on where we are right now. And the reason we haven't is just because those systems haven't been built out yet. And so it's just an example of an insight and the way we should think about things in the future. So just to sum up, those are my two insights. That's how we think about building. We think about doing things that are really important, things that haven't been done yet, things that will be used by billions of people, and to think about insights and what the future will look like, get an insight into that future, and then build for that future. And by building for it, that will become the future. So I'm very excited about the future of technology and how it's changing our world. I think there's so many opportunities for us and for all of you, and I'm looking forward to that future. And now I'd like to invite Anna Patterson to come up on stage. Anna Patterson has worked on some of the biggest, most ambitious projects I've seen at Google, and she's going to tell you a little bit about them. Anna is Vice President of Engineering and Artificial Intelligence. What an amazing role and opportunity. So let's please welcome Anna onto the stage. Thank you.
So I'm here to tell a little bit of hacker stories from the trench, and I think with a main theme of perseverance. I saw that the ENIAC programmers, how they got a circuit diagram in order to program. My first programming job out of school was for the F-15E, and we would test our software the best you can on something that wasn't flying. And then, we'd invariably need to put in patches. And just like the ENIAC, you had to toggle in the program. So it was very scary, since people's lives were depending on it. But also, I was thinking about how source control has evolved. Of course, my first programs in high school were on punch cards. But at home, I was really fortunate that my dad brought home a Commodore PET computer, and he encouraged us to experiment and write a program on it. and I wrote a really, really horrible, terrible video game. And it only had 8K of memory, so I stored program state like in the corners, so they were like flashing weirdly. And I guess it was a standard trick. I found out much later. But I was from the suburbs of St. Louis, so I wasn't really part of a burgeoning hacker community. I eventually got my PhD in computer science at University of Illinois Champaign. And then I became a research faculty member for John McCarthy, the founder of AI. And I see several people here who know me really well. And so you'll appreciate when I say that John McCarthy made me do something, how hard that must have been. So he made me look into this area called phenomenal data mining, where you're given facts and relations, and you're given a big data set. Big was very small in those days. And then when you learn new correlations, you can explain these new correlations in terms of underlying phenomena. So that's where it got its name, and that technique is still in use. But everybody was leaving the department to start companies, so we were pretty much like the last ones out when the lights were turning off. And I co-founded in 1998 a web mining company. Because the web was so big at 5 million pages, we thought, how are people going to be able to get around this thing? And so we had an idea to make an automatic taxonomy and kind of lead people to what questions were answerable on the web and what ones weren't. Because in those days, trust me, there weren't really recipes on the web, but the taxonomy around Linux was deep. So we got angel funded to do this just in time for the dot-com crash. And so I tried to figure out what my other passion was, and I said, mobile is just about to take off. So I moved into the mobile area in 1999, just in time for the telco crash. So after killing 2 industries, I was actually, had a 1-year-old, and I was 4 months pregnant. And of course, I was unemployed, and I was actually living in Pavni's guest room, who's in the front row. And so the doctor said, you need to be on bed rest. And I said, have you ever heard of programming? And he hadn't. And I said, it's a lot like bed rest. So I volunteered at the Internet Archive, and they have snapshots of the web over time. So as such, especially in 2001, it was much bigger than the web. It had 30 billion web pages, and the live web at the time maybe had 5 billion. So I did a history-based search engine that launched at like 12 billion pages, and you could look at how terms change over time. So you could dial back to 1997 and search for a term like Clinton, and you'd see all these co-occurring terms in a graph and how they changed over time, and it was very presidential. Dialing it up to 1999, it wasn't quite as presidential. And then moving forward to today, everything is about Hillary Clinton if you search for Clinton when you look at the popularity of the things on the web. So it was a really interesting project, and I was doing it as a volunteer, and 4 days after it launched, various companies wanted to talk about acquiring it. So I go from volunteer, stay-at-home mom to the world of corp dev. So that was really fun. So that's how I wound up at Google. And at Google, I really wanted to unlock some global and local information. One of our examples was about these small towns in Germany with their local Oktoberfests and how that information was really important to them. And we weren't quite big enough to get everything to everyone. And so at Google, we evolve our systems. So just when one system launches, we would start a new one. So when one such system just launched, I came up with the idea for TerraGoogle. And speaking of thinking big, probably 95% of people said, why would we ever need a search system for 1 trillion pages? And of course, the founders were like, is that all? So at the time, it was very cost efficient. When it launched, it was about 50 times cheaper than our mainline index. And at the same time, some of my web ranking team went off and they shipped one of our early deep learning projects which was around ads broadening. Like once you bid on one keyword, what other keywords do you, might be interesting. So after having my 4th child, I did what everybody does when they have 4 kids and they're on maternity leave. I decided to start a company. So I started a company, Cool, and we really wanted to bring like a really high-res, rich experience to people with high bandwidth and a really low bandwidth experience to people who had like feature phones. And so you know, what we did around the low bandwidth experience is we summarized things so that a fact that appeared on tons of web pages was on top in kind of paragraph format with a bunch of references down to much rarer facts had much fewer references. So after Cool, I returned to Google where I became one of the first 100 engineers in Android because this time I was pretty sure the mobile revolution was going to happen. But it wasn't, you know, a sure thing. I mean, at that time, Android had sold, you know, 40 million phones. And of course, today it was announced that Android now has 900 million. I was part of the team that helped launch Google Play and Play tablets. And very recently, like 2 weeks ago, we shipped a native search architecture onto the phone to index all the local data so that when you're offline, you can have access to it, and some data never leaves your phone. So a lot of people say, wait, Google's so good at search, why didn't you just compile the thing and put it on the phone? Well, the phone is kind of like my early Commodore PET computer, not quite as bad, but compared to a data center, it is. And each of the programs can only have 20 meg resident in memory, and the executable is 500 meg as hard constraints. So trust me when I say that Google search system, its executable is bigger than 500 meg. So when we look at this system, because the success of Android as a compute cluster, it's actually over 500 exahertz of computing power, which is way more powerful than the human brain. So last autumn, I moved over to our new AI area, where recently Ray Kurzweil joined us. And he says that the AIs that humans create are going to leave the Earth at light speed and populate the universe. So we're not just working on the most important project on planet Earth, but in the universe. So I do want to encourage the tech makers out there, women and men, to really reach for the stars and use technology to help shape the world. You know, technology is a very powerful platform in order to help people and enable change. Thank you. Now I want to introduce Johanna Wright. She's the lead product manager of Search for many years, launching such innovations as Universal Search, Instant, and the Knowledge Graph. And now she's leading up Search in Android, including Google Now, Voice Search, and Speech.
Let's step back to January 2003. At this point in time, I'm living in my father-in-law's house. He's put a nice curtain up for my section of the living room where my husband and I share an air mattress. The sun streams in, 6 a.m. We wake up every morning because of the unbearable Orange County heat. An air mattress is popped, and I'm unemployed. Just 6 months earlier, I was a young tech exec in New York, first during the dot-com boom and then bust. But my company that I worked at had finally shut its doors, and my husband and I decided to get on our bicycles and ride across the country to lovely, sunny LA. Riding across the country with your new husband is a lot of fun. Showing up in LA, a new city with no job, not so much fun. Then the rejection letters from business schools started pouring in. And it's January, and there's only one business school I haven't heard back from, but I'm not feeling too optimistic because they're supposed to interview all of their candidates, and they're going to mail out their verdict 2 days later, and they still haven't interviewed me. But then I got an email from UCLA that said, "We want to interview you." And since my confidence had been shot, my response was, "You do?" I was fortunate enough to get to go to UCLA for business school, and then I got a job at Google. And today I'm going to talk about my career starting out at Google and what it was like to be a product manager at Google, and give some bits of advice about product management. But my first piece of career advice is that your career is not going to be linear. Expect to be disrupted. This is a disruptive industry, and you too may someday be unemployed on your father-in-law's couch. What's really going to matter is the energy and the tenacity with which you pick yourself up and take on your next adventure. Okay, so let's jump into Google. I was hired to be a product manager working in search. My boss gave me two options of jobs. One was something called Universal Search. Universal Search was a project where we took all the content from our different backends, maps, videos, images, and we put them in the main search results pane. The other option that she gave me was to do something called Premium Content Search. This is where we searched all the content behind paywalls and put it in the search results. Both of these things seem pretty interesting. And I was so new to Google, I didn't have any context or judgment to make a decision. Fortunately for me, I'd gone to the same business school as Susan Wojcicki, my fellow panelist, and so I asked her for some advice. Susan looked at me like I had two heads. What? Of course you should do Universal Search. That's our business, Johanna. So this leads to another piece of career wisdom. What does a good opportunity look like? Well, a good opportunity looks like something that's strategic. If you're doing something that's in line with the company's mission and has not been done before, well, then it's very likely to be a good opportunity. Okay, so let me jump into Universal Search. This was 2005 at Google. Google was growing like crazy. It was very chaotic. And it's kind of hard to know, for me, it was hard to know how projects got assigned, what you were working on. And I got paired up with an infrastructure team while I was working on Universal Search. This was a great team, but a team that was very focused on building infrastructure. And they didn't want to build any features. And I was a product manager, and I was being judged on the features that I launched. And so it was pretty stressful because I wasn't delivering anything. And so what I ended up doing was creating a set of mocks, a series of mocks of what Universal Search could look like. And then I created a little PowerPoint deck, and I walked around Google, and I introduced myself to anyone who looked like they might want to be a features tech lead to see if they wanted to join my project. And I was fortunate enough to meet a person named David Bailey who wanted to join on and lead the features side of the effort. And then the project really started to get legs. And so here's my beginning of my product management specific advice. And that is to paint a vision. Once you paint a vision and you share your vision, people will follow. It'll be a lot easier to follow once you have a vision. Okay, so David and I started. There was a big mountain in front of us. We didn't really know what to do. This project had failed a number of times before. We didn't really know why it had failed. And I had this idea that we should do a user study. I was trying to figure out what to do, so let's just do a user study. So we pulled together a prototype to do our user study. And once we had this prototype, the people around us in Google started to be able to imagine that this product might come to life and that something might happen. And so this brings me to my second piece of product management advice, which is that if you don't really know what to do, you should just do something. Do something to move the ball forward. I was very fortunate, though, that a user study was what we decided to do because people loved it. And it was so awesome, we learned that the project and the product had legs. So I remember sitting in the labs, and it was in the spring of 2006 for our user study, and one of the searches we asked people to do was Barry Bonds. Now, this was a long time ago. This was the dark ages. YouTube was just starting out. But there was a home video that someone had uploaded of Barry Bonds tying Babe Ruth's home run record. And the participant in our study, she clicked on the video, she watched the ball sail out into the field, and she had this big smile on her face. It wasn't unnatural at all that she saw this video in the search results. So we knew the project had legs. And it was just a great moment. So my final and most important piece of product management advice is to listen to your users. And even more importantly, use your products yourself. Just this weekend, when I was using Android search, I noticed that speech recognition is slow, like maybe 1 in 7 times. I don't know why, but I'm really glad that we're investing in speed. Then I also had some magical experiences with Google Now. So I was invited to go to a birthday party in Burlingame, and Google Now reminded me about the party. And it even told me that Burlingame was 30 minutes from my house, which I didn't know, and it was super helpful. The more you use your products, the easier it is to make decisions and to have an intuitive feel for what you should be doing. So I'll summarize my product management advice. 1, paint a vision. 2, when you don't know what to do, just make mini milestones. Roll that ball forward. And 3, use your products. Since this is a Women's Tech Makers event, I thought I'd close with my very own lean-in story. So back when all this universal search stuff was going on, I ended up getting pregnant. And when I was 8 months pregnant, my boss, Marissa Meyer, suggested that I lead a team of senior engineers to come up with a search strategy for the next year. Now, the search strategy, the normal process was to set this meeting in mid-November, but my baby was supposed to be born at the end of October. And so they were like, hey, no problem, we'll just move the date up. Didn't give me very much time to prepare. And my baby was something that you call transverse, so he's lying on his side, and I had to have a C-section. So they moved the date up. I moved my C-section to the very last possible date. We met in the middle. And on Wednesday, I gave the strategy presentation. On Thursday, I had my baby. Now, this might be horrifying to some of you, but to me, it was invigorating. And it set me up to have a leadership role in search when I returned from my leave. And the point I want you to take away is not that you need to sacrifice your family for your career. I feel fortunate enough that I haven't had to do that. You see, there was no question in my mind that given that opportunity, I would want to give that presentation. And it was really huge that my manager believed in me. So the takeaway that I'd like us to take is that as managers, we shouldn't assume people's abilities or desires. We should ask. As managers, it's our job to enable greatness in our teams. So now I'm so excited to introduce Diane Greene. Diane Greene is the latest member of Google's board of directors. She's also a board member for Intuit and MIT. Diane is probably most well known for founding VMware. VMware went on to define the visualization industry. Diane was the CEO of VMware from 1998 to 2008. She took the company to $2 billion in revenue, and she took the company public. When I heard that I got to be on the same panel as Diane Greene, I was flabbergasted and so excited. And despite how intimidating her resume sounds, Diane Greene is actually quite approachable. I heard her speak last year at a Google event, and I went up and introduced myself afterwards, and she was very friendly and nice. So if you get the opportunity afterwards, I would encourage you to shake her hand. Diane is also a national champion sailor. And with that, Diane.
Thank you for that introduction. She went further than I suggested she go, but you know, how did I manage to do these things? What I thought I would do is take you on a whirlwind tour of my life and try and highlight where I thought I learned valuable things. And I grew up sailing, racing sailboats. And when you race a boat, you have to build a team, and you have to get your team all aligned on a single goal, which is to win the race. And then you need your strategy to win the race. You know, you have to understand what the wind's doing, understand what the currents are doing, and you know, pay attention to your competitors. And if your competitors surprise you or you get a wind shift, you have to immediately react and handle that and continue winning the race. And the last thing is the engineering around sailing. you have to prepare your boat. It has to be ready to go fast, and you have to tune it while on the race course to keep going fast. And I think that's what led me to train. I trained as a mechanical engineer and then a naval architect. I came out to the Bay Area, to San Francisco for my first job. And the first thing I was given to do was analyze some mooring for an offshore oil platform that was used for firefighting. And there was a big FORTAN program that looked like it was the way to model this, and so that's when I learned how to program. And I found it, it was just this incredibly powerful tool, software. You could do anything with it. Got pretty excited about it. Was not very excited about sitting inside behind a desk. I really came to the Bay Area for the windsurfing. And so I quit that job and I moved to Hawaii, where I think I had perhaps one of my favorite periods of my life. I lived sort of in a commune where we were exploring. Windsurfing was sort of an early microcosm of the tech industry. I mean, we were just inventing all kinds of things, and new sails, high aspect sails, new shapes of boards, new materials, and all we did was build and test this equipment every day. It was really tremendous, and from there I went and ran engineering for Windsurfing International. That was the company that had the patent on the windsurfer, which also taught me how abused patents can be, because they tried to control a very rapidly expanding industry with their patents. I left that. Well, all this time I continued to study software. I went back up to the Bay Area and enrolled in a graduate program in computer science at UC Berkeley. Berkeley was a pretty happening place at that point. We had the grad students had a lab full of brand new Sun workstations that were based on this Unix new open, relatively new open operating system. Richard Stallman, who wrote the GPL license, was hanging out there. I got to see the first graphical user interface, and it was just very exciting, and I knew it's what I wanted to keep doing. I did still yearn for adventure. I've always really loved adventure, so I took a brief interlude and went to use my computer skills to be the computer expert on a marine archaeology expedition in Saipan, where we excavated a Spanish galleon and found gold. And then I came back to the Bay Area and went to work at a succession of companies in the tech industry. The first one was Sybase, where I really got hit over the head with the value of having engineers across companies work together. I made friends with an engineer at Sun. It turned out he was a windsurfer, and we spent a few months windsurfing and writing software, and were able to get sort of an order of magnitude performance increase in the Sybase system running on Sun. And I really used that when I built VMware. All three companies were quite an education in how important it is to embrace change and always go forward, invest in the future. Sybase didn't want to rework their system to support symmetric multiprocessing, and that's sort of why Oracle eclipsed them. I went to work at Tandem, that had the world's best database management system, but it ran on proprietary hardware and proprietary operating system, and it was too hard to see the business model for moving to commodity open systems, and they sort of sailed into oblivion, getting bought by Compaq and then by HP. And then I went to work for SGI, which was a pretty aggressive tech company at that point in time, and worked on interactive television, which was a really exciting project. But again, as you know, the internet was happening, and it was starting at SGI, but instead the founder of SGI, Jim Clark, left and founded Netscape, and a number of us left and started companies, and that's when I finally just decided to stick with startups. And so I did 2 successive smaller startups. The first one, they both had great visions. I would say they maybe executed too early. Nice financial outcomes. The first one was streaming video and over the internet, low bandwidth, because there wasn't much bandwidth. And the second was internet ad serving, interestingly enough. At that point, I took a little time off and decided to found VMware, which was based on some work my husband was doing at Stanford around virtualization. And you know, there's a few things I can kind of relate to what we did at VMware to what I had already learned. For instance, Sun Microsystems, you know, introduced these workstations. People loved these workstations and then brought their servers into the companies. And at VMware, we used the same strategy. We had a workstation software. People loved our workstation software. And then when we came out with the server product, we're pretty quick to adopt it. We did amazing. Our engineers worked with the hardware vendors. They worked with the chip vendors. They worked with the storage vendors. And then we worked with all of those vendors to take it to market. And I'm just a huge believer in collaboration in the industry, and it was really effective for VMware, but it was always hard to convince other companies to trust us and partner with us, but I think we always won jointly together. And then the last thing was just sort of how to adapt, how to embrace change. You know, my job changed considerably from 0 to, you know, the sort of 6,000, 7,000 people the company was when I left. And it's just sort of recognizing, okay, this isn't working, and constantly sectioning out parts of my job that I just didn't have time for anymore, and hiring someone to do those things. VMware was just a totally fun adventure, building it with all those people and seeing the impact that it had. And what I would say is it's not so important how there's just sort of an infinite number of ways to do things. But when you see something that you're very interested in, that you think it can have some real impact, the thing that's important is to codify that vision, see that vision, enjoy the adventure of building that vision. And if you do enjoy it, it makes it fairly easy to be fearless about it. So now we're going to shift, and we're going to hear an amazing talk by a hardware lead at Google. She has, Jean Wang has a PhD in electrical engineering in photonics. She worked in the optical communications and then came to Google. She's the hardware lead on Google Glass. As a board member, I have Google Glass. I love it. It's so much more natural than a phone. And now you get to hear about how she did this. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Smile. So I'm very happy to be here with you today. I'd like to share with you my glass journey. It's a 3-part story that spans across multiple domains. And while it is yet unfinished, I hope you share my enthusiasm for what is yet to come. Before diving in, I'd actually like to float this number briefly and plant it in your minds. It has significance to me and the story. And in the meantime, please feel free to question the number base that I'm using. So Glass, like many ideas, started as a blank canvas. As part of the initial team, we came into the project largely inexperienced in the field of head-mounted displays. Instead, we had the ability to divide and conquer through our ability to learn and adapt. While some of us focused on optics, like myself, others worked on cameras, sensor systems, electronics. And so we also came in with the fundamental belief that technology had ripened to the point where we could make a significant impact and create something of significant use. And that has led us into the discovery phase to find out just what it was that could be done, to basically minimize the barrier to information access and to make us connect with each other in terms of accessing our social sphere. As part of the discovery process, we looked at existing products in the mobile space and wanted to really understand where it was that we can make an impact in terms of form factor. For example, whether it was bulky and had to fit into our pocket or carry around a bag for it. Ease of access, whether we had to pull it out of our pocket or a bag to actually engage with it. And also ease of use, whether we were blocked when we were using the device, or whether we could look straight ahead and talk with people and not be distracted. So to push on these pain points, we did a number of technical experiments. Here's a helmet-mounted display that did not allow us to be hands-free or wires-free. And on the bottom, you can see here is an early optical experiment to help us understand the technical complexities in terms of how optics sizes actually impact the performance and the image quality. So with these considerations in mind, we dived into selecting components that we can use and make a viable solution. So in the vast array of options, we looked at what it was we could just reuse and customize, or was there something that we had to invent for ourselves? So we played around with a bunch of Pico projectors and projectors. We looked at optic components such as lenses and prisms, as well as interface devices, touchpads, microphones, speakers. And underpinning the whole system was electrical components and board design. So in this huge selection of choices and huge array of options, how do we down select? And so we filtered using two key criteria. One was power consumption, and a second was weight. So these two are basically factors in enabling us to first wear a system all day, and second, actually allow us to want to wear a system all day. And so we headed into the second phase of prototyping. Here are 6 example generations, oops, little slide mishap, of glass prototypes. Starting at the very top left, we took the lowest hanging fruit of simply putting mobile phone to the side of the head. And a Pico projector shining directly into the eye to provide the image. And so this was a bit bulky, as you can imagine. It came in at 167 grams. And we wisely decided that we could lighten the load by taking the mechanicals off the phone. And that's our second proto, shown right up there in the middle top. And so as you can see, over time, we shifted from using off-the-shelf components, such as safety shields and frames, into 3D printing our own frame. And that's shown here in the third. And you can also see that we migrated into making our own optical design and architecture, which is something we carry through today. And as you gradually evolve to the very end, you see that more and more we use customized components. And we look at making our own plastics and metals to get to where we are today, which is essentially the essence of what glass needs to be. This provides the core and provides a very minimalistic system that allows us to run around and be happy when we're playing with the system. And in addition to prototyping with the hardware, glass derives its use from an easy-to-follow UI. And this is by definition not necessarily easy to make. Along the way, we experimented with a number of different interaction concepts. For example, head gestures. And that recent SNL skit was not too far from a previous truth, if you've seen it. Also, we experimented with porting the keyboard functionality to the touchpad. And we found that it was a bit too complex, even when running in a predictive word mode. We also tuned the number of lines of text, the font, the size, to basically optimize for readability. So through all of these things, we found that minimalizing and stripping down to the very core allowed for the best use case and experience. We also found that minor head tilts and voice commands allowed us for hands-free experience, which is very important when we're busy dancing or riding that roller coaster. On the flip side, having the touchpad and the camera button allowed us for more quiet modes of interaction. So with hardware and software solutions converging into a viable state, the team naturally turns to the question of production. It is possible to manually tweak and baby one device to get it to be close to ideal in terms of cosmetics and functionality. However, we like to share glass more broadly. And so that to us quickly turns into the question of scale. How do we build not 1,000, 100,000, but upward towards a Google of devices? Layering and automation is key to this. And that means that not only do we have to build glass itself, but we have to build the infrastructure that builds glass. This floor space, the equipment, the whole kit and caboodle. And to add a bit more complexity, we'd like to honor individuality and human preferences. And that to us has meant color options. And that leads to color complexity. How do we make sure that on the device itself, part to part, the colors match? And how do we make sure that between devices, the colors match? So production requires the solutions to all these questions and beyond. Through these three phases of discovery, prototyping, and production, I have found that glass is both an innovation and a reinvention. By integrating highly compact and new components, we've been able to extend far beyond in the field of head-mounted displays, beyond the last several decades of individualized movie players, game consoles, and aircraft systems. On the other hand, I think that glass is a way in which we can examine and develop new fields, that we can push beyond and learn to be better connected to each other, as well as share perspective and have access to information. And all of this will allow us to better empathize as people and sympathize. So coming back to that number at the very beginning, it's been exactly, as of today, 1,111 days since I joined. And this is a picture I would not be able to take without glass. I am paragliding over Coronet Peak in New Zealand. And just by looking at it, I can recall what it was like to soar with the birds and to take in the beauty of the landscape. I've often been asked what the aha moments have been in the project thus far. And while I have a few, I'm more excited about what is yet to come. There is a first tier, for example, barcode, QR code scans, where we can get just-in-time reviews of movies, books, that menu trace we're just about to take, but we're not quite sure yet. Then there's also never getting lost and not bumping into things while you're looking at directions. And then there's a whole nother level. Recently, one of my colleagues exchanged his wedding vows while wearing the device. And I get goosebumps when I imagine him reliving that when he is old and gray and seeing the reflection of a future from his wife's eyes. And then there's also a physics instructor who recently toured CERN with the device. And he did a hangout back to his classroom in Michigan. And he was riding his bike down the tunnel of the Large Hadron Collider, showing his classroom just how cool it was while taking live questions on the spot. Then there's also another example where glass can mean life or death. That it can help you translate to a medical doctor in a foreign country that you're allergic to penicillin. So through this process, I think that there's just so much potential in what is yet to come, that in pushing towards a new perspective on information sharing and perspective sharing, we've come upon a new environment and what glass can engender. And when I have time to pause and think about how far we've come, I feel privileged to be part of such a dynamic team. Together, we're striving to bring forward this new perspective. And I count you as developers as part of this growing group. There's just so much potential and positive impact in keeping in the moment, where information is just at your fingertips and knowledge is a twinkle in your eye. And with that, I look forward to your aha moments. And we are back to discovery. Thanks, everyone. I'd like to hand it back to Megan, one of my colleagues at Google X, where she is spearheading an idea for Solve for X to get us to more moonshots.
Thank you, Jean. And first off, thank you to all of our amazing lightning speakers. You guys were incredible. And also to Stephanie and Phoebe and Mimi and Sinead and Tara and Judith, who helped us put all this together with the amazing I/O team. Just quickly, Larry talked about thinking big. We've been talking about the idea of moonshots, going 10x instead of 1x. And so my colleague Astra and I have launched this site and this sort of goal to have the meme of moonshot thinking be something that more of us do. So Solve for X is this idea of there's a big problem in the world. there's some kind of crazy technology, that is there. It feels like science fiction, or there's a reuse of something old that we just might be able to use as a radical solution to solve big problems in the world, be they self-driving cars or poverty or water, or just more fun for everybody. And the main thing about this is that it's on the web, it's open. And so there's lots of proposals already up, and we've partnered with XPRIZE and TED and Arizona State University, Singularity, this great set of movies from GE Focus Forward about moonshots that people are taking. And so we're just trying to get the conversation going and really celebrate people who are starting or who are in process of moonshot, because we always celebrate the people who made it. But we really want to get more about collaborating and teamwork. Bill Clinton calls the 21st century the century of creative collaboration. And really the web and all the things we already know about, we already feel that. So that's what Solve4X is about. And along those lines, there's an idea that we have as part of it. My clicker's not working. About your X. Like X is a problem in the world or something you're passionate about. So I was really lucky as a student to get to take acoustics at MIT from Professor Bose, as in Bose speakers. He was an extraordinary professor. And at one point during our classes, he paused and he went into a lecture about life. And one of the key things that he said is, you guys are really talented, you're doing great things, you're going for it. The key thing now for you is figure out, what are you passionate about? In some ways, what's your X? What do you care about? What do you want to work on? Because if you find that, you're going to be unstoppable and you will do extraordinary things to help people and make things great in the world. And I think that the women who we've heard from have found their X. And I hope that everybody will be thinking that way. I welcome everybody to stay. Afterwards, I think Susan has to catch a plane, but everybody else is here. There's a bunch of great websites up, like the makers.com site. And in fact, today I heard somebody just told me that Susan's story is up on the homepage of AOL. So she's one of the makers, and she's there. And again, we've launched Google Makers at Google. And we hope that other companies and other organizations will start telling the stories, which leads me back to visibility. And let's make people visible. Help us do it. And thank you so much for being here.
Privileges. They can come in and do audits at various points in times, and so we have now completed the ISO 27000 certification on App Engine, Compute Engine, and Cloud Storage. And one of the things we've heard from particularly some of the larger customers is that it's a confidence sign. And we're going to continue to do more certifications as time goes forward, because we think they're a good way of demonstrating how important security is and how seriously we take it at Google. But you're right, it's foundational to the whole notion of doing cloud computing. So I was really happy that we did that. And again, stepping back, it's another example where we have to invest in security for our own purposes anyway, for Google, right? And again, then the external developers can just take advantage of that. So yeah, and I was glad that we got that and we were able to announce that today. That's great.
I'm glad you were able to join us. I really appreciate you waiting to do the last slot of day one.
No problem. I'm in between the attendees and I think like food and drink, so I appreciate the chance to be here.
It's been really exciting to talk about cloud platform. I mean, the kind of scale that we have at Google is really tremendous. I'm really glad to see that we're really taking that to the development community. One thing we do at GDL is we talk to our developers every day throughout the year, in their language, in their time zone, from a location that makes sense. We're really excited to do that at I/O.
Yeah, and encourage developers to try it out and give us feedback. We have product forums, we have pre-release forums, we have issue trackers. We want to hear. The PHP is a classic example. PHP was partly driven by the fact we had direct feedback from users saying we want this. So we want to hear from people about what's the next thing that they would like to see us do.
Right. Great. Well, thank you so much. Daniel Seberg and I will be back here tomorrow morning. I'm really looking forward to that. We kick off our GDL at I/O broadcasting even before the sessions kick off tomorrow from 9 to 10 a.m. What we're going to be doing is showcasing a lot of the work you did in the sandboxes.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was doing for the better part of this afternoon, was wandering around to different sandboxes. YouTube, we talked to some folks about Drive, Google Plus, and of course Maps. So we're going to bring all of that to you tomorrow.
Absolutely. So we're going to run through those Sandbox partners, and we have a really special treat. We're going to have Bradley Horowitz from Google Plus to do a deep dive around lunchtime tomorrow for those of you on the Pacific side. So we welcome you coming back and talking GDL at I/O. In the meantime, subscribe to Google Developers on YouTube. You won't miss a single thing from us throughout the year. And check us out at developers.google.com/live. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Are wearing pants. We have an audience question. How does that affect the way you evaluate potential investments, especially at the seed level?